Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true, so help you God?
I do.
How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even?
The Dow right now is over 50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. That's what we should be talking about. The Dow right now. S&P at almost 7,000. The American people need to know this. Need to know how is the Dow.
Let me address the survivors, because that's
How is the Dow.
will you turn to the survivors? This is not about
How is the Dow.
Conspirators fully redacted. Who's responsible? Are you able to track it? The survivors gave testimony to the FBI. Files pulled from the website that we will never see. The DOJ released photos of victims. Didn't want to be known. Who released the names and redacted the men they implicated.
you're spending more resources arresting journalists than prosecuting critics. Your boss stated that this administration, quote, took the freedom of speech.
Come on. The Dow right now is over 50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. That's what we should be talking about. The Dow right now. S&P at almost 7,000. The American people need to know this. Need to know how is the Dow. How is the Dow.
You're covering up the
How is the Dow.
the crimes that have taken place.
Over 50,000.
Secretary Lutnick's ties to
How is the Dow. What does the Dow have to do with anything? Are you kidding? That's what they just asked. You sit here and attack, but we have a record smashing ass. The Dow right now is over 50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. That's what we should be talking about. The Dow right now. S&P.
What's going on, everybody?
The American
I hope
people
everyone's
need to
having a
know this.
fantastic
Need to
evening,
know
afternoon,
how
pre-noon.
is the
No
Dow.
matter where you are in the world, I'm Hasan Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live
What's the message we're sending?
from
Fully redacted.
sunny but kind of chilly
let's circle back.
San Francisco, California. Ladies and gentlemen, we're on stolen land here in San Francisco, California. Is this Brian Tyler Cohen? Yes, I'm Brian Tyler Cohen, and this is the LibDub broadcast. Yeah, the one day I wear some drippy shit, all of a sudden everyone's like, what are you, Brian Tyler Cohen? The answer is yes. Okay? The answer is yes. I'm now Brian Tyler Cohen. I love the Democratic Party. I'm a Israel skeptic, but I don't think it's all that bad. And I really wish that people would just stop talking about Israel in general, because it's really ruining my vibes. That's who I am now. Okay. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and ebbies, we're back. We're live. We're alive. I did 8 hours and 40 yesterday. As you guys know, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. It's 11:05 2026, April 2nd, 2026. You're on stolen Ohlone land. Yes, that's right. Coming to you live from San Francisco, right? At the heart of the tech capital here in the United States of America, perhaps the world, on stolen Ohlone land. But yes, I'm live. I'm alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is Thursday. That's right. It's Thursday, April 2nd, like I said already, and it's a wonderful day, spectacular day. Lots of great news are coming down. We're learning a lot. I'm obviously going to be covering it all. Personal news-wise, as you all know already, I'm a chud-ass loser. Didn't really do much. Got out of the Stanford SJP area, went back to my hotel, packed up the bags, and had dinner somewhere. It was like a Japanese chain restaurant that exists in Los Angeles as well. Had some udon, passed out, woke up at 1:45 a.m. Pacific time to a bonkers earthquake. Definitely hit very different. The earthquake hit definitely very, very different because I was what do you call it? I was in a building rather than usually in California. I'm in Los Angeles. I'm in my house, and I'm at most on the on the second story. I have 2 floors, right? Like it shook me so hard. It shook me so hard. I woke up, and the first thing I did, I text March. I said, "Don't panic." I don't know why. It was instinctive, and he just said, "Lamau." Okay, which is crazy. It's like, all right, my bad, bro. My mistake, bro. My mistake for trying to take care of you, trying to look after you, right? Like, it's messed up. You were in a building, normally outside, or no, normally I'm in a house. So the house doesn't shake the same as like being in a building a couple stories above, right? So yeah. Why we James Bonded up today? Because you already know, baby. I'm fancy schmancy with it, right? I'm gonna be doing a speech to potential future lawyers in America. So you were much closer to it than San Francisco was too. Probably pretty strong. Yeah, maybe. Anyway, but yeah, that's all it is. Obviously, abi şu sakalları kes. Amına koyayım, evsiz gibi geziyorsun ortalıkta. Oğlum, bu havalı bir adamın yapabileceği bir şey sadece. Bunu sen anlayamazsın. Yani suit'u giyiyoruz, güzel ceketi giyiyoruz, elbiseyi giyiyoruz. Canti bir adamım yani. Bu bir elegans. Sen bunu anlamazsın. Turkish chatter said, "Bro, shave the beard. You look crazy. You look homeless." And I said to him, "It's the juxtaposition. I can pull it off, right? It's called swag, sweetie. Look it up." I can confirm to chat after seeing your speech at Stanford that your head is normal size, by the way. Thank you, Yubi. Your payment will be processed for that. You with your bourgeois floors, enjoy your steps, buddy. I'm heading to the rooms the same level like a fool. Yeah. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, we're live. We're alive, obviously. There's not much going on in my life, at least. I've been situation monitoring, trying to make sense of what Donald Trump was saying last night. And honestly, that's a little bit more difficult to monitor as a situation than even straight up trying to make sense of what the targets are, what the goals are, who's winning, who's losing. So we'll be talking about that quite a bit today. So I'll just blast off real quick. Obviously, we have some other domestic incidents that are taking place right now today as well. We'll obviously be talking about that. Something fairly significant has taken place. But let me blast off real quick, and then we'll get into it. Oracle fired 30,000 people via email today. Yeah, welcome to AI America. Obviously, that's another one, that's going to be an issue in general. But yeah, we got Pam Bondi out, Birthright. SCOTUS conversations taking place. Epstein Fury, Operation Epstein Fury, day 33. Trump, State of the Union, confuses people, and more. ZOHRAN tax battle in New York. We'll obviously talk about that too. But before I get into it, obviously there is something I have to discuss here. Something that is unimaginably important. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and NBs, I'm very suave today. I'm looking dapper. And you might be asking yourself, why are you looking so dapper, Hasan? And there's a good reason for it, right? There's a good reason for it. And it's not just because I'm going to be speaking to a future generation of lawyers later tonight at University of San Francisco Law School. It's because we're here for a funeral, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. That's right. A second Trump affiliate has been hit. A second plane has hit the Trump Towers. Pamela Joe Bondi, an American attorney and politician who served, and I say served, as the 87th United States Attorney General from the year 2025 to the year 2026. a member of the Republican Party as the 37th Attorney General of Florida, has now been fired. That's right. Ding dong. The witch is gone. Pamela Joe Bondi. R.I.P. Bozo. Pack Watch. You already know what it is, ladies and gentlemen. Throw a goddamn party. Spam to your heart's desire. That is now the second scalp of the Trump administration. That's right, it's the second scalp after Kirsty Bodacious Gnome. After Kirsty Gnome was kicked off and demoted from the Department of Homeland Security Secretary position, a second girl boss has been taken out by the Trump administration. And here we are, misogynistically celebrating another fascist being dethroned, only to be replaced by yet another fascist regardless. Bye-bye, Bondi. Bye-bye. That's right, folks. All right. So Packwatch, RP Bozo, you already know what it is. You already know what's up. Blast off is imminent as well. Let the people know we're live. Let the people know we're alive. Pamela Joe Bondi. Didn't know her middle name was Joe, by the way. Didn't know her name was, or her middle name was Joe. That's a strange middle name to have. But very, I mean, I guess it makes sense. Very white trash when you think about it. Which is, precisely what she is, or dare I say, was. Well, I guess she still is white trash, right? We finally getting close to 5 years. What? You predicted this too? What? Predicted? Oh, with Abdul. I'm a lawyer now, so obviously... that's how it works. When you go and speak to a law school, that means you have an honorary JD, not dissimilar to JD Vance, as a matter of fact. So I'm a lawyer now. And as a lawyer, I, if Donald Trump calls me up, I'll do it. I will become the next attorney general, right? Yeah, I got my Juris Doctorate. It's not a big deal. It's called a Doctor of Law. In not Espanol, but Latin, which is kind of like Espanol. Okay. And yeah, honorary JD Jorkin the Peanuts, if you want. You look great in that suit. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. You're more qualified than Alina Habba. How dare you? How dare you come after my RGB queen, Alina Habba? You look like you're about to go sell peptides in that suit, bro. Take that shit off, Lamau. Dude, I swear to God, anytime I do anything that's a little bit different, anytime I do anything at all, there's gonna be chatters in here being like, nah, dog, put a t-shirt on, bro. Who the fuck do you think you are? Oh, look at this big guy. Look at this, bro. SpongeBob big guy, dude. SpongeBob big guy. Pants okay. Who the hell do you think you are, man? Why are you trying to be dapper, dude? You forgot about your fucking day ones, dude. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's just like anytime I do anything, can't do shit with this goddamn community, bro. I swear to God. Swear to God, there's always going to be somebody being like, wow, dude, you don't look like Dr. Jihad anymore. I don't like it. Like, quick, bro, get the job before they realize your credentials, what your credentials are. Bro, they don't know me as they don't know that I have a doctorate in both. I have a PhD in racism. I now have a JD, right? I'm a lawyer now. And also I have an MD. I'm Dr. Jihad, right? I wear many clothes. I have many specialties, right? I can do it all. So put me in, coach. Put me in. I will be your guy. I will do the attorney general job, honestly. Don't worry about that, but do check in with Derek Guy. What? Yeah, go talk to the law school in bare feet like Rick Rubin. Yeah. Hasan the polymath. Yeah, I double majored in jihad and racism, right? Yeah, I'm a little bit like a famous artist of the adult variety, Johnny Sins. I'm the Johnny Sins of politics. I'm a real technical player, you know, multi-tool. Could play whichever role you need me to play. I got the expertise. With minors in anti-Semitism and electrical dog engineering. Electrical dog engineering, yeah. Who will replace her? My money's on Cat Turd. That's awesome. Yeah, that's what they're gonna do. The Trump administration is gonna go, let's do it. Let's just go YOLO. Let's just go crazy mode. Let's just put Cat Turd in there, you know? Let's swap him in. Fuck it. No tomorrow. Fuck it, we ball type shit. But yeah, another pressure valve has been released. Obviously, we'll be talking about that. But it's you know, pretty. I hope everyone's aware of exactly what's going on, right? Like Trump administration is like responsive to the pressures, and there's always going to be a fall guy. And I told you that eventually the fall guy would be, you know, the person overseeing, the person that was the most televised individual on whatever that related incident was. For the Department of Homeland Security, it was Greg Bovino and Kirsty Noem. And they got axed for that reason. And for the Epstein files and the mishandling of the Epstein files, it's actually Kash Patel and Pam Bondi. But Kash Patel is seemingly standing strong. Right? So I wonder what will happen for the economy. I wonder who will get the axe for the economy. And I wonder who will get the axe for the military quagmire that we found ourselves in the Strait of Hormuz as we have been attacking the state of Iran. You look like Leto Atreides when you wear your suits, especially the high-collared ones. Now all you need is a Bene Gesserit baddie. Yeah. My Bene Gesserit baddie is obviously is obviously going to be Nancy Pelosi. I mean, I'm in her hood right now. Anyway, this is literally her place, right? This is swag. Okay. CNN changed you? Yeah. I decided to put the suit on so they no longer call me anti-Semitic. I also decided to obviously say "Am Israel High" and that you know, Israel has a right to exist. Israel has a right to defend itself. You know, that type of shit. Also, you know, we can't allow a scary religious country to have nuclear arsenals unless it's Israel, in which case it's good that they have nukes, and also it's good that they're invading Lebanon and killing people, displacing millions, doing Nakba after Nakba, basically. I think all of those things are totally moral and totally good. Now, Hasan, be so for real right now. How are you using swag in the big 226? That's crazy. Yeah, we must replace oxygen with swag. Okay, I'm 34 years old. You have to understand there's gonna be some limitations in my language. Okay, I don't know what the kids are using nowadays. I only know what I'm using as far as my language, which is "Am Israel High." Israel has a right to defend itself, and you know, numerous things of that order, obviously. Yeah, we're calling the Strait of Hormuz the Strait of Trump. You already know. Say aura. I mean, I do have aura. Aura. Yeah, there's some good news coming out of Michigan. John Eldenring says, I want to thank the establishment DNC hacks for giving Abdul Press this last week. Our county's in-person volunteer meeting attendance doubled today. So, hell yeah. Hopefully, I want to see more of that. I want to see more Michigander HasanAbi heads rising up and helping out Abdul. This is a big race. Okay, this is going to be a major race. I mean, it's a Senate race, right? It's huge. You have to remember, that's crazy. Yeah, you have to remember Kirsty Noem's husband's bazongas. That's what I meant. All right, that's what you got to remember. And yes, I did an interview with Aaron Regenberg for the New Republic, and he wrote this very thoughtful piece on. We had an interview, and he wrote a very thoughtful piece on my history of combating anti-Semitism while also being an anti-Zionist. Despite the controversy or because of it, millions of people turned to Piker for their news. As evidence of his draw, El Sayed's campaign told me that they received more signups by far for their rally with Piker than any of their other events. Yeah. Jacobin defended you on top of the New Republic piece. Hell yeah. Dems claim to want a Hasan Piker, then try to cancel him. Now, I do think, like I said already, there's not really a lot of motion on this stuff. Like back in the day, this could have been a much more serious incident, right? This would actually have some impact. Nowadays, the impact actually backfires on the organizations, especially because most people understand, one, Israel is a 90-10 issue at this point, favoring us, and two, people hate cancel culture, and three, perhaps most importantly, people understand that you're quote mining and you're cynically trying to present someone as like an irrational person because you disagree with the morality. You disagree with the argument, and you can't actually have that argument. You can't actually have a conversation on moral grounds, on moral terms, because Israel's indefensible. So you just try to do this shit smearing, and it doesn't work. The tent already includes Piker. Usama Andrabi, a spokesperson for the progressive group Justice Democrats, told me when asked about Third Way's response to Piker. I think the question is actually whether our tent should continue to be big enough for a very vocal minority of corporatists and right-wing hawks who are still trying to keep this party under the grips of corporate interests and war hawk lobbies like AIPAC. Yeah. That's it. And it's really interesting. Bulwark did an article on this, and like Third Way, like Bulwark is, obviously a right-wing operation, but, even they are basically saying to Third Way, you have to fuck all the way off. It's very interesting to see. Because, like, remember, Bulwark is mostly comprised of it's Bill Kristol's operation, right? Bill Kristol is like the OG neocon who turned into like a woke warrior, kind of. He was, one of the godfathers, the two godfathers of the neocon movement, right? The American war hawk conservative movement that basically was responsible for the global war on terror. And a lot of these guys are like Bush era never Trumpers now. They hate Donald Trump. They've become Democrats. Even then, though, they should be perfectly aligned with Third Way, and yet for some reason they're actually criticizing Third Way. Why are you saying donate blood? There's always a guy. I'll be talking about something random, and like there will be a guy in here that'll be like, tell people to donate blood. Donate blood. Okay, guys, donate blood, please. It's just so random, always. Anyway, but basically what happened, what is this shit smear blowback? This is Hasan Piker, curious TikToker, recently found out. What is this? I mean, okay, we don't have to look at every single video out there. Anyway, listen. So Bulwark wrote this article, right? This is like now, I don't know, day 10 of not talking about Iran for, Third Way style, far right, corporatist Democrats that want to turn back the clock and make sure that the Democratic Party still represents the exact same politics that caused the Democrats to lose to Donald Trump in 2024 and also in 2016. Like, they're so actively doing it. And it's gotten so annoying and so frustrating that even people like unlikely bedfellows are coming out in defense of someone like myself. So, to Third Way's critics, this was nothing short of abject hypocrisy, a group applying litmus tests to a liberal candidate after demanding that liberal groups drop the litmus test they placed on mainstream candidates. Because if you remember Third Way and also, you know, the Abundist movement, they got together, they congregated, they did this whole thing a couple months prior. You know, Matt Iglesias was there, all the stars of DC, all the centrist stars of the Democratic Party were there. And one of the big takeaways from that conference was what cooked Kamala Harris was the ACLU questionnaire that she answered, right? They were like, oh, Kamala Harris answered the ACLU questionnaire where they asked her about, you know, transgender bottom surgeries for undocumented Guatemalans in concentration camps. And she said they should still be able to get these surgeries, right? And that was such a big fixture of what the right-wing Democrats claimed was the reason why Kamala Harris lost. I've talked about this extensively. This would be a non-issue if the Democrats actually presented economic populism as an alternative. They just like said they offered things to the working class and defined themselves with policies that people actually identify with, people actually want, right? This would never be a conversation. It's not a conversation with Zohran, for example, who is also pro-trans. It's not a conversation with Graham Plattner, for example, right? So, having said that, the takeaway from the Third Way guys was Democrats need to stop doing questionnaires. They need to stop responding to these groups, right? Sunrise Movement, DSA, ACLU, all of these like woke groups. So Third Way now is also becoming the groups once again, because it always was one of the groups, right? This is so clearly Third Way riling people up in a way that is so disingenuous, said Amanda Littman, the co-founder of Run for Something, a progressive group that recruits and trains first-time candidates. She emphasized that part of politics is having to deal with people who say crazy things you don't agree with, and you have to work with them anyway. Who's doing the scolding here, she asked. I thought we weren't supposed to be canceling anyone anymore. For Third Way, there's nothing inconsistent about its approach. In an interview, Cowan told me he draws a distinction between demanding policy purity from a candidate and moral clarity. He argued that if Piker had said offensive things about a minority group other than Jews, Democrats wouldn't have hesitated to shun him. For Al Sayed to rally with Piker, he said, is as if George Bush had campaigned with David Duke instead of denouncing the KKK leader. Most significant, which by the way is an insane statement, right? Because it's just like objectively untrue. It's just, you know, comparing me in any way, shape, or form to David Duke is psychotic. I mean, think about it this way. Between me and David Duke, who do you guys think is... Between me and Third Way, between me and Third Way, whose worldview is closer to David Duke's? The right-wing, pro-war Democratic consulting firm that is constantly telling Democrats to lean closer and closer to the Republican far-right neocon party in order to win votes, or the guy who is an anti-fascist, anti-racist, anti-Zionist? Like, who do you think is closer to David Duke? Apparently, David Duke endorsed Kamala Harris last election, is what people are saying. But in any case, for Third Way, there's nothing, because most significantly, Cowan made it clear he'd rather accept some electoral risk than see the party show flexibility on this front. If people are really arguing that the price of winning is becoming like a bigoted misogynist like Hasan Piker, then I'll take not winning, Cowan told me. What is the point of reviving the Democratic Party so it can compete in an age of right-wing populism if the price of that is that you mainstream bigoted anti-American misogynistic votes? They're just like throwing words into the pile too. Tomorrow they'll call me racist, right? Like they're trying to concoct a figure. Slowly but surely, they're trying to concoct a a figure that is far removed from who I actually am and what I represent. The problem for them, of course, is that I have a significantly larger platform, and my platform is communicating my political worldview, my ideals, and therefore they're going to have a much harder time cutting across that noise because they have to rely on other outlets. They don't have a steady flow of communication out there. They just have to give quotes to pliant outlets like the Wall Street Journal and then like try to muster up some controversy, which will then inevitably cause eyeballs to come my way for people to really figure out what I'm really about. And when they do that, they realize, oh, this is all bullshit. So it doesn't really work. It's an unnecessary smear campaign. It's really stupid. They're doing it on a 90-10 issue in a way that's very transparent, in a way that people are actually really frustrated with, right? Like they've heard this, they've seen this so much. I'm closer to most people's worldview than they are. And that's it. So, Ned Lamont and JB Pritzker have a bet on the Final Four matchup between Illinois and UConn. Lamont is putting in New Haven pizza. What is this? Illinois barbecue? This shit's disgusting. What? Oh, yeah. Tim Miller also railed against this, that if people really are arguing that the price of winning is becoming like a bigoted misogynist like Hasan Piker, then I'll take not winning. Jonathan Cowan told Lauren V. Egan. This seems like a bad message to me, given the state of things. The perceived incompetence discounts their cynical malice. If you think of this as third-way miscalculating, you're mistaken. They know what they're doing. Trump is serving up a clear and popular anti-war, pro-social services campaign for Democrats on a silver platter, and they will do anything they can to avoid that. Yeah. Because Democrats actually do, no matter how corpo, no matter how centrist Democrats are, they actually do oftentimes present themselves as anti-Trump, right? Or they at least try to find a way to present themselves as anti-Trump. So if Donald Trump is like viciously and super vulgar in his imperialism, right? Democrats have to be against that. And therefore, they have to lean into being anti-war. Third Way hates that. They don't want that. They want to make sure that Democrats are still in line with billionaires, in line with corporations. They want to make sure that the Democratic Party and the way that Democrats communicate on these issues do not, stray away or shy away from what they want, which is to keep the business as usual Kamala Harris style politics, right? It's a politics that has been a failure. It's been a failure on the politics front. It's obviously failed twice to Donald Trump, but it's also a failure to the people, right? And I'm not alone in this. This is something that I keep repeating over and over again. Something that I say all the time is look at the polls, okay? Look at the polls. Look at the way that the Democrats are being perceived right now. Look at the way the Democrats are being perceived right now. It's not popular. Here is Harry Emden talking about congressional Dems numbers with Democrats are atrociously awful, even worse among all voters. Most Dems think the party has the wrong priorities. Okay? This is a massive, massive issue. It wouldn't be an issue if the Democrats actually were responsive to the needs of the people, right? And I said, we're here because corpo-centrist pro-Israel Dems believe that Trump's unpopularity will be enough to give them marginal electoral victories without having to push for material changes that address the working class needs. People want real fighters. They want real change. This is at the heart of the conversation that we've been having for the last week, right? This is the major issue. People might try to misdirect. People might try to take your attention away. They might claim that it's actually about, anti-Semitism or whatever fucking smear campaign that they're leaning into. But this, keep your eyes on the ball, okay? This is exactly the problem, okay? The guys that have caused this issue, the people that have taken control over the Democratic Party since the Clinton era, the third way neoliberals, they know that they're losing their grip. They know that they're losing their influential their influencing capabilities, and they're losing a massive vehicle for billionaires and corporate interests to be able to continue manipulating the Democratic Party and using it in whichever way they see fit. And they're desperately swinging wildly, but because of their overall inability to read the room, because of their total lack of understanding of where people are right now, they've chosen to do this on the issue of Israel, which is a 90-10 issue. They think they can bully Democrats, and they can bully some Democrats, right? But they think they can bully all Democrats into submission to make the wrong choice.
You might say, okay, well, at least Dems like Democrats. Not the case. Look at this. The majority of Democrats are independents who lean Democrats. Look at this. 55% say no, congressional Democrats do not have the right priorities. And then you just see a minority, 45% of Democrats say that congressional Democrats have the right priorities. This to me just jumps out at the screen because it screams primary challenges all over the map. And it says that even if Democrats don't like Donald Trump, they don't like their own party either when it comes.
Yeah. And that's what it is. There are primary challenges, right? There are primary challenges, many of which I'm backing myself, right? Many of those primary challenges, this community is leaning into. They told us for the longest time, a lot of these liberals would say, "Oh, you and your community don't vote." That's never been the case, right? We vote. We vote. You and your community don't participate in politics. You don't understand how politics works. We do participate in politics. We do understand how politics works, right? Now that we're actually, taking advantage of the instability in an effort to put forward candidates that are more responsive to the needs of the working class, all of a sudden it's a huge deal, right? All of a sudden it's a massive deal. They're freaking the fuck out because they don't want it. They don't want people like Abdul. They don't want people like Shoykot. They don't want people like Claire Valdez. They did not want someone like Ana Lilia Mejia in New Jersey. They don't want Graham Plattner. They don't want these guys that represent a difference of opinion that want to actually do right by their constituents. They want controllable entities, right? They want controllable entities. They don't want Oliver Larkin, for example. They would much rather have someone like Moskowitz occupy that seat. And they're willing to lose elections. Okay? So it's not... the greatest example of this is Zohran Mamdani. We saw how the establishment Democrats reacted to Zohran Mamdani. They tried to get him out. When he won the primary, they didn't go, okay, it's time for vote blue no matter who. They actually turned around and tried to unseat him. They put up a right-wing opposition. They used a dynastic name in New York politics like Andrew Cuomo, in spite of the reality that he was a disgraced former governor who had to resign, right? And they were totally fine with doing that because Andrew Cuomo, in spite of his shortcomings, in spite of his awful behavior in office, is a controllable entity. He's not going to fuck the bag up. He's not going to do the right things. Like, think about it. Think about how New Yorkers perceive Zohran Kwame Mamdani right now. It hasn't been that long since he's been mayor, and his popularity's only increased. He's doing a lot. He's being a great mayor, right? First and foremost, I might have my disagreements with him every now and then, but he's just a mayor for New Yorkers, right? He's there for them. However, what would an Andrew Cuomo race look like? What would an Andrew Cuomo mayoralty look like? Business as usual, right wing, everything sucks. We got to give all the money to the police. It would have been devastating, right? It would have sucked. And Democrats prefer that. Democrats prefer that because Democrats don't want to do work. They don't want someone who is going to actually be a positive example that is going to cause voters to demand more, right? They don't want someone like Zohran. They don't want 100 Zohrans running and winning because that would mean all of the other Democrats that are in positions of tremendous power in the National Party, those Democrats are going to have to change their attitude. They're going to have to say no to their corporate sponsors, and they're terrified of that.
To Congress and overall, I mean, my goodness gracious.
So this is sort of like Democrat on Democrat crime here. What's overall approval among Democrats of their leaders?
Yeah, okay. So, you know, you speak about Democrat on Democrat crime, and I want to know how unusual what we're seeing right now about how Democrats feel about Democrats in Congress is. Take a look at this. This is a trend line going back through the years, midterm elections in which there's a GOP president. Look at this. In 2006, Dems' net approval of congressional Democratic leaders was plus 28. You go back to the last midterm, look at that, plus 19. Very much on the positive side. The bottom has fallen out. The bottom has fallen out. Minus 4 points. That is Democrats' own net approval of their own congressional leaders. Even Democrats don't like their own leaders when it comes to Congress. And overall, of course, the numbers are just absolutely awful. So Democrat on Democrat crime, absolutely. This, to me, screams, again, primary challenges across the map. And it screams to me, hey, when it comes to those next leadership elections, maybe something might be cooking.
It also just means we have to maybe look at these midterms differently because this is a different prism. We haven't seen this type of thing before. We don't know what impact that might have.
That's exactly right.
This is why I said this is a phenomenal opportunity to make necessary changes in the politics of this country. The Democrats are spectacularly weak, okay? They are the weakest they've ever been at a time when they're supposed to be the strongest they've ever been, right? Unprecedented unpopularity for the president should yield tremendous popularity for the opposition party. But because they do not play that oppositional role, because they've completely ceded ground, because they're just sitting around and waiting for the Republicans to fail so that they can bring back the harm reduction arguments one more time and remind people that they are not Republicans after all. They're still marginally better than Republicans after all. That's the argument that they're trying to lean into, right? Here's the thing. This creates a tremendous opportunity for people like ourselves to run and to also win. Here's Bernie Sanders, obviously, seizing on that opportunity here. Senator Bernie Sanders is endorsing Claire Valdez for New York's 7th Congressional District, an earthquake in the commie corridor. As you guys know, Claire Valdez is a friend of the show. We are, she's part of the DSA slate, and I've already interviewed her. You can go back and watch that interview if you'd like. And we'll see. We'll see what happens. But I think her chances are pretty good right now.
Right, and there are a lot of folks who've been looking at the generic congressional ballot and wondering why Democrats don't have a larger lead.
Yeah, chaos is everywhere on Earth. The situation is excellent. Chaos is everywhere under the sun. The situation is excellent. Okay? Here's what Claire said. 11,200 plus people funded this campaign. No corporate cash, no APAC, no real estate, no AI or crypto. I'm humbled and energized by all of you. Together, we'll prevail on June 23rd and build the movement to take on the oligarchs and deliver the dignity working people deserve. That's what Claire said. So, yeah.
And this is a big reason why, I would think.
Okay, so there's Hakeem Jeffries in the House. Chuck Schumer is the Senate Minority Leader. What might this mean for Chuck Schumer? What are some of the predictions about whether he can stay as the Democratic leader?
Chuck Schumer has been the Senate leader for the Democrats for a long period of time, before I even came to CNN, and I'm not quite sure that he will stay it. Take a look at where the people who are putting their money where their mouth is. Chance Schumer wins the next Dem Senate leader election. Back on December 1, look at this. It was 2 and 3 according to the Cauchy prediction market.
This person is not a fan of yours, but still defends you?
But if you care about Democratic politics, you should be deeply concerned about the smear campaign that's being perpetrated against him right now. Because for the past week, mainstream news sources and politicians have been saying that Hasan is a Muslim, vicious anti-Semite who hates America. And the only purpose of that narrative is to try to cut the left flank of the Democratic Party off at the knees, such that there is no power and influence that the left flank can have in upcoming elections, particularly in the midterms. The purpose of attacking Hasan is not just about Hasan himself, it's about people people like him who would dare challenge Democrat heterodox thinking, who would dare challenge the U.S.'s relationship with Israel, who would dare challenge our blockade of Cuba, who would dare to think about a world that could exist rather than the one that does. And I need you to hear me when I say this. I am not caping for Hasan Piker. I am not caping for Hasan Piker. I'm not making excuses for him. I recognize that people don't like him. I sort of mostly feel agnostic about him, like he's fine.
Honestly, most of the negative things people feel about him are not valid at all. However you feel about Hasan Piker is valid, just leave that out next time, because if he's in the narrative that he's not an objectively good figure, it's just, yeah, there's so much like hatred because I've always been like a vector for all things left politics for so many years, that a lot of people that are ostensibly on the left also don't realize that they're leaning into it when they do that kind of thing. And it's a self-defeating thing. Like, you're probably a lot closer, especially if you're outside of the confines of like neoliberalism and whatever the centrist establishment Democrats represent. You're probably a lot closer to my worldview than you have been led to believe. And you end up unironically engaging in that same kind of sectarian infighting because you saw something that you got baited into believing by a person who actually despises your worldview and your politics, despises our worldview and our politics. In many circumstances, it's exactly the same as what the third way is doing right now. You know, people are so aggressive in their hate for you that people feel the need to uselessly qualify their statements or just general support for what you do. Exactly. I mean, there are years and years and years of this kind of like endless barrage of hatred that I've received, and that's precisely the reason why a lot of people sometimes fall mercy to these sorts of smear campaigns. And even if they're like directly aligned with my worldview, they'll turn around and say, "Oh, I don't really understand. I'm not a big fan of this guy. I've seen some clips where he comes across not so great." You know. This is funny. Hasan Piker is the left's Candace Owens. The press treats him like a rock star. He's actually not the left's Candace Owens, a major difference being that nobody on the right listens to or courts the favor of Candace Owens. Yeah.
I don't care. This is not really about Hasan Piker. Instead, it is about the way that the Democratic Party marginalized.
You engage with a lot of right-wing critique, but never with the critique from MLs and other well-read individuals, not fond of your revisionism and constant entryism. Why is that? Because I occupy a very different lane than they do, and because I'm more successful in my initiatives than they ever will be in a country like the United States of America, at the heart of empire, where the only route to even mass class awareness, mass class consciousness has to come from taking advantage of the open electoral lane that currently exists in an objectively weak bourgeois liberal Democratic Party, and because I can't communicate with people that don't have class consciousness with dense terms that are fairly difficult to understand even for the most well-read Marxists in general. You know, seems to me the clips are the thing that are actually revisionist. That's it. We just have different methods. If you don't have, if you might disagree with my methods, but at the end of the day, I think, you most likely don't understand. Your university visits are actually changing people's minds.
As the left flank to try to undercut progress, to try to undercut more leftist progressive candidates as a way to not have to do anything different and as a way to uphold the status quo. And they are doing this in part through this rhetorical sleight of hand where they are conflating criticisms of Israel and Zionism with anti-Semitism. Those are not the same thing. And anybody with a modicum of sense can understand that. And I think that this smear campaign is relying on a really flattened understanding of what anti-Semitism actually is. And that rhetorical sleight of hand is letting people who have a vested interest in the status quo try to maintain that status quo by cutting off the knees of the left flank, by getting rid of someone who they see as a leader or a thought leader in that space. It is a very clear, at least to me, campaign that's happening. And I hope that we can all see that.
Yeah. I'm glad that this person saw it. What is this?
Okay, that kind of evolved. In person, he is very well put together. That was a very nice opportunity. Some angel just gave me a ticket. I still have no idea who you are, but thank you so much. I tried to wait around outside, but I don't know. You just came out of nowhere to just be mysterious and nice. He had a speech prepared, which felt pretty relevant for me, especially growing up in the Bay Area and tech just being such a force here. Probably just see the whole thing online, I am guessing. But it also felt really cool to just be in a room full of people who feeling the same way, who like-minded. Thank you again to the person, too, who gave their ticket. If there's an organization I could donate to, we can work that out.
More thing, too, because I feel like it's relevant, is he was talking about the importance of political education and the role that it plays. Thinking about it on my drive home, because one of the most annoying comments I got on, that video was people assuming I was apolitical because I didn't know who Hasan was, which I just feel like is so weird and dismissive. But to that extent, one thing I said in that video is a lot of my political education either came directly through people or also just actual education, like ethnic studies. So I do want to use that as an opportunity to plug the importance of ethnic studies.
Yeah, I'm in San Francisco. Also, March said that my speech was, when I write my speeches, it's like a 7.5 out of 10. If I'm well rested and I go off the top dome, it's a 10 out of 10. If I'm super tired and go off dome, it's a 6 out of 10. So he still thinks I should just freestyle rather than write a speech and then read it. All right, we're gonna move on from the Hasan Piker anti-Hasan stuff, the Hasan Piker defense. I feel like it's just such a classic repeat. I'm gonna finish this Harry Emden video, and then we're gonna. Please do not freestyle. It was so much better. I don't know. I think freestyling is my UBC speech might have been my best one still.
Drops to 56% in February. And then look at where we are right now. Just 50%. A coin toss. If I had a coin, I would toss it up in the air. A coin toss when it comes to Schumer actually winning the next Dem Center leader election. And we've seen a number of Senate candidates, Democrats, across the map saying, we don't want any part of Chuck Schumer to be the next leader. And there's a big reason why that is, and it's because at this point, look at this -4, even Democrats don't approve of their own congressional leaders.
Why are liberals freaking out about the Trump address? There was nothing in the Trump address. We're gonna do the full Trump address in a second, but obviously, first we are going to talk about the domestic instability that's taken place in the United States of America. We're talking about Trump.
Another major shift.
Seismic shift, ladies and gentlemen. As we already played the Crab Rave earlier, you already know Pamela Jo Bondi is out as the Attorney General. Let's take a look.
Wake up at the White House. Attorney General Pam Bondi has been ousted.
Let's go now to CNN senior White House correspondent Kristen Holmes. Kristen, tell us what you're learning. This is brand new.
Yeah, things are very fluid. They're moving very quickly, but I am told that Pam Bondi has been officially fired. She's out of her role. Now, where she goes next, that is a question mark. I was told in the meeting or in the conversation President Trump had with Bondi yesterday, he floated the idea of a judgeship as a potential landing place for Bondi. And in the interim period, while they are figuring out who is going to take over as Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche will step into that role. So he will be serving in the interim. Pam Bondi, though, is out. We had already reported that she was in Florida. We have been talking about for the last several hours how in the last week, President Trump had been calling allies, asking about firing her, who should replace her. It doesn't seem as though they have someone.
Perhaps the Dow is below 50K. And that might have played a role in the Pam Bondi ouster. Who knows? Turns out, if you place a lot of emphasis on the Dow and then your president decides to blow up the energy markets, you might be the first to go. So I suspect that this is the next step, by the way. Trump weighs replacing Intel chief Tulsi Gabbard after she shielded Joe Kent, who undercut Trump's Iran war rationale. Someone's got to fall on a sword for every single thing that Donald Trump is messing up right now. I don't know who it will be for the economy. Someone's going to have to go for that too eventually. But it's clear that for the immigration stuff, the immigration panic, the anger and resentment that people felt, and the protest that they initiated, where they successfully purged ICE Gestapo thugs from Minneapolis, led the Trump administration to take the initiative and release a pressure valve. The first one was Greg Bovine Bovino, the manlet himself, and the second was Kirstie Noem, Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Pam Bondi is the sacrificial lamb for the Epstein files, because the Epstein files is yet another pressure point for the admin. A lot of people are frustrated. A lot of people are frustrated about the Epstein files and the lack of revelation and the rollout of the Epstein files, the lack of transparency. Shouts out to Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie for leading that charge. They did a phenomenal job. I mean, these sorts of things don't just happen, right? Sometimes it's good for politicians to lean into the public pressure. Sometimes if the politicians don't do that, the people will create that public pressure, as they did in Minneapolis, right? Central Committee, thank you for the raid. Michael from Taiwan. Michael refusing to call it Chinese Taipei. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. But as I was saying, Pam Bondi's disastrous performance in front of Congress, in front of that congressional hearing, I think that all but secured her demise. Trump saw that, and he thought, that's it, you're done. Now, she's in a horrible predicament regardless, because there's no one in that position that can successfully defend the Trump administration's lack of interest in identifying Jeffrey Epstein co-conspirators. Trump himself is obviously heavily involved with Jeffrey Epstein. So she's almost in the same situation that Israel defenders are when they have to defend the indefensible, right? So that's precisely what happened here. Donald Trump made her fall on the sword, a pressure valve. There's two other areas that Donald Trump has to release pressure on as well to make it seem like he's actually responsive to the needs of the public. One of them is going to be the war in Iran, and the other is going to be on inflation. So I don't know exactly how he's going to retaliate on that front, how he's going to release another pressure valve on that front as well. But Pam Bondi will be remembered as the Attorney General who watched videos and saw images of powerful men raping kids and decided to protect the men. Is true. What? I know you hate spam, me too, but do you have any experience with Nick Land discussions or any beef? I have one, outing him out. He retweeted, zero experience, law. Sorry interrupting your explanation of what you're doing. But yeah, you have more experience, question mark? I am just no one, lol, Nick Land, ah, haha. Any experience with having beef with Nick Land? What? I have one at the moment. Please tell me. Let's work together. Okay, I don't know what that is, but good luck to you, chatter. More power to you.
Specific in mind. We know that they have floated the idea of Lee Zeldin among other people. Zeldin is currently leading the EPA, but I am told that is not a done deal. President Trump, interestingly, did issue a very flattering for President Trump's statement about Bondi last night, saying Attorney General Pam Bondi is a wonderful person and she is doing a good job. The reason that I note that is that because when we saw Kristi Noem being fired, there was none of that kind of generosity of spirit when it came to President Trump. Now, just a reminder, Bondi has a very close relationship with Susie Wiles, the chief of staff. They're both political operatives in Florida. They kind of came up together, so they have a long-lasting relationship. But President Trump had grown increasingly frustrated about a number of issues. One, didn't believe that some of the cases against his adversaries or political adversaries were being brought fast enough. He didn't believe that she had handled the Epstein files well, among other things. So we do know they had this conversation yesterday in which essentially President Trump told her that she was not long for this world, that he would eventually be replacing her. What we know now is that she has been officially fired. And again, Todd Blanche will step into that role as the Deputy Attorney General into an acting Attorney General role.
And Kristen, this now marks the second cabinet position that Trump has fired and now has sought a replacement for within the last month. What can you tell us about Blanche himself, his relationship to Trump? Obviously, he's going to be in the acting role until a new attorney general is put in place.
Well, look, Blanche and President Trump are incredibly close. He served as his personal attorney before taking this role as the deputy attorney.
I mean, yeah, Todd Blanche and Pam Bondi are both former defense attorneys for the president, a spectacular conflict of interest for any administration. And for Donald Trump, it's just another Tuesday, right? I mean, there is such an overwhelming force of corruption in this country, in this administration, that is so transparent, so in your face, that I think most people have given up. Most people have given up on even addressing it, right? Where they're like, yeah, what are you going to do? I mean, it's unbelievable. I talked about it quite extensively in the beginning where I was like, this is ridiculous. This is the attorney general is a former defense attorney for Donald Trump. That's totally ridiculous. And the deputy attorney general, Todd Blanche, is also a former defense attorney for Donald Trump. And then I brought that back up when we were talking about the Ghislaine Maxwell situation, where former defense attorney for Donald Trump, current deputy attorney general Todd Blanche, went and had a private closed-door meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell, the principal co-conspirator to the Epstein files, the only remaining alive person, basically the skeleton key for unlocking the secrets of the entire Epstein saga, right? Totally ridiculous. And they even, they transported her to a much nicer facility after that conversation took place. Like that was already an indication of where things were going to head. Of course they're going to do that, right? Of course the administration is going to do that. Especially because there's no pushback. There's not enough pushback, rather. And for many people, for ordinary Americans who are too busy trying to make ends meet, they're frustrated with all the things that they're seeing, but they also have a hard time mounting pressure consistently because there's a barrage of corruption. It's this tornado of corrupt entities coming together to pick apart America's corpse, basically. It's quite difficult to deal with, and in the absence of any sort of Democratic Party organizing and taking on a leadership role in identifying what these issues are and pushing and pulling when necessary, it comes across as a rudderless movement overall. We're not as disciplined as we could be. I mean, we're all trying our best, but I will say that the Democratic Party's lack of interest, with some very notable exceptions, of course. Obviously, Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey is a great example of one of those areas where they were able to lean into the public pressure campaign, and they were able to successfully get this scalp. Like, I mean, they played a big role in this. You all did as well. But this is an example that should be repeated in every single issue. Identify a problem, expose the contradictions, take advantage of the fact that people are very frustrated. If you're a politician, identify a problem, and then do everything in your power to make political changes. You know, apply legislative pressure, hold congressional hearings, right? Hey, Hasan, I know you hate spam, flirt. I do too, but did you know the Piker Broadcasting Service brings a free news experience to the people and is funded entirely by subs from you, the viewer? Yes, that's true. The Piker Broadcasting Service is funded by you, the people, for you, the people. If you'd like to fund the show, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, or with a $6 a month subscription. That's right, PBS. For tomorrow's news today. SOTU would run. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. You can also gift subs to others as well. Your subscription allows you to be able to rewind the broadcast, which is one of the amenities. You can use the emotes all around the website. And also, you get the opportunity to send me links. Russell Butt, thank you for the 5 gifted. Yeah. And Los Pipos, thank you for the 5 gifted. Are you surprised Trump did this now? I thought the Epstein file chaos had died down because of Iran. I don't think it's going away.
General. And there are a number of people who are around President Trump's orbit who have said that Blanche isn't political enough. Well, we saw Blanche taking a new role recently when he stepped out at CPAC and essentially said that everybody who had ever investigated Donald Trump or brought charges against him had been fired from the Department of Justice, making the Department of Justice clearly very political. And President Trump has liked what Todd Blanche has done. Blanche has always been kind of viewed as the person in the background making all of the mechanisms work. Now, of course, he'll be front and center, but it doesn't sound as though he's going to take this position long term, that they are going to still find a figurehead, so to speak, as the actual attorney general, but that he will be filling in the interim time period. And I do want to note, one of the things that's so fascinating about this removal of Kristi Noem and this removal now of Pam Bondi is that we spent the better part of over a year with no upheavals, with no turnover within the cabinet, and that was intentional, something that President Trump, Susie Wiles, did not want in his second term to look like a revolving door, the way it had looked in President Trump's first term. But obviously now we are entering a new phase of President Trump's presidency, with him feeling as though the people who aren't working, and he's going to get rid of them.
And Kristen, how long was this coming? Because there was a sense, certainly when Pam Bondi appeared before Congress and testified, that she was really trying to appeal to President Trump and that she might have been on thin ice at that point.
So it kind of depends on what you mean in terms of how long has this been coming, because there has been frustration with Bondi off and on since almost the beginning of President Trump's tenure, specifically when it came to the handling of the Epstein files. There was a big swath of people, and obviously we saw the Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, had said that in the interview with Vanity Fair when she said the Department of Justice whiffed on the Epstein files. There was a general feeling that that was the case, and they placed a lot of that blame on Pam Bondi, not on Kash Patel or on Dan Bongino, but on the Attorney General, because she was the one who was responsible for bringing in all of those influencers and giving them those binders, if we remember that from early in the administration. She was also the one who said on Fox News that she has the Epstein files on her desk and she'd be releasing them soon. All things that put everybody into a tight spot and then caused enormous amount of problems down the road. But when it comes to actually replacing her, what we're told is that in January, this started becoming a real conversation, that the names started floating around as to who would potentially replace her. Now, that had died down a little bit, and then in the last week ramped back up. And I'll tell you, I was getting calls and text messages from people who aren't in the administration, who don't work at the White House who were saying that they were hearing it. And they were hearing it because President Trump was making calls really starting on Monday, asking allies what they think about the fact that he might replace her. Who should replace her? What does this actually look like? And that is when we really saw, obviously, all of this kind of snowball leading to a conversation between the two of them and then her ultimate firing.
Kristen, please stand by for us. We have some extra voices to add to the conversation. Evan Perez, Jeff Zeleny, and Ellie Honig are with us. Evan, first to you. You could see this coming, but we weren't sure. Earlier it was described as a gray area that she was in, that she might be able to salvage her job. Clearly she couldn't.
Right. I mean, look, Kristen is what Kristen describes is what we've all been going through since January when these rumors first came up. It appeared that the president might actually do it in January, and then it died away. And we, as you know, from covering the Trump administration, you just never know whether it's real, whether there's just a faction inside the White House. They spend a lot of time knifing each other, and so we never know it's real until the president actually latches onto it. And so that's when it really became, it appears, a lot more real this week, when he was seeming to take action to try to find some names of some possible replacements.
It is interesting that it was Pam Bondi that ate the axe here. And I do think it's because he really did not like her performance, specifically in front of Congress. Right? Because, like, how do you not cut Cash? I think Cash is one of the least popular figures in the admin. And he is largely seen as, like, the responsible figure for messing up the Charlie Kirk stuff. There's no threat. I mean, there is no... no one trusts him, right? Like, he is not a trustworthy figure at all. I mean, I know he's loyal, but so is Pam Bondi, right? Cash is a keeper. You're talking crazy. Cash is a jester, bro. He wrote a kiss ass book for Trump. I mean, so is okay, chat. Every single person that we're talking about in this administration is in that position that they're in currently because they've ass-kissed Donald Trump. There's not a single person that's in that position due to competence. They're all there for loyalty. That's always been the case since day one. We already know that, right? So it's actually surprising that Donald Trump would axe Pam Bondi, who is seemingly a little bit more competent than Kash Patel and just as loyal as Cash is. And I guess it's because of that televised congressional hearing. He really did not like that.
For Bondi, what we've seen is she's taken a different tack from what we've seen in the previous administration, the first Trump administration, when Bill Barr and Mike Pompeo fell out of favor. One of the things they did was they avoided Trump. They just reduced their amount of exposure to him as a way to sort of like let him sort of calm down. Bondi has taken the opposite tack. She has spent a lot more time with him. She's seemed to try to be more present as a way to ingratiate herself with the president. In the end, it did not work. And really, the original sin goes back to February of last year, when she orchestrated that event at the White House with these binders with documents that were years old. They'd been in the public sphere for years, and she didn't seem to know that. She didn't know that. And at that time, if you remember, the administration is new in office. There is really no constituency. There was nobody demanding the Epstein files. And she created this event out of nowhere. No one really was expecting that. And so they have not been able to live down that moment since. And the damage to the president because of that, I think, has been incalculable because, MAGA base has not let it go.
She wasn't the president's first choice for this job. Let's remember, it was Matt Gaetz who could not be confirmed. That was not going to fly. And now I wonder, Jeff, how tough it is going to be to confirm someone to replace her, considering
What do the MAGA folks think about these types of things, these firings? Do they just believe that Trump is always right and he must have had a great reason to fire her? Yes. But I also don't. These past couple of days, we have perhaps been too focused on. Hold on. These past couple of days, we have perhaps focused too much on situation monitoring and not enough on how the Trump, the MAGA movement is like coping with this stuff. I mean, they're a cult, so they're obviously going to always agree with Donald Trump first and foremost. But obviously, this is any kind of initiative that Trump takes, any kind of move that Trump makes like this, he's doing it with the base in mind. I do wonder how they. I do wonder how they communicate. I do wonder how they defend this kind of stuff. I guess for them, it's like, oh yeah, thank God he got rid of the perfidious Pam Bondi. She was the one who was rat fucking the admin. Maybe she was the reason why we couldn't get the Epstein files, out on time in a timely manner. I don't know. I don't know. You have to. I guess like for some. To develop a better appreciation, develop a better understanding, we got to do hogwatch, right? We haven't really done enough hogwatch as of late, because I've been too busy, covering the actual news and also simultaneously having to deal with hogs in our own ranks, right? The ostensibly left flank hogs, the centrist right wing Democrats. So I don't know what the Asmin Goy team is saying.
There are a number of senators. She and Kash Patel were put in their positions with promises of not going to retaliate or use DOJ or the FBI to go after President Trump's enemies. And yet we've seen that is exactly what it has been used for. So I wonder how difficult this process will be to find someone to replace her.
I think the confirmation process will be very difficult and dramatically different from what we've just seen with the Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullen. Even if a senator happens to be chosen, and a few have been mentioned possibly, one is going to be very reluctant to accept this position because Attorney General is different than every other position in the cabinet. And there's a.
What is this? MAGA mom has been saying she wants Bondi fired to atone for Epstein. Boomer MAGA will be all over the moon with this. Interesting. I guess for them, they see this as a much needed respite. Maybe they see this as like the administration being responsive to their needs. Perhaps maybe that's the case.
Enough muscle memory now, beginning with Jeff Sessions, who could not be any more loyal initially until he fell out of favor because he recused himself. And that's something that the president still has in mind. He will choose someone who will never recuse themselves from anything. So I think that these confirmation hearings for the next attorney general will be dramatically different, largely because of what Evan was saying, everything that has been learned over the last year. The Epstein files are not going away now. That genie is well out of the bottle, regardless of who the attorney general is. So I think it's very difficult. But to your point, I was thinking the exact same thing. She was not his first.
It's so funny that the MAGA cult is, I mean, I guess they are doing the good czar, bad boy R's, right? In their minds, they're thinking Donald Trump is this infallible deity, this figure that is the best hero to champion all the causes that they care about. They don't understand that like Pam Bondi was in that position for her utmost loyalty to Donald Trump. And that the only reason why she came across as like inconsistent or bad on the Epstein stuff was because of Donald Trump's demands. Donald Trump put her in this bind. Donald Trump put her in this indefensible position where she had to sit there and defend it. Asmongold reacts to Pam Bondi's national crash out. Yeah, I remember him saying this.
People voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
Honestly, Donald's got to get rid of this bitch. He does. Like, one of the best things he could do is just say, like, listen, like, we tried, we did what we needed to do. We thought that she'd be able to do it, and it turns out.
Do what? like release the Epstein files while also simultaneously sheltering all the co-conspirators, including people like Donald Trump. Like, I despise her, but I also despise Donald Trump. That's the morally consistent position, right? Because Pam Bondi is a mere expression of the desires of Trump. That's why she was the Attorney General. So it just doesn't make sense that these guys will be like, yeah, Pam Bondi is like singularly responsible for not releasing the Epstein files. As a matter of fact, it's all entirely in her hands, right?
A choice. He knew her well, obviously. She was involved in the campaign from Florida. Wasn't inherently a political years ago, became very political. But she was not, she was chosen because she would be reputable and pretty easy to be confirmed after Matt Gaetz. So it's going to be fascinating to see who the president picks. Lee Zeldin is one of the leading contenders, a former member of Congress, different for a House member than a senator we've seen over the years here. So the confirmation process.
Why would anyone take this position? You know your ass is just going to get cooked in congressional hearings 24/7. There's no other alternative, you know. That's just, it is what it is. I mean, these guys are brown nosers. They get a tremendous amount of time in front of cameras. They elevate their platform. They know. Look, I don't think anyone is so stupid that they think Trump is not eventually going to use them as a sacrificial lamb when things get hot. Okay? Michael Pence was Donald Trump's vice president. When Donald Trump lost the election, he decided to lie and say that the election was stolen from him. And they looked for a way to seize control over the government and deny the democratic outcomes in 2020. Okay? One of the things that they thought they could do is maybe identify this like totally procedural, ceremonial a process that Mike Pence was overseeing. They wanted to pressure Mike Pence to stop the authorization of all the votes that were coming in, right? That's January 6th. Mike Pence was Donald Trump's vice president. Donald Trump literally goaded his fans to go and do an insurrection where they were demanding to assassinate his vice president. Okay? So if Donald Trump will demand or play a role in the attempted hanging of his vice president, what makes you think the Attorney General is going to be free of such scrutiny? Right? It's totally ridiculous. Donald Trump has a track record of consistently firing people whenever he wants to shift the blame away, shift the attention away from himself and his shortcomings. I think everyone that's in this administration is aware of that, right? They just think it'll be someone else holding the bag. Seems to me like Tulsi Gabbard might be next.
I mean, get ready for this. It is going to be much more complicated than the one we just saw last week.
Let's get to Donald Trump's insane speech last night, which was just a rehashing of virtually all of his Truth Social posts, wrapped up in a nice little 18-minute speech. Okay? So last night, Donald Trump delivered the State of the Union, and everyone was expecting him to make a new revelation here. He did not. He basically just summarized all of his Truth Social posts. And that was it. So let's take a look at the playback reel of the Trump victory speech.
President of the United States.
Thank you very much. My fellow Americans, good evening. Let me begin by congratulating the team at NASA and our brave astronauts on the successful launch of Artemis II. It was quite something. It was a It will be traveling further than any manned rocket has ever flown and will very substantially pass the moon, go around it, and come back home from a distance that has never been done before. It's amazing. They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those 4 unbelievable astronauts. As we speak this evening, it's been just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks,
I'm waiting for him to accidentally say Epstein's Fury. I believe in my heart that it will happen at some point. Also, one thing that I noticed, because I was listening to this while I was waiting to deliver my speech in the conference room that I was in, he was very winded. Like, he just seems tired. He seems out of it, you know? Labored breaths. He's angry. It's late. It's late for him. Kind of feels like he just doesn't want to do this at all.
Our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left. Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing, in America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger than ever before. Before discussing this current situation, I also want to thank our troops for the masterful job they did in taking the country of Venezuela in a matter of minutes. That hit was quick, lethal, violent, and respected by everyone all over the world. After rebuilding our military during my first term, we have by far the strongest military anywhere in the world. And now we're...
Yeah, so strong, and yet we cannot defend our allies. We cannot defend any of the countries that are oil-rich countries that give us trillions of dollars in investment in exchange for purchasing our weapons at a comfortable price point. Yeah, strongest military of all time, and yet, once again, has been taking L after L for the past 33 days now. Strongest military of all time, and yet we need an additional $200 billion to up our defense capabilities, our offensive capabilities. Strongest military of all time, yet we've utilized a quarter of our Tomahawk missile launchers. It's just, I don't know. It's kind of hard to make this argument, I feel like.
Working along with Venezuela and are, in a true sense, joint venture partners. We're getting along incredibly well in the production and sale of massive amounts of oil and gas, the second largest reserves on Earth after the United States of America. We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have, but we're there to help our allies. Tonight, I want to provide an update on the tremendous progress our warriors have made in Iran and discuss why Operation Epic Fury is necessary for the safety of America and the security of the free world. From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. This fanatical regime has been chanting death to America, death to Israel for 47 years. Their proxies were behind the murder of 241 Americans in the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, the slaughter of hundreds of our service members with roadside bombs. They were involved in the attack on the USS Cole, and they carried out the countless other heinous acts, including the just horrible, bloody atrocities of October 7th in Israel, something that most people have never seen anything like it. This murderous regime also recently killed 45,000 of their own people who were protesting in Iran. 45,000 dead. For these terrorists to have nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat. The most violent and thuggish regime on earth would be free to carry out their campaigns of terror, coercion, conquest, and mass murder from behind a nuclear shield. I will never let that happen, and neither should any of our past presidents. This situation has been going.
Yeah, no one has ever seen numbers like the ones that the Iranian regime has slaughtered. Numbers always swinging wildly in every direction, and now it's 45,000. Last week he was saying it was 30. Sometimes he'd say it's 50. Now he's saying it's 45,000. Also, what's interesting about this, I mean, obviously the numbers are utterly irrelevant for these people. They're just trying to justify, bombing Iran in this weird, distorted, totally twisted manner where it's like, oh yeah, we're saving the Iranian people from the government by killing Iranian people, right? But every other part of this story, which is supposed to be a justification for why they're bombing Iran, is also ridiculous. Father of the roadside bomb, Qasem Soleimani, it's bullshit. He also brings up the fact that he destroyed the JCPOA, which is ironic because the JCPOA was a resounding success in terms of developing diplomatic relations with Iran. It totally undermined the hawkish posture that we had towards Iran. All of a sudden, there was actually success in terms of undermining the nuclearization initiatives, like the nuclear proliferation that Iran was engaging in, which obviously, if you're being sincere, if you're looking at the situation, as far as like the nuclear proliferation of Iran, you understand that their enrichment process was simply to gain leverage so they could get sanctions relief. It wasn't actually a sincere attempt to develop a nuclear weapon, right? Every single thing that he's brought up are Foundation for Defending Democracy talking points, copied and pasted. Foundation for Defending Democracy is a Benjamin Netanyahu's personal think tank in Washington, D.C. And it's all totally bullshit. But of course, because American politics is very stupid, American politicians are very stupid, and unfortunately many Americans are very stupid, you can just kind of lie about this sort of stuff and people just listen to it and go, yeah, I believe it. And even those who don't believe it don't actually know what the truth is. They just don't believe it because it's Donald Trump saying it. Which is unfortunate, but I guess you got to work with what you have, right? Ultimately, it's a spectacular failure. Someone in the chat says, I honestly wonder if Hirsch is a Mossad asset after all. What good is a nuclear deterrence that people don't know about? He publicized this shit for Israel. You're out of your mind. Calling Seymour Hirsch a Mossad asset is insane. Put some respect on it. Cy Hirsch is the GOAT. Hey, Hasan, I think you called it on Tucker Carlson running in 2028. I just listened to a Vox interview and his rhetoric sounded intriguing. Even the interviewer point blank asked him if he was going to run for president, and his sheepish denial did not sound convincing. If Tucker Carlson doesn't actually run for president in 2028, he's going to offer a massive platform and legitimacy in the anti-Israel slant, the anti-war slant to whoever actually does run. That's the goal for Tucker Carlson. That's the role he will play. Either he will personally run for president, or he will give the established legitimacy that he has, the credibility that he has as a true anti-war voice to whoever runs for president. I personally think it will be him, but others think it could be J.D. Vance or maybe Marco Rubio. Who knows?
Going for 47 years and should have been handled long before I arrived in office. I did many things during my 2 terms in office to stop the quest for nuclear weapons by Iran first. And perhaps most importantly, I killed General Qasem Soleimani.
What's really interesting also about Donald Trump bringing up the Iranian regime's death toll, right? They killed 45,000, he says. He ends the speech by talking about how he's going to bomb Iran back to the Stone Age. So even in this 18-minute window, he's totally inconsistent about liberating the Iranian people. He can't even hold on to this idea of false liberation narratives for long enough, right? It's totally ridiculous.
In my first term, he was an evil genius, brilliant person, a horrible human being, however, the father of the roadside bomb. And he lived just horrible what he did. Iran would have been perhaps in far better, stronger position. Had he lived, we would have had probably a different conversation tonight. But you know what? We'd still be winning and winning big. And then very importantly, I terminated Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, a disaster.
Didn't you predict that Tucker Carlson would be forgotten when he left Fox? He was. The problem is Tucker Carlson is a cockroach. He was forgotten. He was left behind. But he expertly positioned himself as a lone heterodox thinker on the right and became the guy that people go to for anti-Israel sentiment, for anti-war sentiment, for the Republicans and for those who have enmity towards migrants and believe in, white nationalist rhetoric and white nationalist ideals that were also true isolationists. Okay? So for the longest time, he was actually forgotten, but then he carved out a space for himself and totally leaned into the popular momentum around anti-Israel sentiment, anti-war sentiment, and he was able to win back that audience slowly but surely. He also was able to successfully use his previous influence and previous credibility as an insider to secure a bunch of high-profile interviews where he dismantled the unconvincing pro-Israel arguments from some of the most rabid ultra-Zionists we've ever seen. Mike Huckabee, Ted Cruz. All of those things build on this momentum. So he was able to carve back influence. Now, I don't know how influential Tucker Carlson still is amongst the right. Okay? I don't know, because when you look at the MAGA cult, it's not like they have any, it's not like the MAGA cult personally have any negative feelings about going to war with Iran. The MAGA cult has been 100% on board, right? So I don't know if Tucker Carlson is actually convincing Republican voters necessarily. I think it's more damaging than that. I think Tucker Carlson's new audience is actually not comprised of right-wingers, but of independents, centrists, and liberals. I think he's changed his lane quite a bit. A lot of normies who don't actually bracket themselves into any ideological lane who say stuff like, I'm apolitical, they watch Tucker Carlson. They like Tucker Carlson. They see him as an honest voice. This is very dangerous. And it would not exist if, for example, the Democratic Party was the party that people went to for a true anti-war perspective. No one would pay attention to Tucker Carlson if the Democratic Party wasn't spending every single day attacking people like myself, anti-war voices on the left. Have some conversations with your liberal coworkers, and you'll very quickly realize that many of them actually don't have any negative association with Tucker Carlson. They probably like Tucker Carlson, lifelong Democrats. Trust me on this.
Obama gave them $1.7 billion in cash, green cash. Took it out of banks from Virginia, D.C., and Maryland, all the cash they had. He flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work. They laughed at our president and went on with their mission to have a nuclear bomb. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons for Iran, and they would have had them years ago, and they would have used them. It would have been a different world. There would have been no Middle East and no Israel right now, in my opinion, the opinion of a lot of great experts, had I not terminated that terrible deal. And I was so honored to do it. I was so proud to do it. It was so bad right from the beginning. Essentially, I did what no other president was willing to do. They made mistakes, and I am correcting them. My first preference was always the path of diplomacy, yet the regime continued their relentless quest for nuclear weapons and rejected every attempt at an agreement. For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities, an Operation Midnight Hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program at a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons. They were also rapidly building a vast stockpile of conventional ballistic missiles and would soon have had missiles that could reach the American homeland, Europe, and
all of this stuff is fake. I mean, it's for an administration that's led by a guy who successfully convinced people that he was going to be a different, not neocon style Republican, who convincingly told all of his voters, his entire base, that Republicans and Democrats both had lied about WMDs to go to war with Iraq, and how big of a defeat that was. He's doing that over and over again. When he says the Iranian nuclear capabilities were emboldened, it's a WMD lie. Okay? It's not true. When he says that ripping apart the JCPOA was successful, ripping apart the JCPOA was actually a good thing as far as like denuclearizing Iran, also wrong. When he says that all of the people that he has killed and the Iranian capacities is diminished, also a lie. Also, this doesn't get people to support the war because the U.S. started it. This is bad PR to try to get manufactured consent. Yeah, I just don't understand. I genuinely cannot understand what Donald Trump was trying to accomplish with this speech, because this is just a rehashing of all of the other Truth Social posts that he's made leading up to this moment. And they made a big show of it, right? Like Trump delivers a State of the Union, a presidential address to the nation, and all of the other, all the TV networks are playing this, right? The expectation is that he comes out and explains that he's going to either retreat or double down. And I don't think he gave people that at all. Most people, myself included, I listened to this last night. my takeaway was that I still don't understand where we're going. There's always a strategy behind even the inconsistency in the narratives, chatters. I suspect that this one was to calm the markets, I guess. Like to tell the markets that he is actually retreating, right? To try and manipulate the markets further, because it's very clear that that's what the markets want. They're desperate for a retreat. But even then, it had the opposite effect. Oil still went up.
In virtually any other place on earth, Iran's strategy was so obvious. They wanted to produce as many missiles as possible, and they did, with the longest range possible. And they had some weapons that nobody believed they had. We just learned that out. We took them out. We took them all out so that no one would really dare stop them. And their race for a nuclear bomb, a nuclear weapon like nobody's ever seen before. They were right at the doorstep. For years, everyone has said that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons, but in the end, those are just words if you're not willing to take action when the time comes. As I stated in my announcement of Operation Epic Fury, our objectives are very simple and clear. We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or project power outside of their borders. That means eliminating Iran's navy, which is now absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, Iran's navy is like go-fast boats and jet skis, and it hasn't been thoroughly dismantled. Like the Iranian navy assets that they've blown up are utterly irrelevant. They don't control the Strait of Hormuz with their navy. They control the Strait of Hormuz with their missiles and specifically their drones. And the real question here is, or the real assessment here in terms of deteriorating Iran's capabilities of controlling the Strait of Hormuz can only be seen with the tankers that are crossing the Strait of Hormuz. If the tankers that are crossing the Strait of Hormuz still, to this day, are Chinese flag tankers and tankers that are paying a toll to the Iranian government, that means the American government has not been able to successfully attrit the Iranian capabilities. This is just bullshit. This is self-soothing narratives that the war effort is actually going well when, calm minds engaging in sober analysis can actually see that the truth is the exact opposite of the way Trump presents it. All the while, there's an allegation that yet another advanced enemy fighter jet was taken out near Keshem Island. The statement says the aircraft crashed into the waters between Keshem and Hangam Island. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know what kind of plane this is. It looks like an A-10. That's what people are saying. We will find out soon enough. Best summary of what you're saying. Leaked video shows Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz. Okay.
Hurting their air force and their missile program at levels never seen before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it, and tonight I'm pleased to say that
this part is true. Everyone is talking about American military capabilities, just not in the way that Trump thinks they're talking about it, right? I think a lot of people are reconsidering the American force projection capabilities. I do believe that. we've been talking about it quite a bit here on the broadcast. A lot of people are tuning in to hear what, you know, Mersheimer has to say about this on independent outlets. It's just not one that favors the United States of America and its force projection power. So I guess he's half right on that one.
These core strategic objectives are nearing completion. As we celebrate this progress, we think especially of the 13 American warriors who have laid down their lives in this fight to prevent our children from ever having to face a nuclear Iran. Twice this past month, I've traveled to Dover Air Force Base, and it's been something. I wanted to be with those heroes as they return to American soil, and I was with them and their families, their parents, their wives, their husbands. We salute them, and now we must honor them by...
They died in the most honorable way possible, for the most honorable goal. They died for Israel, my beautiful, my pretty, my sweet Israel, the most important country on the planet.
Completing the mission for which they gave their lives, and every single one of the people, their loved ones said, please, sir, please finish the job, every one of them. And we are going to finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close. I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar.
Can you clarify the money Obama gave to Iran? Wasn't it frozen funds? Yes. As the hegemonic superpower, the United States of America has the capabilities of freezing assets when Iran, as a sovereign state, trades with another sovereign state. That is what it was. When Donald Trump is talking about Barack Obama sending pallets of cash to Iran, what he's actually saying is one of the outcomes of the JCPOA was to unfreeze some of the Iranian assets for stolen oil, or for sold oil. Iran sold oil to some countries. Joe Biden had done something similar as well. Which is to unfreeze some of the stolen Iranian assets for oil that was sold to other countries.
The UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain, they've been great, and we will not let them get hurt or fail in any way, shape, or form. Many Americans have been concerned to see the recent rise in gasoline prices here at home. This short-term increase has been entirely the result of the Iranian regime launching deranged terror attacks against commercial oil tankers in neighboring countries that have nothing to do with the conflict. This is yet more proof that Iran can never be trusted with nuclear weapons. They will use them, and they will use them quickly. It would lead to decades of extortion, economic pain, and instability worse than we can ever imagine. The United States has never been better prepared economically to confront this threat. You all know that. We built the strongest economy in history. We're going through it right now, the strongest in history. In 1 year, we've taken a dead and crippled country. I hate to say that, but we were a dead and crippled country.
I don't think you hate saying America was crippled under Joe Brandon or under Obama. I mean, that's kind of what you did twice. It's your number one thing that you say. Also, the economy is the hottest from the standpoint of heat. I mean, totally. Everyone's feeling it. Everyone's feeling how great it is.
After the last administration, and made it the hottest country anywhere in the world by far, with no inflation, record-setting investments coming into the United States, over $18 trillion, and the highest stock market ever, with 53 all-time record highs in just 1 year. It all positioned us to get rid of a cancer that has long simmered. It's known as the nuclear Iran, and they didn't know what was coming. They've never imagined it. Remember, because of our Drill Baby Drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we are #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. Think of that, Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. And that number will soon be substantially higher than that. There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated, both militarily and economically and in every other way. And the countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. They must cherish it. They must grab it and cherish it. They can do it easily. We will be helpful, but they should take the lead in protecting the oil that they so desperately depend on. So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. #1, buy oil from the United States of America.
This is the most important part. As I've explained to you before, taking Venezuela for its oil was seemingly a silly thing, right? Because America's an oil exporter, and in order to maintain price stability, sitting on top of the second or the largest natural oil reserves would have meant that the price of a barrel would go down if America actually supplied too much oil, right? If they refined too much oil, the price of a barrel will go beneath $60 a barrel, and therefore a lot of these like smaller fracking companies in the United States of America, which make up the backbone of the American industry, the American extraction industry, would not have been able to sell at a profit, and they would have to, close up shop. It wasn't just to screw Cuba. And at the time I said, no one will ever, no capitalist has ever said, oh, free oil, I hate that, right? Even though The Economist was writing about it and all these other, analysts, all these commodities traders were saying, this seems really stupid. This is not beneficial. This is not for oil. Even though Donald Trump was like, no, this is for oil. Well, now we know, right? He's basically telling Europe that he fucked over to purchase oil and gas from the United States of America, purchase more oil and gas from the United States of America. All of the other allies around the world that rely on the Strait of Hormuz for their energy needs should now get it from the United States of America instead. Price stability will come from U.S. overproducing oil now in order to make up for the lack of supply while demands rise. However, I don't think we have the logistical capabilities of rerouting to make up for 20% of the entire planet's needs. I don't think we have the refinement capabilities of building up the oil supply. So I don't know how we're going to achieve this goal, but basically it feels like that's what Donald Trump is spelling out here. Something that I suspected as like the only reasonable, only logical long-term goal here is the destruction of the GCC, diminishing GCC's capabilities of providing energy for the rest of the world, just destroying it altogether, and then making America one of the only countries on the planet that has the capabilities of supplying much needed oil to the rest of the world. Having said that, however, the runway for such a significant change would probably take up years and a shit ton of investment. I don't know if we have that capability at all. Lemon AI literally said that yesterday, and you said it was crazy and they couldn't refine it. Stole my whole flow word for word, bar for bar. When I said that yesterday, you said I was crazy. Chatter, I don't know if you recall this conversation, but you literally said, I said that initially. Why am I going back on it? Okay? That was my assessment initially. I'm still telling you that just because it's a fucking goal that the administration has doesn't mean that they're capable of achieving said goal. Is it hard for you to comprehend? The Gulf is profoundly important for maintaining the petrodollar, okay? It's kind of like this. If you say so, big dog, hi chat. Brother, your fucking chat logs are right here. Okay? Your chat logs are right here. We had this conversation yesterday. Jesus Christ. It's kind of like Liberation Day, okay? It's, as a matter of fact, it's exactly like Liberation Day. There's a logical goal for why Donald Trump wants to engage in trade protectionism. He wants to build up the American manufacturing base. This is a national security problem for America if America wants to engage in a more aggressive posture against China, okay? That's the goal. That's the stated objective of Liberation Day, to force the rest of the world, to force all of our trading partners to decouple from China, the manufacturing base of the entire planet, okay? The problem, however, is that just because you have a goal doesn't mean you have the capabilities of reaching said goal. This problem is the exact same. Okay? The goal is to decouple from China in terms of trade, and to force all of our other partners to decouple from China, and then rebuild the American industrial base. But we don't have the capacity to have an industrial base at all. We don't have the initiative. We don't have the capacity. We don't have a command economy. We don't have any central planning beyond subsidies that we offer. So just because he sets a target for himself doesn't mean he's going to achieve it, and he hasn't been able to achieve that at all. Okay? And the same thing is happening here. He might want to gain leverage over China, as China still controls the refinement of all of the rare earth minerals that are necessary for our defense production, necessary for all production, as a matter of fact. All the components that we still use in our industrial output is still at some point all the rare earth minerals that are refined are still coming from China. They have a complete monopoly over it. And we want to have some kind of leverage against China, because if China were to implement export controls, if let's say we went to war with China and China said, all right, we're adding export controls to all of our rare earth minerals, the magnets that you need to build your bombs, all of a sudden you can't build bombs. What are you going to do? How are you going to fight China with no bombs? We've already depleted our munitions, right? So in a situation like that, America has to have some kind of leverage against China to ensure that China doesn't do that. And that leverage would be oil. But right now, China has developed its own relations with the Gulf states. China has its own direct relations with the Gulf states. So the American bargain here, the American gamble here is maybe to think, all right, we just destroy the Gulf in its entirety. We reduce their capabilities. And we shut off the oil and gas faucet in the Gulf by way of Israel, so that we are the sole providers of oil and gas to the rest of the world. Okay? The problem is, we run into the same issue. Do we have the capabilities to make up for the lack of supply? Especially in the short term, without imminent global collapse. I don't think so. I don't think we do. That's my argument. Just because they have an agenda, just because they have a goal, doesn't mean they have the capabilities of achieving said goal. Do you understand? I've been trying to explain this for the past month.
We have plenty. We have so much. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before. Should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy. And in any event, when this conflict is over, the strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have to try and rebuild. It will resume the flowing, and the gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up. They haven't come down very much, frankly. They came down a little bit, but they've had some very good days over the last couple of days. We've done actually much better than I thought, but we had to take that little journey to Iran to get rid of this horrible threat. With our historic tax cuts, where people are just now talking about receiving larger refunds than they ever thought possible. They are getting so much more money than they thought. That's from the great big beautiful bill. Our economy is strong and improving by the day, and it will soon be roaring back like never before. It will top the levels that it was a month ago. I've made clear from the beginning of Operation Epic Fury that we will continue until our objectives are.
Yeah, there's this other problem here as well, because countries no longer have to think about whether or not they create energy independence for themselves by way of renewables, which are, once again, produced almost entirely the systems necessary, you know, solar panels and all of the other components necessary to build a robust energy grid that focuses on renewable energy come from China, right? So a big point of contention at Davos and all these other summits that were, that were happening in the build up to Trump taking Venezuela and then waging war against Iran, a big point of contention from the American side always was constantly telling Europe, don't move towards green energy. Do not move towards green energy. You will not be able to develop energy dominance that way. You're just going to increase your reliance on China this way. It's very stupid, right? That only works if there's stability. That only works if there's no disruptions in the oil and gas side of things. If there's no disruption in the delivery of oil and gas to Europe and to the Asian markets. Now Donald Trump has basically presented the argument that there is no stability, or they will be entirely reliant on the United States of America providing oil and gas. Europe already experienced a piece of that with the Russia war against Ukraine, where they gained independence from their reliance on Russian gas, Russian oil, and they celebrated that decision, even though that decision led to much more expensive energy prices, a crisis that was boiling up. And now it's gotten significantly worse. So Donald Trump has basically proven that if countries want to have energy independence, they have to move away from their reliance on fossil fuels. True energy sovereignty comes from renewables. So now, competent governments are probably going to go to China and demand more help. They're going to purchase more solar panels. They're going to try to create a robust renewable energy grid for themselves. Many countries were already moving in that direction, right? So ironically enough, this still takes away from the power that America has around the world, because petroleum is traded on the dollar. This undermines, like the more Donald Trump undermines the petrodollar, the more Donald Trump undermines American hegemony. The other side of the story, of course, is that American hegemony and the confidence that people have in American stability is propped up by the might of the American military. And Donald Trump is destroying that notion as well. So it's a spectacular failure in every way that you can see. Every aspect that has every aspect of this design, this new world order, post World War II, and certainly post the end of the Cold War, is currently falling apart. Donald Trump is most responsible for the acceleration of American demise here. And I mean, he's doing this like he is the this is the reason why we say he's J.D. Pandon, right? He is the brave anti-imperialist voice.
Fully achieved. Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military.
Fake as fuck. HasanAbi, do you enjoy being fake as fuck? Independent media fucking joke. Is it truly only independent media if you're dick eating the president? Is that how you can be a true independent media voice? Is that what it is? I mean, I'm not just getting yelled at by Republicans. I'm not just getting yelled at by Republicans. I'm getting yelled at by Democrats as well on a daily fucking basis. Even a dumb guy such as yourself could probably understand that you know, that means that I'm definitely independent from at least the duopoly.
Military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously.
Insane. This is the quote-unquote supposed leader of the free world openly saying in a presidential address to the nation that he is going to commit acts of terrorism. He has already committed acts of terrorism, and he's going to do more of it. That's what he's saying to people, right? He's saying we're going to hit civilian targets. He's saying we're going to bomb this country back into the Stone Age. Peace president. Right? No new wars, they said. It's unbelievable. What happened to liberating the Iranian people, by the way? You know? What happened to peace president? Peace president Donald Trump. What happened to I'm not dying for Israel? What happened to no new wars? It was all a lie, of course. And I said it was going to be a lie. Anyone could see it. Anyone with 3 working brain cells could see it from a mile away. Right? If only we had a, you know, serious opposition party that presented themselves as the actual anti-war party instead of saying Iran is our number one enemy, is our number one threat. Shouts out to Kamala Harris for saying that. And also simultaneously saying that I'm going to oversee the most lethal military anyone's ever seen. Shouts out to Kamala Harris for saying that too. So that Donald Trump could lie and present himself as this like peace president somehow and make a convincing case. Fantastic.
We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. The nuclear sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust, and we have it under intense satellite surveillance and control. If we see them make a move, even a move for it, we'll hit them with missiles very hard again. We have all the cards, they have none. It's very important that we keep this conflict in perspective. American involvement in World War I lasted 1 year.
Yeah, this part's really funny. This is where he tries to say, like, this is technically not a war because it's short, right? Like, comparing your current military incursion, your current war to World War I, World War II, Vietnam, Korea, Afghanistan, fantastic. Anyway, yeah, he ends the speech basically by saying we have to do something about the Iran nuclear capabilities, and then saying that he's going to bomb Iran back into the Stone Age, which again, and then openly says he's going to target civilian infrastructure, the energy grid, things of that nature, which they've started doing already. They blew up a. I mean, this is a war crime. They blew up a bridge. Trump posts video of the strike on Iran's biggest bridge and tells Iran to make a deal before it's too late. A highway bridge linking Iran's capital, Tehran, to the western city of Karaj was hit by airstrikes on Thursday, Fars News reported, adding that early indications suggest several people were injured. The biggest bridge in Iran comes tumbling down, never to be used again. Much more to follow. It is time for Iran to make a deal before it's too late. And there's nothing left of what still could become a great country. This is a war crime. That's it. That's what it is. And the reason why they're doing this is because this is the Gaza method, right? When you can't achieve your military objectives, your stated military objectives, and in Gaza, Israel didn't actually have a real stated military objective beyond ethnic cleansing. You just start hitting civilian targets. You just start murdering people. You just start slaughtering people, destroying all the civil society organizations. You destroy schools. You blow up the energy infrastructure. You make the land uninhabitable, right? That's what they're doing. It's a classic war crime, okay? It's precisely what's going on. You know that this war cannot be won, right? You can't achieve any of your objectives here. So now you're just indiscriminately targeting the civilian infrastructure across all of the major cities in Iran. This is the Israel method. It's the America method as well. And that's precisely what they're doing. And in the absence of an international organ of justice that can bring America to heel, in the absence of pressure coming from American allies and trading partners, in the absence of like reining America and Israel in, of course they're going to do this, right? Who's going to say no? Who's going to say you have to stop this? We've already seen what happens when no one abides by the rules of warfare, right? You end up looking like Israel, crying about cluster munitions being deployed on Israeli airspace when everyone knows that you've been using cluster munitions in Gaza and also in Lebanon, right? 8 people were killed in the process, by the way, and 95 were wounded in the attack on the B1 bridge in Karaj, according to the Iranian state media. And of course, our organs of propaganda are running defense for it. The New York Times reports that the bridge was struck in Iran was part of a planned military supply route for sustaining Iran's ballistic missile and attack drone force. That's fucking bullshit. Okay? That's complete bullshit. It's complete horseshit. U.S. forces struck the B-1 bridge in Iran on Thursday, eliminating a planned military supply route for sustaining Iran's ballistic missile and attack drone force, a U.S. military official said. The officials spoke on condition of anonymity to share operational details. Stenographers. The New York Times is running defense for it. Here is Sayed Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, who says striking civilian structures, including unfinished bridges, will not compel Iranians to surrender. It only conveys the defeat and moral collapse of an enemy in disarray. Every bridge and building will be built back stronger. What will never recover is the damage to America's standing. I don't know what to say about this other than we are posterizing our war crimes. We're telling the rest of the world that we are an uncontrollable, belligerent, rogue entity. There is a reason why people abide by the standards of war, right? You don't kill diplomats, for example. You don't shoot the messenger, right? It's a cliche. America had Abbas Araghchi on a strike list, on an assassination list. They took him off of. They ended up trying to assassinate a former diplomat, as a matter of fact. Israel's been doing this. Israel wages war like this all the time, and that's part of the reason why a lot of people have developed enmity towards Israel, because they're like, what the fuck are you doing? You only get away with this if you are the permanent domineering superpower, okay? It's ironic to do this right now when your status as the domineering superpower is maybe no longer the case, right? You're no longer the dominant superpower. You're no longer the hegemonic superpower, and you're still behaving like this. A country that did this was Nazi Germany. Israel's been behaving like Nazi Germany, and now America is increasingly behaving like Nazi Germany. One could even say America has behaved like Nazi Germany in the past as well. But something is different here. Because in the past, when America was doing this kind of thing to other countries in Afghanistan, in Iraq, right? Those countries did not have the capability of fighting back. Those countries did not have the capability of delivering incredible damage to the confidence that people had in the American force projection capabilities. Iran has been able to successfully achieve that, right? So for America to turn around and desperately try to create more collateral, try to assassinate as many civilians as possible, is only going to further solidify that they don't have that capability any longer. Eventually, this is going to have to come to an end. The rest of the world is going to inevitably say, all right, enough is enough. You have to pack this up. When they realize that America does not have that capability any longer, when it's when it's impossible to ignore, eventually the world has to bring us to heel. The U.S. has always done this shit, be real. Not to this degree, and not against an enemy that is capable of disrupting the rest of the world's oil supply. The amount of control that America had during shock and awe and in the aftermath of shock and awe in Iraq is nothing like what's going on right now. Okay? All of the destruction in Iraq and all of the instability born out of the American invasion of Iraq was directly a consequence of America's lack of interest in keeping Iraq a stable institution. They only protected, the only ministry that America actually protected was the Ministry of Energy, okay? Because they had one singular goal in mind. That was to protect the assets. That was to take over the assets and control the extraction industries of Iraq. They're not doing that right now. They're blowing up oil refineries. Israel already blew up oil refineries, right? Like this is totally new from that perspective. And not only are they having, not only are they doing all of this, like not only are they committed to just like doing terrorism for the sake of terror, which is somewhat new. There's not like any sort of discernible strategic military objective here other than just killing people. But yeah, it's very Israel style. IRGC bridge, IRGC hospital, IRGC guy who fills out a spreadsheet to order more water jugs, IRGC building inspector, IRGC park, IRGC girls school, IRGC air conditioning efficiency study, IRGC Indian guy running a merchant ship cafeteria. This is the same shit that Israel did with Hamas. Everything is Hamas. Everything is Hamas. Everything is Hamas. Oh, that mosque? It's Hamas. Oh, that school that we blew up? It's Hamas. Those little schoolgirls? Also Hamas. They had a copy of Mein Kampf that we found, right? Like they did that. This is what Israel did. And this is what America's doing right now. It's not going to work. A U.S. official tells me that the bridge was attacked because it was used by Iranian armed forces to try and secretly move missile and missile parts from Tehran to launch sites in western Iran. Yeah. Yeah, I saw Trump's strategy for the midterms. We're going to talk about that in a second. What the fuck? Anyway. Galabaf wrote this. He says, listen up. Back when I was 18 years old, I grabbed my rifle and ran straight into the fight to defend the soil of my beloved, unbreakable Iran, the only home I ever knew. My own brother Hasan, he laid it all on the line in that same fight for our homeland. He never came home. To this day, I still ache to wrap my arms around him one more time. That kind of pain never leaves a man. And he wasn't the only one. I lost brothers who weren't blood, but were family just the same. Men who fought like lions and became part of me forever. But that's what we do. We give everything we've got for the land we love. We poured out our youth, our blood, and every tomorrow we had for Iran. We are not warmongers. But when the time comes to defend our homeland, every last one of us becomes a soldier. Right now, in less than a week, a powerful national campaign sweeping across the country has brought forward around 7 million Iranians who have already stepped up and declared they're ready to pick up arms and stand in defense of our nation. Let me tell you something straight from the gut. Iranians don't just talk about defending their country. We bleed for it. We've done it before, and we're ready to do it again. You come for our home, you're going to meet the whole family, locked, loaded, and standing tall. Bring it on. Is targeting basic civilian infrastructure not just blatant terrorism and war crimes? Are we the baddies? Yes, we've always been the baddies. That's the irony here. We've been the baddies, but what a lot of people don't understand, and this goes back to my criticism of like neocons or like the way that the Trump administration has weighed the propaganda campaign of the neocons, is that they say, we're not engaging in nation building here, right? We don't want to do regime change wars. We don't want to engage in nation building. The irony is, that wasn't the point of the global war on terror either, right? So it's idiotic to make that assessment. That was just marketing. So unless you personally, literally thought that, Donald Rumsfeld had any sort of ambition of creating a stable Iraq and democratizing Iraq by force, unless you truly believed that narrative, you understood that that was just marketing. So the Trump administration and Pete Hegseth and all these other, spokespersons for the Trump administration in this war that we're waging with Iran have decided not to do that marketing, right? But in the absence of that marketing, in the absence of making a convincing argument that they have WMDs, making a convincing argument as to why this unimaginably expensive and bloody endeavor has to be conducted, because there's some sort of like moral goal at the end of this, right? people are just going to realize that you are just a tyrant. You're a bloodthirsty bully. And that's what's really interesting about how the Trump administration is conducting itself. They operate like they genuinely believe that the neocons wanted to liberalize Iraq and didn't simply want their oil or simply want to dominate them, right? My point is, there is a purpose for claiming that you're spreading democracy when you don't really have that ambition. So when you drop that part and come across as sincere about your goals, about your objectives, as Trump is doing, right? Saying the quiet part out loud. Sure, some people will look at that and go, yeah, that makes sense to me. I like killing Iranians. I think it's cool that we're blowing up their bridges. I think it's cool that we're, doing terrorism, right? I don't care about winning hearts and minds. It's different. I like it, right? But when you say the quiet part out loud, a lot more people are going to hear what you're saying and go, I don't like that. That sounds insane. That sounds like you're doing terrorism. And that's where we're at right now. For many Americans, it was easier to understand that Israel was behaving like a terrorist country because Israel, they thought, was a foreign country. The final piece of that puzzle is for Americans to recognize that we might be the terrorist country as well. Because we are.
7 months and 5 days. World War II lasted for 3 years, 8 months, and 25 days. The Korean War lasted for 3 years, 1 month, and 2 days. The Vietnam War lasted for 19 years, 5 months, and 29 days. Iraq went on for 8 years, 8 months, and 28 days. We are in this military operation, so powerful, so brilliant, against one of the most powerful countries for 32 days. And the country has been eviscerated and essentially is really no longer a threat. They were the bully of the Middle East, but they're the bully no longer. This is a true investment in your children and your grandchildren's future. The whole world is watching, and they can't leave the power, strength, and brilliance. They just can't believe what they're seeing. They leave it to your imagination, but they can't believe what they're seeing. The brilliance of the United States military.
Yeah, no, that's what everyone is saying. They're like, how brilliant. How fucking brilliant, dude. Philip Lemoyne says, once again, it's hilarious how the U.S. bombed civilian infrastructure with the obvious goal of pressuring the Iranian leadership into making a deal, but the supporters of the stupidity instantly go into defense mode and twist themselves into a pretzel to argue that it was motivated by military necessity, only for Trump to come out and basically tweet, you better make a deal soon before your country has been turned into a wasteland. I mean, he's saying it. Like, this is Osama bin Laden shit, right? That's it. When you can't achieve your military goals by waging regular warfare, you do the Israel method and you go the death and destruction route. You don't even consider what comes after that. You don't consider what you're doing to the international rule-based order, which has favored your dominance in perpetuity, right? Like, this is another part of the process that I think a lot of these guys don't understand. If you wanted to be a warmonger, and if you wanted to be the hegemonic superpower, then liberals are right. You have to sell that. You have to sell that to other people. When you say the quiet part out loud and you say, no, this is empire shit, we're villains, and you don't try to massage the narrative, you don't try to tell people why you're doing this, why there's a good reason for why you're blowing up fucking bridges and shit, right? Eventually, there's going to be so much enmity that people actually take up arms. European leadership went through appeasement with Nazi Germany, if we recall, right? There was a period where Europe was like, okay, maybe we'll just give them what they want and they'll stop, right? But it got to a point where it was undeniable that Nazi Germany's expansionist ambitions were going to take over the entirety of the European continent. And that's when they decided, all right, we have to do a coalition of the willing. We have to put an end to this. We have to militarily stop this. Now, of course, in the age of nukes, the calculation is different. But the reality of the matter is, us alongside Israel are the current Nazi Germany country, but this time with nukes. We have to put an end to this. We have to stop. These guys genuinely don't believe that the U.S. benefits from U.S.-led world order, though. The right sees it as constraining and a waste of time and money, even though it benefits them. Same reason why they hate soft power initiatives, even though they objectively make empire more stable and effective. I think the insincere liberal method of justifying American hegemony was the more successful one, and that's why it reigned supreme, even in the hands of reactionary neocons when they were waging the global war on terror. It reigned supreme for a good reason, because it was successful. It convinced a lot of people. Okay? Sure, we could say they're stupid, but at least there was an effort to convince them, right? Now there is no effort to convince them. Now you got Donald Trump basically saying, speaking out of both sides of his mouth, basically saying the quiet part out loud at times, and then at other times he'll try to commit to a real reason for why we're doing all this, right? But I don't think he's capable of convincing people at all. Eventually, when enough people realize that America is the villain in the story, they're going to want to put an end to it. They're going to demand an end to it. Just as in the immediate aftermath of October 7, the pro-Palestinian protest movements were small. They were marginal. They were bullied. There was a lot of pressure. People bastardized what they were trying to explain to people. And they said, oh, you guys are pro-Hamas. You want, Jews to die. You're anti-Semitic. And then that protest movement grew and grew and grew. And now people understand that the bad guys in that equation were always Israel. The same thing will eventually happen for America as well. Okay? That's it.
Tonight, every American can look forward to a day when we are finally free from the wickedness of Iranian aggression and the specter of nuclear blackmail. Because
what the heck are you talking about? The rest of the world and what army? This is American entitlement and American exceptionalism. The idea that the rest of the world can't apply diplomatic pressure, trade pressure to the United States of America, that America can be truly independent. After the United States of America designed this global system that benefited the United States of America for fucking decades, is idiotic. You're brain dead. The only reason why this hasn't happened thus far is because for the longest time, while we were conducting these wars of choice, these following along with these imperial desires, we made a convincing case as to everyone else also getting a piece of the pie to a certain degree. The European vassals were going to benefit from the system as well, and they did, certainly, right? And we at least tried to appeal to people's sensibilities, try to convince them that it was good that we were the world police. Now we're not even doing that. We're not doing that at all. My point is, people are eventually going to look at America very differently than they have thus far. What happens when all that pressure mounts? What happens when the demands are being made by middle powers in Europe, for example, from the populations to decouple from the United States of America? America's power, America's hegemonic superpower status is kept together by its military might, which has taken a devastating blow, right? In the last 33 days. We can't even dominate a country that we've been able to wage economic warfare against. They control the Strait of Hormuz. But also on top of that, it's propped up by the complex system that we have created around the world that we control. A system that we guarantee with our military, a system that says there will always be free flowing commerce in these choke points. We control the seas. You will always get your oil. Your energy grid is never going to be threatened. But now the energy grid is threatened. Now, capital has to withdraw from certain areas, or they get blown up because they're in missile striking distance. That puts a dent in the goals of the profit seekers, right? That harms profits. If profit centers are under imminent threat, it creates market instability. And also on top of that, it harms profit margins. And you can't have that. If America can't provide that, if America can't guarantee safety and security for the rest of the world, then why should it be the fucking number one superpower? For the most part, the U.S. also keeps local elites happy. In the poorest countries, the most corruption, U.S.-led economic and security model keeps the elites in place and is beneficial for their short-term financial power, even though they are not to broader economic development. Trump's just fucking up every bag at once. Exactly. Exactly. The very same attitude shift that took place over the course of the last month with European leaders basically salivating at the prospect of punishing Iran, right? Dominating Iran, taking out this like sovereign state that has been a foreign adversary, a thorn on the side of Western imperialism for 47 years. That attitude changed quite quickly, right? And dramatically. Now they're all terrified. They're delivering their own individual states of the unions. They're saying, oh, you know, we gotta get ready for major economic shocks, major uncertainty in the upcoming days. They're openly defying America as Donald Trump demands full cooperation from NATO allies. NATO allies are saying, no, we're not going to do that. You're out of your fucking mind, right? That same attitude was also demonstrated by the Gulf states, at least some of them. There's a Financial Times report that I read on this from Saudi attitudes that have turned completely against the United States of America. MBS was saying, look, if Israel's going to go in, America might as well go in alongside Israel. Maybe you don't touch their energy infrastructure, because then that means they'll blow up our energy infrastructure. That hurts our stability, right? But, you know, take out their missile systems and it'll be fine. That was the attitude from MBS early on, before this started, right? The hubris, the audacity, the assumption that Israel would have any restraint whatsoever. So stupid. Now the Saudis have recognized that that's not the case, and that Israel actually doesn't even care if the Gulf states diminish, if the Gulf states are destroyed. So now they're desperate for an off-ramp. Now they're demanding the off-ramp. Might be too late.
Because of the actions we have taken, we are on the cusp of ending Iran's sinister threat to America and the world. And I'll tell you, the world is watching. And when we do, when it's all over, the United States will be safer, stronger, more prosperous, and greater than it has ever been before. May God bless the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, and good night.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
با توکل بر خداوند متعال این جنگ تا خاری ذلت و پشیمانی دائمی قطعی و تسلیم شما.
I thought they wanted the war to continue, though, as in the Saudis. No, the United Arab Emirates claims that they want the war to continue. The Saudis are not on board with the continuation of the war. They're the most exposed in this situation. But the reason why I brought up the Saudi change of attitude is because that change of attitude relied on American military dominance, a belief that America could like destroy Iran, destroy Iranian launcher capabilities, destroy the missile silos, diminish Iranian response. It's obvious that they failed to do that, right? Anyway.
ادامه خواهد داشت در تداوم
In
ضربات
continuation
و
of the
سیلی‌های
heavy and
محکم و
severe
غیر
blows you
قابل
have
تصوری
received
که
so
تاکنون
far,
خورده اید منتظر
expect
اقدامات
even
کوبنده‌تر
stronger,
و
await more
سی‌تر
crushing,
و
broader, and more
ویرانگر ما
destructive
باشید. مراکزی که
actions.
به
The
تصورتان هدف
facilities you
قرار
have
داده
targeted
اید
so far are insignificant and are strategic. Wait, hold on. What did you say? The reporting seems conflicted. I've seen a lot of pieces that say the Saudis want this to keep going because of basically sunk costs, but others are saying they want an off-ramp. I think they want an off-ramp. I think the UAE is the only Gulf country that's like is openly claiming that they want this to continue. Are insignificant and are strategic. Military production takes place in locations of which you have absolutely no knowledge and which you will never be able to reach.
So I don't think this is the end of the American security order. It's the beginning of the end, but it will end. It seems to me increasingly implausible that the United States can or can be trusted to uphold security in the region. And I think after this war, when it became clear that US bases do not provide security, they actually become a source of insecurity for the GCC states. It was always clear the American security umbrella extended over to the Middle East was not going to last forever. And it was going to end at some point. And it's better for the region to take responsibility for its security in its own hand, shoulder it itself, rather than relying on powers that are overextended and increasingly unreliable.
I don't think anything is really in Donald Trump's control. The speech was a lot of bravado. The speech was a lot of delusion, in my view. And during the speech, the price of oil rose $5 a barrel just in the 25 minutes of the speech, meaning the markets did not find any of it very credible. So I think we have to do what we normally have to do with Trump, which is filter these remarks. Well, I think basically we have a speech with no credibility by a president with no credibility. And I have to stress, we will see in the next 4 or 5 weeks an outcome one way or another that will absolutely reshape the world. If the U.S. is right that it has destroyed Iran, the reshaping will be very small. The U.S. will say, we're the big boss, we're the bully, we now own Iranian oil, we can do what we want. I think this is very unlikely as the truth. If the other situation turns out to be right, that Iran has a lot of fighting power, it's not been defeated in 6 or 8 weeks of aerial bombing, it's got missiles galore, and it can do grave damage to its neighbors who have sided with the United States, the situation from a geopolitical point of view will be entirely different. And this is why these next few weeks really are an incredible drama. It's a tragedy that the drama is playing out this way. It's a test of how thuggish and violent the United States can be, but it is going to play out one way or another.
Right when the president came out, he said that one thing he wanted to do was lay out why it's necessary for safety and security of Americans that this is happening. Do you think he made that case?
I thought he started with the necessity. We talked about you need necessity, the objective, then what's the plan. I thought the necessity, laying out the bill of particulars on Iran, was fairly effective, not entirely accurate, as you just pointed out. I think it's important to remind people of what Iran is about. It is a real threat. There are reasons to be doing what we're doing.
Oh my God, it's so funny. Once again, remember, okay, this is Brett McGurk, okay? Brett McGurk was the architect of the Biden-Israel saga. One of the top genocidaires, okay? Brett McGurk also happens to commend Donald Trump's Iran quagmire. He demanded it. He said it would be good He celebrated the 12-day war. Now, I don't know if he'll continue to celebrate it. I don't know what he's going to say here, but the reason why I'm bringing all of this up is because I need you to understand this is exactly what he wanted. You'll see and hear from a lot of people that have spent their entire careers operating as mouthpieces for the Israeli state, communicating the Israeli state's desires to do exactly this, what we're doing right now, turn around and act as though there was a process, a procedural failure, or a tactical failure, because now that they got their wishes, they realize that they're biting off a lot more than they can chew. So anyone that is not popping champagne at this very moment, after spending the last decade, multiple decades, demanding this exact same thing happen, demanding that we blow up Iran, claiming that it will be so easy, is just fucking lying. So let's hear what Brett McGurk had to say. The reason why it's important to understand, the role that Brett McGurk played is so that you understand American foreign policy and our interest in leaning into Israel and our interest in letting Israel lead our MENA policy is a uniparty principle, okay? This is what I mean when I say America and, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are very much aligned on key issues. Brett McGurk is a great example of this.
I thought when he laid out the objectives and the plan, I don't think we heard too much. And my takeaway was that we might be in for an escalation of this war. I mean, he said if there's not a deal, he put back on the table.
He didn't talk about a deal very much.
Well, he said there's not a deal. The energy targets, everything else he'd been talking about. So if we thought we might hear a de-escalatory speech that we're going to wrap this up in a couple weeks, actually heard something quite different. And he said he visits the families at Dover, and he said we must honor them by completing the mission. And then he basically threatened Iran that we're going to prepare to send you back to the Stone Age. So I think this war is going to continue for some time. I mean, that's what I heard.
I thought it was striking that while he had a chance to speak to the Iranian leadership, the replaced Iranian leadership, he did not make an offer or any discussion of what the U.S.-Iran relationship could look like. I mean, these are two countries that have every reason that they could be natural allies. Historically, at various moments, long time ago, they were. But there was only threat to the Iranian leadership. There was no incentive. I thought the second really interesting thing was that the president basically dismissed the operations to go get the nuclear material. You may remember that when this war started, that was supposed to be the #1 objective. Keep Iran from making a bomb. And that means taking away the near bomb grade material. This time he said it would take months for them to get near the nuclear dust.
I mean, just last Monday, a little over a week ago, I asked the president about getting that enriched uranium, and he said that it would be very easy for the United States to go in and get it. The other thing here is the Strait of Hormuz. The president seemed to back up and confirm reporting there that he's not interested in the United States having control of it or having that settled if the United States does end this war.
Well, and that's inconsistent. I mean, one thing he complained about the Obama administration and sanctions relief and everything, but if Iran comes out of this controlling the Strait of Hormuz and being able to meet...
Which you must have fucking hated, huh? Considering that you had no ambitions of reinstating that when Biden was president.
Ships that go through there and taking a cut of every ship, they're going to make hundreds of millions and billions of dollars. So that, if that is the outcome here strategically, that is not good if our objective is to contain Iran. Yeah, he called on our allies to come in and help in the strait, and we might be willing to help, but I heard him.
Once again, what's really stupid about this conversation, right, is that the problem that people should have with this is the point that Donald Trump is trying to get across, which is strategically containing Iran. Like, why are we doing that? For 47 years, we did not strategically contain Iran. We did actually wage a lot of economic warfare with Iran, and you know, that was still devastating for Iranian development. They were able to struggle through it regardless. But like, the argument that liberals present here is, well, the goals make sense. You know, I'm glad that the Ayatollah is dead. I'm glad that we did this decapitation strike. The problem is we're just not achieving our war goals. No, man. The problem is we did that to begin with. Okay? You can't make a convincing counter narrative. You cannot actually convincingly counter message against the Trump administration if the only criticism that you have is that they're just not doing the right things. Like, oh, their goals are ambitious, and I agree with them, but they're just not able to accomplish said goals. That's not a real counter narrative. That's not a real counter argument, right? You're just taking advantage of the fact that you're no longer in power, so you can just criticize. It's the same shit that Trump did with the Afghan withdrawal, right? Something that he designed that he never actually had the courage to pull through on, to pull the trigger on, and then because he wasn't president at the time, because he didn't oversee the Afghan withdrawal, which was always going to be messy regardless, right? He was able to say, oh, yeah, he just, I think he didn't do a good job. He did a bad job. Remember our 13 brave soldiers that died, you know, in the Afghan withdrawal? Remember the 13 or was it 7? I can't remember the exact number. Yeah, the Strait of Hormuz was free for navigation for the past 50 years. We're acting like it was always been closed. Yeah, we made him close it. They didn't close it the last couple of times we fucking bombed them. They didn't close it for the 50 years that we actively sought to destroy the Iranian economy. They closed it because we forced them to take action. Seven was Benghazi. We're not talking about Benghazi. We're talking about the Afghan withdrawal. I think it was 13 soldiers that died or something. Our best soldiers. Meanwhile, when Donald Trump was president in Afghanistan, 67 American soldiers died. But hey, you know, it's neither here nor there. It's just, you know, they had to go. It's fucking so stupid.
Say we kind of would lead that mission from behind, hoping that our allies might step up, which I'm not sure they're going to do. Look, it's a difficult mission. He said it's easy. It's not. You got to have assets that can, Caitlin, shoot down anti-ship missiles and drones. It's hard. We did this in the Red Sea with a small coalition. It's a very difficult military mission and strategic equation. And the way we're talking about our allies every day, I don't see the allies really signing up to take on this mission. They should. I mean, they should. It is in their interest to do it. We should stay on them. But I think the Strait of Hormuz remains a very unresolved issue here. I didn't really hear an answer.
Well, I mean, if what Brett's hearing is that, there's a potential escalation here. The president talked to Americans about rising gas prices, but he said that they would come down after the war is over. I mean, if the war is going on for 2 to 3 more weeks, maybe longer than that, do you think that that was sufficient?
Well, they're going to start to come down. I think he's right to recognize it. He's trying to show the American public that he hears their anxiety about it. And I do think gas prices are going to be one of the drivers of public opinion on the war. I think Brett's right about what he said about the allies, though. He called on our allies to come in and take over the Strait and deal with the Strait. Now, he's mostly talking about Japan and Korea. Both of them get about half their oil and gas through the Strait of Hormuz.
The fuck is Japan and Korea going to do, bro? If America can't open the Strait of Hormuz, how the fuck is Japan and Korea gonna open the Strait of Hormuz? Are you out of your damn mind? These are 2 countries that we occupy militarily. Okay? Post-World War II, post-Korea War, we literally occupy these countries. We got 80,000 troops in Korea. Japan's constitution, which we wrote, dictates that they can never have a standing army. You got an easier go opening up the Strait of Hormuz by dealing with the DPRK, North Korea, before you get South Korea to open it. How the fuck are they going to open it? They have such little control over their own destiny that America was able to literally first send THAAD missiles to South Korea, right, in 2016, which was a spectacular problem for South Korea. China got really mad about that, lost billions of dollars in trade from China in the process. And then America literally was like, hey, we're taking these THAAD missiles back. We have to send them to Israel. Sorry. And South Korea's like, we can't do anything about it because we're fucking South Korea. We have no autonomy. We have no control over our own lives. We have no control over our own destiny. And now you're over here being like, oh yeah, South Korea and Japan, 2 countries that we have basically militarily occupied for fucking decades, are going to be able to go and like open the Strait of Hormuz when we can't do it. It's so insane. U.S. still has wartime operational control in Korea. This is meaningless. Exactly. It's so stupid. It's such a stupid argument. But of course, it's the dumbass Republican that's like saying that. Oh. Meanwhile, it seems that another American plane has been shot down. As I showed you earlier, we don't know. The drop site has not independently verified the claim. Also, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth asked the Army Chief of Staff General Randy George to step down and take immediate retirement. Sources familiar with the decision told CBS News. Uh-oh, not good. Hegseth has asked the Chief of Staff to the Army Chief to step down. Randy George previously served as a senior military assistant to Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin during the Biden admin. One of the sources said Secretary of War wants someone in the role who will implement Trump and Hegseth's vision for the Army. The Vice Chief of Staff of the Army, General Christopher Leneve, who was formerly Hegseth's military aide, will likely be considered a replacement. This is unrelated to the helicopter flyby at Kid Rock's home, I'm told. Okay, so it's definitely related to the fucking flyby. It's probably not even the war objectives. I initially thought it was that, but I suspect this guy was like, no, we have to punish the fucking guy who did a flyby. That's like ridiculous. Like we're the goddamn American military. We can't be just like doing stupid shit like that. And then Pete Hegseth, it was like, nah, that's against our goals, sir. Kid Rock actually really enjoyed that flyby. I know it sounds stupid, but I need you to understand, we are a stupid country. We are led by stupids. We are that stupid. So yes, this decision could have been made for perhaps the stupidest reason. What is this? Our military installations have been turned into gun-free zones, leaving our service members vulnerable and exposed. That ends today. Troops can now request to carry their own personal firearms on base for personal protection without having to explain why they need to protect themselves on base. Oh my God. Oh, that's awesome. I'm not going to say anything because these are the moments where I say something like sarcastically and then they get clipped out of context. I'm just not going to say anything. Yeah, good luck to the American military. Wow, that seems like a cool thing. Deciding to play on New Game Plus difficulty, I see. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Cool. That's cool. Yeah, no, I can't think of I can't think of a better place to just like have a bunch of guys armed to the fucking gills, dude.
Our great republic was founded on a simple yet bold idea. Our rights as citizens are not granted to us by government, but instead by God. 250 years ago, the Revolutionary War was fought to secure our God-given rights. The Second Amendment to our Constitution enshrines the right of all citizens to carry weapons to protect themselves.
See, this is one of those things, right, that Pete Hegseth is too stupid to recognize was a rule for perhaps a good reason. Okay? Anyone who has ever spent any time as military police will be the first to tell you that this is a major mistake. Okay? Our boys get rowdy. They already have a lot of issues with rapes and murders on these bases without people running around with weapons. Okay? They have unconventional ways of getting those goals across. Okay? So if you just give them all guns, I feel like it's going to be a very different dynamic. it's very interesting that these dumbasses legitimately think like, oh, it was the libtard pussies that made it so that, you know, our brave boys don't have their fucking personal firearms at their hip on these military bases, and not because you don't want those guys to have access to their personal weapons outside of moments where they are you know, tasked with using them. Okay? Cool.
Their families,
what do you say?
And their fellow countrymen. The War Department's uniformed service members are trained at the highest and unwavering standards. These warfighters, entrusted with the safety of our nation, are no less entitled to exercise their God-given right to keep and bear arms than any other American. Our warfighters defend the right of others to carry. They should be able to carry themselves. Recent events like what happened at Fort Stewart, Holloman Air Force Base, or Pensacola Naval Air Station have made clear that some threats are closer to home than we would like. In these instances, minutes are a lifetime, and our service members have the courage and training to make those precious short minutes count. Before today, it was virtually impossible. Most people probably don't know this. It was virtually impossible for War Department personnel to get permission to carry and store their own personal weapons aligned with the state laws where we operate our installations. I mean, effectively, our bases across the country were gun-free zones, unless you're training or unless you are a military police.
I wonder if there was a good reason for that. Because, like, when I think of like American military bases having such a rule, my assumption is there's probably a good reason for that, you know? Given a bunch of 18-year-olds that are, you know, going through some crazy emotions and constantly getting yelled at, constantly bullying one another, an unlimited amount of access to weapons kind of doesn't feel like the right thing to do. Yeah, okay, cool.
You couldn't carry, you couldn't bring your own firearm for your own personal protection on to post. Well, that's no longer.
Yeah, for what reason? Like, there's got to be a reason, right, Pete? You didn't think about that? You didn't think that there was a reason for that? In your mind, you thought it's because our you know, our generals were pussies? Is that what you thought was going on? They're libtards. They want to do gun control because it's woke and gay. That's cool. Okay.
The memo I'm signing today directs installation commanders to allow requests for personal protection to carry a privately owned firearm, with the presumption that it is necessary for personal protection. If
on a military base, brother, who are you protecting yourself against other than your fucking drill sergeant? Like, how is he not understanding the words that are coming out of his mouth? Like what this implies. Protection from who? You're on a fucking military base, you idiot. Protection from who? I guess they do legitimately believe that, like, an armed society is a polite society. I guess they do actually feel like, you need to constantly be armed. Because, I mean, I always thought, you know, it's a lie. Like, Republicans do understand that obviously you have to have gun-free zones because, like, more guns does not automatically translate to more safety. And part of the reason why I said that, and part of the reason why I believe that, it was because the NRA convention is a gun-free zone, right? Trump rallies are gun-free zones. It's not like Donald Trump is doing rallies where everyone can bring fucking weapons, right? So clearly, they kind of understand that you have to have areas where there's no guns, because more guns means less safety. More guns means accidents. More guns means someone could potentially use that gun, right? This was one of those areas where I assumed, people kind of understood that this is a reasonable request. Nope. Turns out Pete Hegseth actually does believe it. He legitimately thinks having ease of access to a weapon actually makes you a safer person, makes these bases safer. Cool.
Request is for some reason denied. The reason for that denial will be in writing and will explain in detail the basis for that direction. Again, the presumption is service members will be able to have.
I feel like this is at first going to increase the amount of rapes happening, and then it's going to end up decreasing it, if you know what I mean.
Their Second Amendment right on post. Not all enemies are foreign, nor are they all outside our borders. Some are.
What are you saying? Not all enemies. Dude, it's a military base. You're saying the enemy is within. You're saying that the enemy is other guys at the base. What the fuck? What a strange thing to say.
Domestic. Confirming your God-given right to self-protection is what I'm signing into action today, and I'm proud to do so.
I just don't think it's gonna. I don't think any commanding officer is gonna allow this to happen. I just don't think so. It would be really funny. It would be very funny to see how this plays out. I just don't think it's gonna happen. Yeah, the real enemy is amongst our ranks. Is next to us. Cool. Cool, man. That seems good. Russia sends another oil tanker to Cuba and Trump will say nothing. Putin continuously plays in Trump's face. If you can't see something stinks there at this point, it's because you don't want to. Okay. I don't think this is a bad thing at all. I think this is a good thing. I don't know why Tennessee Holler is criticizing this. Anyway, let's get back to CNN.
But he's also talking about Europe. And I think the heads of state of our NATO allies need to have heard this message pretty loud and clear. We've maintained bases in their countries. We've fueled their economies. We've protected them from Russia for 75 years. And they wouldn't let us use our own bases in their country to engage in our national security here. And I think that, I'm a big supporter of NATO. Most Republican senators I talk to are as well. But I think there's a real schism here. And I think if our allies they need to hear the president tonight. And it's time to get on the horse and ride.
Well, I should know, the president saying that he could withdraw from NATO. It was his Secretary of State who did co-sponsor a bill saying the president can't unilaterally do so. He needs Congress to help him. Karen, overall, not just on NATO, what do you think Americans heard in that speech 1 month in?
Look, if you are concerned about your own pocketbooks, and let's be honest, that's what most Americans were probably listening for. They're listening for, how's this going to affect my life, my economy? You weren't reassured. As Brett pointed out, if we're talking about an escalation, he's talking about 2 to 3 more weeks. Then we're looking at, and he said this was going to be over in 4 weeks. Then we're talking 7 to 8 weeks. And the kind of escalation he was talking about doesn't sound like it's just going to be 2 to 3 more weeks. We're sort of joking about this. Everything's 2 more weeks, 2 more weeks, 2 more weeks. So that's a concern. And even in his conversation about the economy, he said, it was so great a month ago. No, it wasn't. People were, his numbers on the economy have been going down steadily for quite some time. So I don't think people heard anything to make them feel reassured about why did we have to do this right now. I know he tried to make this imminent argument, but again, the fact checkers will, I think, correct that. And he did not make a case he didn't call people to action, to be a part of this. He really tried to, and I don't think people are going to believe that.
Wait, they fired Kash Patel already? They already did? Ain't no way. No, I thought they were entertaining it. What the fuck?
He says it should be over.
Did they? I can't tell. I can't tell if you guys are fucking with me or not. God, if only Twitter timeline wasn't so busted. Okay, Mr. President, I know you might think I'm not cut out to be the Attorney General, but I do have experience in podcasting. And it kind of feels like you want a podcaster to be the FBI director. And I'm willing to step up. I'm willing to do it. I love my current job, but Mr. President, sir, I can do it. I'm willing to step up. Make me the FBI director, please. I'm ready.
The sun's going to go back to normal. I don't think people buy that.
In terms of a deal being reached, the president has been pretty optimistic about it this week in conversations with reporters. Tonight, though, he didn't announce a breakthrough. He kind of barely addressed the diplomatic talks that are underway. And as Brett McGurk was noting, he threatened to blast Iran back to the Stone Ages should this not work out. How do you think that comes across to the Iranian officials that were listening?
Well, look, I mean, I spoke to Iranian officials earlier on today, and they said they didn't put much stead in the public remarks of President Trump because they don't reliably reflect what actually happens. And they went on to say this reflects a trait of him that he is eccentric and unpredictable, which of course we all know. But I mean, there's been a physical response.
Yeah, he didn't get fired. The sources, Alex Jones talking to a former FBI podcaster. Okay, to be fair, this is the podcaster government. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't think it's happening. Or at least I wouldn't be surprised if it does happen, because like I said, he's Mr. Off-Ramp. He's Mr. Pressure Valve. Okay? And obviously it wasn't just Pam Bondi that a lot of people are frustrated with. They were frustrated with Kash Patel as well. So, I don't know.
As well to this speech in the region, with alarms going off and missiles and drones being launched by Iran across the region, particularly at the United Arab Emirates within the past few minutes. We've had those reports coming in of attacks from Iran again against those surrounding Gulf Arab states that have been so terribly battered in the course of the past month or so since this Iran war began. These are energy-rich countries that depend almost entirely on energy exports for their survival, and they've seen those revenues because of the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz and because of the attacks on the energy infrastructure absolutely sort of devastated, dropping from billions of dollars a day in some cases to close to zero. And so we're looking at an existential economic crisis.
Is Hasan going on a job interview? Yes. That's why I'm wearing a suit, because I have a job interview. There's going to be potentially a job opening as the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigations. And I wanted to look dapper and spiffy. As a podcaster myself, I feel like they're looking for a new FBI director who will also be a podcaster, right? Like, kind of feels like they want, kind of feels like they thought, this is the best possible FBI director we could have had. Parasocial take, trim the beard to look sharp. No.
This region. And there was very little in terms of reassurance in that speech by President Trump. He talked about potentially escalating the conflict, at least continuing it. Certainly there was no word on when this conflict would come to a conclusion. And in so much as he did address that, I think we're all left with the impression that at the end of this conflict, we could see an Iran which is strengthened strategically, that will keep the Strait of Hormuz under its control, and possibly even have the capability to have ballistic missiles and even a nuclear program at the end of this war. And so that's very alarming for the countries in this region.
President Trump has downplayed the United States' reliance on the
Extremely funny to get this so painfully wrong when your whole thing is pretending to be an economist on Substack. I know everyone's freaking out about Trump bombing Iran, but I wouldn't worry too much about the economic ramifications, at least. Nice. If you aren't blocked by Noah Smith, please don't let him get away with pretending that he opposed this war. Yeah, lol, no, bomb the IRGC bases. Yeah, no, definitely causing a foreign adversary to like shut down a strategic choke point where 20% of the entire world's energy needs flows through is not going to have devastating impacts on markets. Okay? Certainly. I'm an economist. Amazing. What do you think is preventing Iran from fully taking out GCC oil? What do you mean? They just that's their last card. That's the last card that they can play. They're not going to play it yet. So, what's really interesting about this is some people are beginning to recognize that, we're the villains here. Joe Rogan and Theo Von had a conversation. Let's take a look at what they had to say.
What do you think is going to happen? You think we're going to be okay?
I hope so. Of course. I don't know.
Do you think about it?
I'm confused. I can't believe we went to this war. When we started bombing Iran, I was like, this can't be true.
And what about Lebanon now?
I know. Israel's invaded Lebanon. Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like, just fucking stop. Like, what do you need?
Well, they're trying to, supposedly, they're trying to stop the terrorists.
Yeah, that's crazy, though, if you're the fucking terrorist. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to stop them, fucking stand in front of the fucking mirror and start there. What do you think is going to happen? You think we're going to be okay?
I hope so. Of course.
I mean, what do you say? What can you even fucking say to that? Oh, damn. It's all good. It's illegal. That's crazy. Thank you. Marsh got me Zins. What time are we supposed to leave? Have you eaten yet? Oh, you did? Can you put your room in the Postmates? I can't do it. I wasn't able to do it. Anyway, I'll figure it out.
It's a cat.
Okay.
It's all just a cat and mouse game. People are like, we'll elect the Democrats next time. It's like, but it's all the same shit has been happening forever. They haven't been helping anybody forever. They're letting fucking politicians slurp on kids. All of our fucking money goes to Israel and they're using it to fucking genocide people. It's like everybody is scared out of their wits right now. It's like our religious leaders are afraid to speak out. And it's like it's a time where it's like Satan is amongst us and our religious leaders are fucking talking about bullshit at the poll. It's just like, what is going, I don't know, man.
We got to get you off those antidepressants, son. You're losing your fucking marbles.
You think I am?
Come hang out with us. Just.
Oh my God, Joe Rogan. He's right. Like, he's not even wrong. He's right. Joe Rogan, the fuck's wrong with you? He's literally correct. Like, everything that he addressed is unironically true. It's like the only time where someone is making sense on the Joe Rogan Experience. And Joe Rogan's response is, oh, bro, you're just like kind of bumming me out, dude. You're bumming yourself out. Here, do some drugs. Come hang out with us. We'll fix you up real quick. Don't think about it, bro. You're bumming my high right now. You're just ruining my high, bro. Fuck. Oh, my God. Yeah, Joe Rogan be like, let me give you some raw milk. Fix you up real good. Yeah, Theo Von 2026. It's no measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society. That's right. I got to go on Theo Von again, dude. That's what I got to do. Some more from this convo?
Yeah.
How come you get paid?
I'm just sick of this shit. And I'm sick of rich people not putting their fucking kids over in these wars and shit like that. Put your...
All right, we'll get back to that in a little bit.
Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most important waterways. Now, Iran's near closure of it in the past month has led to the largest global energy market disruptions in decades. Now, President Trump says the U.S. imports almost no oil from here and won't be taking any in the future. It's true, crude imports into the U.S. have fallen drastically over the years, but it still relies on the Strait of Hormuz for a fraction of its imports. Now, government data shows in 2024, it brought in 500,000 barrels per day. That's 7% of its total crude oil imports and 2% of its petroleum product imports. The way President Trump also sees it, the U.S. is the world's largest producer of oil and gas, and it's insulated with what's happening thousands of kilometers away. And yet, people are paying more at the pumps because gas prices are more than $1 a litre, the highest since 2022. Now, the U.S. and Israel's war on Iran has also left the rest of the world feeling the pain of supply disruptions and rising.
I think you should go on Tucker. I think you can move him left. First of all, that's never going to happen. He's not going to move left. Don't be ridiculous. And secondly, Tucker Carlson will not have me on. I don't know why. I have my suspicions, but anyway, let's continue.
Prices. Hours into President Trump's speech, we've had oil prices jump and we've had Asian stocks slump. Now, the UK and dozens of countries have held talks on reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, much of the oil and gas produced in the region is headed to Asia, but some part of it also up from the Suez Canal into Europe. About 2,000 ships are stranded because of Iran's partial blockade in retaliation to US and Israeli strikes. Now, before the conflict, tankers carried 20 million barrels of oil, or 20% of global energy consumption, pass through this strait every single day. But in the past month, very few ships have made this passage in coordination with Tehran.
A huge fireball blazes across the night skies over Isfahan after a US strike on a military base there. The city in the center of the country, home to one of its 3 key nuclear sites too. President Trump promised to hit even harder these next few weeks, and he's following through. Here, the Pasteur Institute, a prestigious research and public health center in Tehran, blown to smithereens.
Yeah, this was disgusting. I mean, there is no like military goal here. You're just trying to destroy civil life. You're trying to destroy civil society. It's the Israel method, right? That's all this is. It's, what can you even fucking say? What is the equivalent here? Hitting MIT? It's like, no, it's not even hitting MIT. It's like hitting it's like hitting a building where they're not only doing, I think they're also doing the production there too, right? If I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I mean, they're just bombing they're bombing academic institutions where like people are developing medicines. Yeah, it'd be like hitting Johns Hopkins University. And you have to remember, like, Iran has had to develop medicine internally because of the sanctions. Not dissimilar to Cuba. Like, not only have we shut off to the best of our ability through these sanctions, Iran being able to get medicine, get pharmaceutical products from other countries, we've disrupted that process. We're now destroying their indigenous facilities for developing the medicine on their own. It's just pure terrorism. I don't know how else to describe it. That's what it is.
During this attack, we can say that almost all departments were damaged. The malaria unit, the cell bank, clinical research, biotechnology, and support sections like IT, engineering, administration, and office buildings. All of these have been completely affected, and rebuilding them will take years. Most importantly, the historic building that was constructed with international support 104 years ago, older than many scientific institutions in the world, has been completely damaged, and that the original Pasteur Institute no longer exists.
The tallest bridge in the Middle East, which connects the capital with the western city of Karaj, folding in on itself after an airstrike, with the US president promising on Truth Social that much more would follow unless Iran made a deal fast. Further bombast after his address to the nation on Wednesday night.
We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
Iran's hardline leadership, those who are left, have responded just as their predecessors did, with unending defiance.
The centers you believe you have targeted are insignificant, and our strategic military production takes place in locations you are completely unaware of and will never be able to reach.
Iran's parliamentary speaker, thought to be the US administration's current interlocutor in Iran, not mincing his words on X. Iranians don't just talk about defending their country, he wrote, "We bleed for it. We've done it before, and we're ready to do it again. You come for our home, you're going to meet the whole family, locked, loaded, and standing tall. Bring it on." Messages of mockery from the Revolutionary Guard attached to their next volley of missiles sent out to the region and to the international media. And similar...
Yeah, Israelis are getting ready to discard the pro-Israel Iranian opposition, much of which will inevitably object to a plan for deindustrializing the country via aerial bombardment. But that doesn't matter because that was always the fucking goal. This is a lesson that the United Arab Emirates couldn't learn for some reason. This is a lesson that America can't even fucking learn, right? There is no allegiance with Israel. They'll just use you. They'll use you and abuse you. You're not going to have leverage in the aftermath of whatever deal you make with Israel. The United Arab Emirates, for the last decade, has been the champion of the Abraham Accords, okay? Has leaned into being openly aligned with Israel, has played a formative role in achieving Israel's objectives. They were participants in the Gaza genocide, right? And what did that get them? They became the missile sponge for Iranian ballistic munitions. As you know, the final stage of this battle is taking place. It's not like Israel's defending them. As a matter of fact, all of the defensive weapons that are going to Israel could have been used on the United Arab Emirates, but it's not being used there, right? Same with all the people who are saying, "I am Persian, Mr. President Trump, please keep bombing Tehran. I will eat kubide. I love Israel." It's unbelievable these guys, through a sophisticated influence peddling operation with like Iranian International, right, which was backed by the Gulf states themselves, genuinely believed in this idea that American Israel would be a liberatory force, like that they had any interest in liberating the Iranian people. Like, it's so fucking stupid. Many of those people, as I told you, that were initially dancing and initially demanding that America and Israel bomb Iran would soon learn that hard lesson. That Israel's goals were never to liberate Iran. Israel's goals were always to destroy Iran. And they very quickly revealed that. I mean, it was like, what, day 3 when Israel blew up the oil refineries near Tehran, engaging in chemical warfare. And then there were still some who thought, no, this has to happen. This has to happen. You're out of your fucking mind if you think Israel has any interest Here's the thing that many Iranians in diaspora don't understand. They were useful to the U.S. and Israel as long as they needed a humanitarian fig leaf to launch a war of imperial conquest and destruction. Once that war was launched, no one really gives a shit what Iranians think. And I'll tell you another thing. Remember another thing that I explained to people that would come in here and yell at me? Hasan, you don't understand. I am Iranian and we want this, right? What did I tell them? That you're not fucking white. And your whiteness status is going to be revoked the moment that there is any conversation about Iranians coming into the country. Now the Canadian government is entertaining blocking Iranian refugees from entering Canada. You got, Pierre Poilievre and all these other people saying like, why the fuck are we letting these terrorists into the country? Hold on now. And all of the Iranian diasporoids that were fucking begging for this war to happen are now in the replies of those people that they were aligned with going, what do you mean? What do you mean? These are our family members. What are you saying? They are not a terrorist. What happened? You thought they were going to treat you like an equal partner? You thought that they were going to not shut off your family members from escaping Iran and coming to Canada? You thought that they were going to be on board with a fucking flow of migration from Iran? Are you out of your mind? Are you stupid? The only country that gets that amenity is Israel, and you are not Israeli, okay? That's it. And I told you that this was going to happen, and it's already happening. Yeah. And it's not like these administrations in the West have hit, like they haven't hidden this ambition, right? I mean, they did this with the Venezuelans. The Venezuelans were like, "Oh, thank God Trump is actually destabilizing Venezuela. Thank God there's a regime change in Venezuela." All the while, Donald Trump was straight up saying like Venezuelans are rapist, bloodthirsty monsters, and we have to take all the Venezuelan refugees, revoke their TPS, and then ship them to fucking CCOT. And there were still Venezuelan diasporoids who were like, no, this is good. This is good. He cares about us. It's so unbelievably stupid. Liberation will never come from bombs, and liberation will never come from American bombs or Israeli bombs, especially, okay? You're just a pawn at that point. Venezuela is not a done business. This will turn into an issue. Just you watch. I mean, we'll see. We'll see where it goes. Yeah, does this mean a free Iran? Yeah, they're liberating Iran. Back to the Stone Age. An admission, a demand for war crimes, for more terrorism. I saw something more insidious stated outright by Westoid misogynist Nazis. They say they want to destroy Iran so that millions of women can be forced into the core for their consumption, like Iraqi, Filipino, Latina, Slavic, etc. women who have been destabilized and displaced. The words they used were much worse, obviously. Yeah, I mean, there's that too. There's a bunch of rapist neo-Nazis who were like, yeah, they'll come here and then we'll rape their women. Pathetic. Disgusting. But at the end of the day, if you think that, these people had your liberation in mind, you're fucking delusional. Liberation can only come from within, okay? And it is honestly a setback that your liberation movement ever relied on external forces such as the United States or Israel to begin with. Because that hardens the base of support for the IRGC. It gives them just cause to stamp out any sort of protest movement as outside instability, because to a certain degree it is outside instability. And here we are. What was the China egg analogy? That was really good. I forgot. A Chinese egg metaphor. What was it? Does anyone remember? An egg cracked from the outside is food. Cracked from within is life. Exactly. Exactly. Your impression from February? This monster, please blow my back walls out with your weirdly disfigured penis. But like, that's again not the main character. You're in many ways like you are a freak show, a curiosity, something that will be forgotten, something to be fascinated with, but never. That's so dumb. Yes, Piker Broadcasting Service for all of your needs. All your needs will be met, especially if your needs are like weird sexual analogies, weirdly descriptive sexual analogies. The more civilian infrastructure we destroy in Iran, the more we set back their economy. The more determined Iran will be to extract the maximum possible toll from oil passing through what is now their strait. That toll will be paid by the U.S. and the rest of the world through a higher cost of living. So just be aware that every video of a bridge being blown up, a pharmaceutical plant being destroyed, a medical clinic flattened is a video of something you are going to pay to rebuild. And yes, it is also illegal and immoral to bomb civilian infrastructure, but we really do not care. Mark Dubowitz from FDD, another, the guys that are perhaps most responsible internally as a think tank that the American government is just like copy paste verbatim, repeating their talking points on why they're waging war with Iran. Okay. Where the fuck is it? There's clear evidence now that the U.S. and Israel are expanding strikes to economic assets that sustain the IRGC and the regime's war machine. The administration should make clear that these are military-linked or dual-use targets, revenue streams, logistic nodes. They're literally saying, you have to lie. Foundation for Defending Democracy saying, hey, you're doing terrorism. Can you please at least like try to justify why you're doing terrorism? Because it's getting, it's gonna backfire. Amazing.
Sentiments from other officials too.
Trump has definitely fallen into talking nonsense. The speech he gave last night, which was supposed to be the most important speech a president could deliver in the middle of a war, ended up being ridiculed worldwide. Financial markets ridiculed, and again, oil prices went up, and stock markets fell once more.
And for all the images that Donald Trump sees of massive destruction wrought by the US and Israel's war machines, there are the Iranian people who he at one point said that he was setting out to save. Out having picnics on the 13th day of the Persian New Year, a day when it's considered unlucky to stay inside.
God willing, he himself will go back to the Stone Age. Our country is 6,000 to 7,000 years old. His country, with only 100 years of history and with the knowledge he learned from us, wants to send us back.
A resilient people. And for all the US president's efforts to get rid of them, a resilient regime too. Diana Magnay, Sky News.
Let's go straight to Tehran. Our correspondent Reza Saya is waiting for us there. Reza, good evening to you. We've been seeing some of the images from where you are. Give us a sense of what has been happening overnight and happening throughout today.
Yeah, U.S. and Israeli jet fighters once again targeted Tehran and other cities with more airstrikes. And as we've reported almost every day, today, again, U.S. and Israeli forces bombed what were clearly non-military sites in broad daylight. And later in the day, U.S. President Donald Trump seemed to boast about it. In the city of Karaj, just east of Tehran, an airstrike hit one of the area's longest bridges that was under construction. 2 people died, Pictures showed a huge slab of the bridge had fallen off after the strike. Few hours later, it was bombed again, with another section of the bridge blown away. And that was followed by U.S. President Donald Trump posting the picture on social media saying this is what Iran can expect if there's no agreement. And the bridge is the latest in a growing number of non-military targets that have been hit. Yesterday, a civilian airport in Kashan was hit, fuel depots, hospitals, universities. Iranian leaders point to the UN Charter saying these are clearly war crimes, and they note that European powers and international rights groups have, for the most part, remained quiet, and that's probably why Iran is threatening bridges in the region. They're also stepping up their attacks in coordination with Hezbollah. Hundreds of rockets and ballistic missiles have been launched targeting U.S. assets and bases and industrial hubs in the region, including Amazon's cloud-based data center in Bahrain.
As you point out, a lot of these strikes by the US and Israel do fit within the parameters of war crimes, and certainly the bridge you were talking about, Reza.
Oh, it does it. Fuck around and find out. Oh, the defiance will end. Gonna bleed a lot more too. Top tier commentary there. Better than a theocracy that beheads LGBT and uncovered women. Let's keep the theocracy in place. It might be expensive to kill fucking terrorists. 6,000 dog. We are the terrorists. We are the theocracy. What the fuck are you talking about? 6,000 years and still no running water. Keck. Cry harder. Don't use your poop hand to wipe your tears. It's so funny. You are the most pliant, dude. You are so easily duped. It's fucking awesome. If you're wondering how this war machine continues, by the way, and if you're wondering why there isn't like tremendous reaction to it, you know, all this death and destruction campaign, it's for little purpose. It serves little purpose for Americans. It actually has a negative consequence for the average American in general. It's because of like these racist idiots who just genuinely think like as long as we're dominating brown people or whatever, okay, as long as we're fucking killing brown people, it's good. It's somehow good. It's a good thing. What does it mean, poop hand? He's just saying that like you're brown. You wipe your ass with your hand. Four-chan brain. Yeah, Iran is a modern country disguised as a theocracy, while the United States is a country of cult disguised as a modern society. Look at how this war has unfolded. Even now, Iran hasn't held a single official prayer ceremony, not even bothering with that. Meanwhile, it's the U.S. president and his Secretary of War who are staging charlatan prayers, becoming a global laughingstock. Iran has really made people see it in a new light.
And it didn't end there for you. Mr. President, no one has paid the price like you have paid the price. It almost cost you your life.
But this is the good kind, you know? This is the good kind of cult. This is the good kind of theocracy, right? Because it's white. It's my people. This guy thinks Iran doesn't have running water, dude. It's awesome. Higher literacy rate than America. Higher rate of college graduates that are women than the United States of America, for the record. That's Iran. But this fucking dumbass, literally thinks like, oh, it's a backwards country. It's just like Afghanistan, brother. So funny. Intercept. Hundreds of U.S. personnel have been killed or injured in the region since the U.S. launched a war on Iran just over a month ago. CENTCOM has sent outdated statements on casualty numbers. There is also a casualty cover-up taking place as well. The last number we knew was like 250 or something. I'm willing to bet casualty means like, wounded in action or killed in action. Okay, just before you yell at me because you don't know what it means. Casualty means wounded in action or killed in action. Casualty numbers right now are around 250. The official numbers a month ago was like, a couple of weeks ago was like 250. And that only came out because investigative reporters found out that it was actually much higher. I personally think, especially paired up with the defense contractors that don't actually have the same those numbers don't actually get revealed. But if you add the defense contractors in the region as well, it's probably above 1,000 at this point. They're absolutely hiding the numbers.
You were betrayed and arrested and falsely accused. It's a familiar pattern.
That's awesome. GOP is cooked if this is true. Oh, yeah, this is Trump to release 2027 budget plan with midterm election messaging centered on massive defense buildup, paid for by cutting domestic agencies and healthcare programs. He already floated this yesterday. Yeah. He is unironically taking the thing that we complain about the most, which is, why are we spending all of this money bombing other countries when we should be spending it on building our country here at home? And he's reversing it. He's not reversing it necessarily. He's saying it's good that we're using all of our money on bombing other countries instead of building our own home, building our own housing here, building our own healthcare system here. It's awesome. That's a spectacular message, dude. Thank you. That you'll definitely win with that. Meanwhile, what are the fucking third-way dipshits saying? They're like, no, that message is actually kind of fine. We should be worried about Hasan. Yeah. Donald Trump is also set to seek a $1.5 trillion defense budget for the next fiscal year, according to a Reuters report. Amazing.
Certainly has the air of a double tap attack. Again, something that could be classified as a war crime. In terms of what Iran is doing to strike back, there's been the word from the official Fars news agency about bridges across the region now sort of within the crosshairs of Iran. Can you tell?
Yeah, here's Trump saying it yesterday. We covered it yesterday. Here, let's watch it again. This is a generational message, okay? Every Democrat should be constantly talking about this. Okay? Every Democrat should be putting this in their fucking campaign ads. Everyone that's running against this administration should be constantly hitting this note over and over again.
States can't take care of daycare. That has to be up to a state. We can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. You got to let a state take care of daycare, and they should pay for it, too. They should pay. They have to raise their taxes, but they should pay for it. And we could lower our taxes a little bit to them to make up, but it's not possible for us to take care of daycare. Medicaid,
Amazing that the Dems have a stronger stance on Hasan Piker than the war in Iran. Yeah. Hasan is a tyrant and dangerous. People should beware elevating him. Oh my God, that guy sincerely said that, by the way. Like, this guy is unironically refusing to recognize how stupid. A tyrant? Brother, I'm a Twitch streamer. Like, what do you mean? I tyrannically banned you from my chat or something? Fucking insane. He went on another Hitlerian rant. Oh, yeah, of course. Of course he did. This is the proud language of a white supremacist, says Mehdi. There is no other way to describe it. There's no defense of it. Pure racism.
Well, a lot of people say it's the worst country anywhere in the world.
Talking about Somalia.
They have no money, no nothing. They have no government. They have no police. They just shoot each other all day long. It's just pure bedlam. Probably the worst, most dangerous country. We have some beauties. They go to Minnesota, and they stole $19 billion. $19 billion. And they're low IQ.
Dog, that's okay. That's like 2 bad days of the Iran war, okay? You know?
Generally, I mean, I can generalize. They're low IQ people. They're bad people. They have 94% unemployment. In other words, they don't want to work. You know, get a lot of jobs available, right, with the economy. They don't want to work. Why would they work? And they sell more Mercedes-Benzes than any state in the union because they come here with no money And they go out, they love a Mercedes-Benz, and they go out and buy Mercedes-Benzes. And I think you're going to get to the bottom of it real easy. And every one of them should be. And Ilhan Omar, who married her husband.
Oh, my fucking
God. Married her brother. Her brother became her husband. When she has to check a book, she says, any brothers? One. Any husband? One. She checks 2 people. So on top of everything else, she gets a double income tax cut. She's a stone-cold crook, and everybody knows it. And the papers, they have one paper out in particular. The guy made a living writing about her, and I spoke to him. He said, but nobody does anything about it, sir. All you have to do is get his writings from the Indianapolis Star or whatever paper he works for. You don't even have to do anything. This guy spent 10 years investigating that crook, and you got to do something about it, or our people are going to get they're already upset. Takes too long. So JD, you go do it, and Russell, you better do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's indefensible racism. It's pure hatred. It's idiotic. What do you fucking say? It's just the new normal, you know? This is what people respond to. They love it.
Tell us more about that.
Yeah, their position from the time this war started is that we didn't start the war, but we're going to finish it. We didn't target economic and industrial sites and hubs. But if we're getting hit, if ours are getting targeted, we're going to do the same. And that's perhaps why in the past few hours we've had statements from Iran's military leaders that bridges in the region and Gulf states are going to be targeted. And that's the sense that you've gotten, this tit for tat from Iran's leaders. They say as long as they get hit, they're going to hit back. And again, it's this dangerous escalation of violence where you have Iran seemingly growing confidence that they can maintain this fight. They say they're still open to negotiations if the talks are legitimate, if Iran's rights are recognized. But so far, there's no sign of that happening.
Reza, as you're talking to us, we're seeing images, well, now we're seeing images of military leaders, but before that it was damage on the ground, and the state of the devastated places that have been struck is alarming, and I'm wondering whether there is the capacity to cope with the casualties of that. But of course, as of course, part of what is being hit will include health structures, clinics, hospitals, and the like, given the fact that there is a dense population center where these bombs are dropping. Is Iran coping with its casualties? Is there enough to cope?
Yeah, I mean, so far they're coping remarkably well. This is a resilient population. They're showing solidarity, with their military, solidarity with the population. They're working together to take care of the most vulnerable. And they understand that this is going to take a long time to rebuild this country. Some estimates say it's going to take at least a decade and hundreds of billions of dollars. But first, this war has to end. We're in the middle of this war that is now in its 34th day. And Iran's military position seems to be clear now. They seem to be sensing that they have the confidence and they don't mind if this goes longer. They don't like to see this destruction, but they see this as an opportunity to change the dynamics of the region. They want to make sure if this war ends, it ends on their terms, and they're never going to be threatened again by the U.S. in Israel. And that's why you get the impression that they don't mind, even with the destruction, for this war to continue so it can end on their terms.
Reza Sayeh in Tehran, thank you very much indeed for giving us a sense of how things are there in the Iranian capital. Reza Sayeh, thank you for joining us live. Next.
Today marks Sizdeh or Day of Nature in Iran, a day when many families traditionally leave their homes to spend time outdoors, marking the end of Persian New Year or Nowruz holidays. Sizdeh is traditionally spent in nature, with people casting away the sabzeh or sprouted greens, symbolizing a fresh start. But this year, it feels quite different. For the first time in decades, the country observes this day under a war which started more than a month ago. The sense of uncertainty is hard to ignore. Still, some have come out, seeking a moment of normalcy in the middle of a crisis, a moment to step outside, not just into nature, but briefly away from the constant tension.
It was so cool and great. Even though it's a wartime condition and we heard explosion sounds half an hour ago, people are okay and nobody is afraid. They are enjoying their time.
It's not like every year. People were sad because of the martyrs, both from the armed forces and ordinary people whose homes were targeted by missiles.
Although many lack peace of mind and there's constant stress that something could happen at any moment, we still have to carry on with our normal lives, hoping for better days ahead.
Given the wartime conditions and the loved ones we've lost, no one is truly well. Still, on this day, we keep the tradition and go out for the sake of our families, hoping it lifts our spirits.
Our history has repeatedly experienced such hardships, but we must not lose our ancient and cultural heritage, and Sizeh Badar is one of the traditions we must preserve.
For the families here, Sizeh Badar is no longer just about tradition. It's about holding on to routine, to each other, and to small moments of normal life as the war goes on. Toida Sadi, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
This war did not need to happen. It's the equivalent of what the Nazis did during the Second World War with Israel and America occupying other states, subjecting them to the blitz that we had in London during the Second World War.
So you've gone straight, sir, within 10 seconds of the call, you've gone straight to a Nazi comparison, have we?
Well, conceptually, if you're occupying your neighbours and raining missiles down on London during the Blitz, what's the difference? What's the difference? Explain the difference.
Thankfully, the Nazis never occupied this country. They bombed it, but they never occupied it, in the same way that America is not occupying Iran. It doesn't have boots on the ground at all.
America is defending the occupation of the Golan Heights, of Lebanon, of parts of the West Bank and Palestine, and it is looking to put boots on the ground. It's got bases all around the Middle East.
Yes.
It's quasi-occupation. What else is it?
It's not quasi-occupation to have bases in countries where those countries have agreed to have those bases, in the same way that America does not occupy England because it has bases here.
You need to look at what happened in the Second World War.
I think you need to find a definition of the word occupy, matey.
I get it. I'm not supposed to win. But I'm sick and tired of playing not to lose. I'm tired of being told that we cannot fight for certain things, that we should not hope for them. That maybe someday we'll fight for Medicare for all, but not this election. Not next one either. Maybe the one after that. And watching people who deserve the health care that should be a birthright in this country go without it. Watching our kids go to broken schools and then wondering when we will ever actually win the future.
LBC is like the liberal base content network at this point. Anytime Themasius puts an LBC video on the timeline, is always like some British person being like, we need to arm Iran. The moral forces of the world must defend Iran against the American empire, which is the great Satan, in waging this unholy satanic war against Iran alongside little Satan, which happens to be Israel. It's awesome.
For them. So look, I'm not playing not to lose. If you want somebody who's only going to hold the seat and do the exact same thing that a Republican would have done, I'm not your guy. But if you want a Senate seat that is actually going to go out and fight for you, that is going to say the thing that ought to be said, that is going to do the thing that ought to be done, that is going to try to secure the basic dignity of having health care when you need it, to make sure that our schools are well-funded places for our kids, to make sure that our politics are not corrupted by corporations, to fight the fight for dignity for Americans, then I hope that I can earn your support. I'm so grateful that you're here, and I really appreciate you.
A budget breakthrough in New York City. The city council says it has cobbled together a savings plan that would solve the city's multi-billion-dollar deficit without raising property taxes. Mayor Mamdani is already ripping the council's plan, saying it would result in the slashing of crucial city services. Pix 11's chief political reporter Henry Rossoff joining us now live in the newsroom try to help us make sense of all of this. Henry.
Well, it's understandable, surely, if New Yorkers have a little bit of whiplash here. So just to recap very quickly, the mayor has
has said the city's budget is in such bad shape you might have to raise property taxes, and the council wasn't happy with that, and now they say that's not necessary. They have their own savings plan. The mayor disputes that. The two sides have been going back and forth on social media really all afternoon, and hanging in the balance are important, kitchen table issues that all of us care about, taxes, schools, and many, many more things that New Yorkers need.
Our position has been clear. We have been a hard no on the property tax. We also are a hard no on raiding the rainy day fund.
City Council Speaker Julie Menin says she and the council have found $6 billion in the city budget. In general, the council is claiming that across the board, Mayor Zohran Mamdani and his team are underestimating everything from hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah. New York City has a massive budget shortfall. Okay. It was supposed to be 12 billion. They knocked it down to like 6. Kathy Hochul did help with that a little bit. Okay. But now the real battle. Zohran Mamdani does not want to eradicate the social safety nets. It's understandable that he doesn't want to do that. As a matter of fact, he wants to actually spend more money. Problem is, the speaker was specifically chosen for being at odds with Zohran's agenda, and I had heard that she was wealthy, but I did not know exactly how fucking wealthy she was. Here was Zohran Mamdani's response, by the way. She wants to cut social safety nets. She wants to cut, city budgets, money that goes to like picking up trash, for example, fixing the potholes, shit like that. Things that Zohran has been doing so far that have been endlessly positive, right? People love it.
We explained how the budget process worked. Well, my friends, we're in the middle of it now. Council Speaker Julie Menin just released her budget proposal. Her plan claims to close the city's $5.4 billion fiscal gap without taxing the rich or cutting services. The problem is, that's not what it would do. If her proposal was adopted, it would result in slashing billions of dollars from agency budgets, and working New Yorkers would pay the price. It double counts savings, overestimates revenues, exaggerates savings on interest payments. And in the midst of this historic budget deficit, the Speaker's $6 billion proposal asks Albany for just one thing: more time to reduce class sizes. My position? Tax the rich. Make sure the wealthiest New Yorkers and most profitable corporations pay their fair share. End the drain. For a long time, the state has taken more from the city than the city's received in return. And I'm working with Albany to change that. Without it, our deficit won't disappear. It will repeat, year after year, asking future generations to shoulder the burden. We will solve this budget crisis, but I'm not going to let it come at your expense.
Yeah. This is what New Yorkers voted for. Nick Field says, Zohran is fighting hard against City Council Speaker Julie Menin. First with this official video on her budget proposal, and quite possibly second with this item from a progressive investigative news site. Now, I don't think this is Zohran doing it, but here's what Lever's article is. David Sirota's operation, The Lever. Fantastic work, as always. The rich don't want to tax the rich. As the Speaker of the New York City Council blocks Mayor Zohran Mamdani's proposed increased taxes on the ultra-wealthy, she's hiding her family's own multi-million-dollar portfolio. The Lever's Luke Goldstein reports that Julie Menin and her husband hold a vast personal fortune, potentially worth tens of millions of dollars, including a $22 million Hamptons mansion, several luxury condos on the Upper East Side listed as their residence, and company private jets, none of which appear on her financial disclosure. Thanks to a loophole for spouses, Menin reported less than $500,000 in assets and other income. It turns out she wasn't just like super wealthy, she was super duper wealthy. Okay? She would literally be taxed. So she is unironically using her power to stand in opposition to any sort of proposal that taxes the wealthy. Because she is the wealthy. Streamer wealthy? Brother, you have a very broken understanding of how wealthy streamers are if you think streamers have multiple private jets. Like, I think the only streamer, there's only like one streamer, I think, that could have that level of wealth. Just, and not even. I guess like maybe XQC. Like, not even fucking Kai Cenat has like multiple private jets level of wealth, dude. People are so funny. They're saying I show speed. Like, Mr. Beast is the other one, but he's not a streamer. Yeah, I'm over here, as always, finding myself talking about taxing the wealthy, as always, and motherfuckers are like, well, oh, says you. This level of wealth is like on a totally different income bracket regardless. But who cares? Yeah, tax me, motherfucker. Anyway, it's totally insane how unbelievably wealthy she is, and it makes a lot more sense why she's doing everything in her power to stop this from happening.
In tax revenue to millions more coming the city's way from building permit fees. At the same time, the council is suggesting the city can save money on a laundry list of items like education contracts, facilities, even basic supplies like fuel, postage, and printing. But the biggest single savings coming from the city council is a claim that thousands of city job vacancies will remain vacant for some time, adding up to $860 million.
We're not saying these positions shouldn't be hired. We're just saying they haven't been. And it does take time to do the hiring.
But Mayor Zohran Mamdani immediately called out the council's plan as a return to the budget games of years past. He says it will do nothing to fix the city's underlying issues.
Speaker Menon's preliminary budget proposal would result in slashing billions of dollars from agency budgets, which would force the city to cut services. Double counting previously identified savings, overestimating revenues, and exaggerating debt service savings does nothing to close a deficit.
The speaker flatly refutes that claim.
There are so many different items in this list where we are able to responsibly reach savings without doing cuts on services whatsoever. We're not at the point where we need to do cuts.
Now, the mayor and the speaker are in alignment in asking state lawmakers in Albany to send some $600 million down to the city to help hire teachers and do other things to help reduce class sizes and meet a legally required state mandate. But they are not in alignment on if state lawmakers should pass a millionaire's tax or increase it and pass a corporate tax, which the mayor's been pushing for. The speaker's still not ready to say that she's throwing her support behind that proposal. And then all of this uncertainty in the city, well, it's wreaking havoc on the state budget, which we covered yesterday. So a budget mess statewide, Shirley. Live in the newsroom, Henry Rossoff, Pix 11 News.
It sounds like it sure is. Okay, Henry, thank you.
Back in January, we explained how the budget process worked. Well, my friend.
In the labor movement, we have a very simple question. Which side are you on? And this is the question we have to pose to Governor Hochul. Which side are you on? Are you on the side of people or polluters? Are you on the side of the working class or corporate donors? Because right now we have a budget we're negotiating that could put working class people at the heart of our agenda, and she is saying no. She is proposing rollbacks to our climate laws. Yeah, that's right. And she is saying, don't tax the rich. Are we going to tax the rich? We know we can win the future that we all deserve when we organize together. That's why it gives me so much hope to see young people coming here, advocating and organizing together, because that's where power is. Thank you all for being here. I know that we're going to get ICE out of New York. We're going to protect our climate laws. And we are going to tax the rich. Tax the rich. Tax the rich.
Okay, the question for you, Mr. Mayor. Given the anti-Muslim and anti-Semitic rise in the in those incidents, what kind of messaging do you want to put forth and go forward with to bring that down, prevent it? What do you want to say to the city?
This is a city where everyone who lives here should know that they belong across these 5 boroughs. There's no person of any faith that should ever be made to feel as if this is not their home, that this is not a place where they can be safe. And frankly, we are looking to build a city where the threshold is not simply safety. We want this to be a city where New Yorkers are cherished, where they are celebrated. And we know that that is the case for many, and still there is so much more work to be done to ensure that is the case for all.
In January of this year, Google co-founder Sergey Brin made his first major political donation. After he wrote a $20 million check to start a new super PAC, more million-dollar checks started flowing in from other Silicon Valley heavyweights.
Nice.
So what was it about this moment that moved Brin to get involved in politics for the first time? Why now?
Mr. Brin, you are worth $245 billion. Start paying your fair share of taxes.
A proposed tax on billionaires living in California is gaining national attention.
I mean, how many yachts do you need? They just keep getting wealthier and wealthier, and us on the bottom are just getting stuck with more debt.
When Sergey Brin wrote that $20 million check, he was responding to an unprecedented political moment.
We will deliver universal child care for the many by taxing the wealthiest few.
At a moment of skyrocketing costs for healthcare, utilities, and groceries, a group of labor unions in California are making a bet with huge stakes.
The 214 or 15 billionaires in California collectively have $2.2 trillion worth of wealth, which is just an unimaginable amount of money. What we've proposed is a one-time 5% tax on their worldwide assets that will produce $100 billion.
So we went to California to find out, is a wealth tax key to solving the state's problems? Or is it the first domino that could take down the 4th largest economy in the world?
You would see a significant reduction in taxes because taxpayers will move.
What can the fight over California's wealth tax tell us about the problems our country faces and how to solve them? Glance, an elementary school outside of Boston might seem like a strange place to go to better understand a wealth tax in California. But once you understand what's going on here, it becomes more clear.
8 years ago, school breakfast was stigmatized. Our breakfast program, we served maybe 2% of students.
But on this day in Watertown, Massachusetts, just outside Boston, every kid gets free breakfast. Same with lunch, and same at every public school across the state.
Here you go, Caitlin. Hi, Francesca. Hi, good, how are you?
That's because back in 2022, the state's voters approved a ballot initiative called the Fair Share Amendment.
The proposal would require people who make over $1 million to pay 4% more in state income tax.
Across the state, 2 free meals a day at school are saving millions of families money on groceries. Better trains and buses and tuition-free community college are lowering their transportation and education bills. All of it.
That's where I'm from. That's my high school. I don't understand. Did every billionaire and millionaire escape Massachusetts then? Like, is that what happened? How are they surviving? How are they surviving with this unjustifiable attack against their wealth? This doesn't make any sense to me. They've basically killed all innovation in the city, right?
Paid for with the millionaire's tax.
Every year when Massachusetts reaffirms that we're having a free breakfast and free lunch, I breathe a sigh of relief.
Everybody in Massachusetts who was a lobbyist and a spokesperson for the wealthy, they said, oh, we're going to see an exodus, a mass exodus of the wealthy.
And these guys are going to say, okay, I'm going to go to Florida instead of staying in Massachusetts.
And it's a very legit concern.
So Massachusetts doesn't want to position itself in a way that our tax code is an impediment to economic growth.
Well, guess what? There was no mass exodus.
In fact, the number of millionaires in Massachusetts actually grew close to 40% in the 2 years after the amendment passed. Now, this same argument is being recycled in California.
It's the California gold rush in reverse.
What the hell? What do you mean it didn't fail? An economist would never lie to me, dude. Are you telling me that economists lie with regular frequency? That's crazy. Are you telling me that people with a vested interest, people whose entire paycheck relies on them just telling the public straight up lies about the dangers of taxing the super rich, we're actually lying once again? What the fuck? Yeah. No lessons to be learned from this, though. Certainly, once again, wealth exodus again.
Talking about it is sending billionaires running.
Some reportedly ready to move their businesses and their money across the country to Florida.
This is an exodus, isn't it? You're not for a wealth tax in the state of California.
You can't isolate yourself from the 49 others. We're in a competitive environment.
Unlike the Massachusetts tax, the California proposal would tax wealth, not income. And it would apply to a much smaller group of people, the 200-odd billionaires in the state. It's also a response to one of the largest wealth transfers in the country's history.
I've been a healthcare worker for 57 years. This is the worst threat that I've ever seen.
When President Trump signed the legislation, the world changed.
Trump's signature on this bill redirected billions of dollars from Medicaid into the pockets of billionaires and corporations. So that money is now sitting in the investment portfolios of billionaires like Mark Zuckerberg and Sergey Brin instead of paying doctors and nurses and care flight pilots. It's not lowering monthly premiums for low-income folks who are dropping out of the pool and making premiums go up for the rest of us.
So I'm a phlebotomist. What brings me here today is it's pretty simple, to prevent a healthcare collapse.
In California, the cuts amount to $100 billion over 5 years.
I look back at what happened at COVID.
This ICU is over capacity.
Mass graves for those who can't afford a funeral.
It would be like seeing something of COVID, but permanent.
The Antelope Valley Medical Center has already had to close its public health clinic in response to this routing of billions from Medicare to billionaires' pockets.
If the ER closes in one town, the next town's ER is going to be overcrowded. Well, it turns out we're all in this together.
So we are in uncharted territory, and that's an unprecedented situation. Nobody has ever had to manage that before.
You can't just manufacture the dollars out of thin air. Ultimately, we are all going to pay. It is higher amounts we spend for doctor's visits, it's higher co-pays, it's higher insurance costs. It comes out of all of our pockets, one way or another. So there's this crisis, and the question facing California was, what are you going to do about it?
If not asking the richest among us to pay, what do we do?
Well, we do. California has the most progressive tax structure in the United States of America.
But there are billionaires who are sitting on equity who don't sell it
We have
and who are paying a
billionaires
lower tax rate.
that are paying those progressive taxes. We have the highest progressive tax rate in the United States of America.
It is true, California has relatively high personal income taxes. Those are meaningless to billionaires.
The income income that you earn at your job or that I earn by going out in public and begging strangers to talk to me.
We're working on a video about the billionaire tax. Do you guys want to talk about it? Do you want to talk about it? You guys want?
This is the thing. I pay as a California resident with my federal and state taxes because of the way that I am a 1099 employee and because none of my assets, like none of my wealth is accumulated capital, none of it is in the stock market, I pay a higher burden, like a higher tax burden, right, than pretty much any other person on the planet that is like super wealthy, right? It's true. In the state of California, if you are at the top marginal tax bracket, you basically at the end of the year are paying like 50+% almost of like your effective tax rate. Okay? It's literally more than my French counterparts. They're actually shocked by how much taxes we pay. The reason why they're shocked by how much taxes we pay is twofold. One, because there's this attitude in America where you actually don't pay any taxes at all, or the tax burden is actually low. That's not true. If you're getting taxed on your income, your tax burden is fairly high. It's actually very low if you are super, super wealthy and have all of your wealth in assets. Okay? These guys get to never pay anywhere close to what you pay in taxes percentage-wise. Their year-over-year income growth is directly associated with capital accumulation. Okay? And their effective tax rate at the end of the year is sometimes 1% or much, much lower than 1%, right? Because they're making billions and billions of dollars. Like their net worth is growing by the billions in some instances, and none of that is getting taxed. As long as they never cash it out, they don't ever have to get taxed on it. That's the reason why they're trying to implement some kind of wealth tax in the state. And it is controversial, to say the least, because the entire point of keeping your assets in the stock market for many of these super wealthy people is not so that their wealth is more productive and somehow being spent on productive forces, and you get to build more businesses, all this bullshit that people tell you in econ. But the reason why they do it is because they don't have to get taxed on it, and there are alternative means of borrowing against their net worth that basically transfers what would be a much higher tax rate that would go to the state coffers to basically a fee that you're paying to the bank in the form of an incredibly low interest loan, incredibly low interest rate. Okay? So instead of paying the tax on your capital that you have turned liquid, that you've the stocks that you've sold, you get to pay just a tiny, minuscule percentage of that, not to the state, but to the bank in the form of interest. The bank is obviously happy with this because they have a tremendous amount of assets that they now look at as leverage, right? So they'll readily give you whatever loan you want with whatever favorable interest rate that you can get that normal people can't get. And it's not enough This is true. This is a wealth tax, but it's not even a real wealth tax. It's a one-off, one-time fee that says 200 billionaires need to give California 5% of their net worth. That's not a real sustainable tax. It's just kind of slop to say we're taxing the rich. Real tax reform is needed, including perhaps a wealth tax. I agree. I think it's a test. California imposes the highest state income tax rate in the U.S. for high earners, with a top marginal tax rate of 13.3% on taxable income over $1 million. How does that get to a 50% tax rate? It's a 37% on the top marginal tax rate at the federal level. Did you not know that? Did you not know that there's a federal tax that Americans pay as well? The point is that for people at the top of the tax bracket, if they're like, there are not that many people that are at the top of the tax bracket that are just like operating on pure income, right? And that is because the system is designed to feed all of that back into the stock market. So most people don't do that. So the people that end up paying the highest tax rates or the highest effective effective tax rate at the end of the year are usually doctors and athletes and people like that. It's never the tech billionaires or the CEOs, because all of their year over year revenue gain directly comes from their stock prices going up, their assets increasing, capital accumulation, their assets increasing in value. And that's why people say at the end of the year, when you look at a billionaire and like their effective tax rate, it's like less than 1%, as opposed to you, the average person, you're paying, 30, 40% of your entire income. The only money that you have, the only money that goes into your pocket, the government takes it. Now, of course, that still needs to happen, obviously, because there's a lot more people that are just working off of pure income than people who are engaging in capital accumulation, at least in a meaningful manner. Tom Steyer made a good point on this, but I understand why people didn't want to listen to him. There's so many better ways to tax the rich, like undoing Proposition 13 would be amazing. This just feels like a part of the broader trend among liberals and even the left doing the tax slopism, where they say normal people don't have to pay any taxes and the billionaires pay it all. That's impossible. Yeah, I mean, that is impossible. Having said that, even a one-off, I'm in favor of. And if they don't do it, we should slap a fucking exit tax. I'm in favor of taking money out of the hands of billionaires and redistributing it back to the people, no matter which way you do it. Okay? 100%. Because the level of wealth accumulation, especially at that level, is so unbelievable that the system is so broken that when someone turns around and says, oh, well, this is not the perfect method, I'm like, I know it's a one-off. It should still happen. There's enough out there. There's enough wealth out there that it should unironically happen, even if it's not the best system, even if it's not the most reliable way of generating revenue for the state. That's how I feel about it. Because the money that we're talking about is not normal. It's not something that you can even imagine with your human brain. You can't comprehend it just by looking at numbers. Like, it doesn't tell the full story. The wealth gap is so vast at that level that even an unreliable and inconsistent one-off method is still good. Like for all his W's, Van Hollen's proposal, I know you're talking about something different. You're talking about how like a lot of liberal and left-leaning Democrats are trying to only tax the rich, or they're not. They're even talking about like doing tax cuts for people making less than $100,000. I was like, it's ridiculous. It is sloppy list. You're right. I do understand that, you know, there are far more people making $100,000 that will be reliably generating revenue for the government than the millionaires and the billionaires. But what I'm saying is there's an unbelievable amount of wealth in the hands of a tiny sliver of the population, and even a bad initiative, even a one-off is still fine.
Talk about it?
No, not really. Thank you.
Okay. Hey guys.
We can see how much of it comes out every paycheck in the form of state income taxes. We can also definitely see the impact of taxes on gas and other necessities.
I might move to out of state because we have to pay taxes for everything. Gas on it is tax. Everything.
I'm hearing you say it's that the tax burden right now is falling on working people too much.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what they're doing to us.
But billionaires like Mark Zuckerberg, they get paid differently. He famously takes a $1 annual salary from Facebook, but he mostly gets paid in the form of shares of his company's stock. And if he never sells those shares, he never has to pay taxes on them. Same with most other billionaires in California.
Missouri's trying to get rid of income tax completely and replace it with sales tax. I had to explain to my coworkers how that actually moves even more of the burden to the low-income families. Oh my God. Americans are going to unironically do away with all progressive taxation. This is still Ronald Reagan, the motherfucking devil, and his impact being felt on American consciousness decades after his death. Okay? Starving the beast was the most effective mechanism to make Americans resentful of any kind of government activity and make them infinitely more excited at the prospect of tax cuts, even if it makes no damn sense whatsoever. And it's a never-ending death spiral. The more money you do not take out of the hands of the super wealthy, especially, the more money in circulation, the less the government spends on utilities, on improving people's material conditions, the more annoyed people are, the more they ask the question, why am I even paying taxes at all? Because going back to my story with my French friends that I was talking to, one of the reasons why they were shocked with like my, the amount of taxes I'm paying was because it was much higher than they thought it would be, because they think Americans pay very low taxes, and it's usually just the super wealthy that pay relatively low percentage in their taxes. But the other reason was because they looked around and they were like, what do you get for it? What the fuck do you get in exchange for these taxes that you're paying? You get nothing. You don't got health care. Your roads are dog shit. There's homelessness everywhere. You don't even get anything for the taxes that you are paying. And that's why they were shocked. That's also part of the reason why a lot of Americans, a lot of working class Americans, are easily duped into believing that tax cuts for the super wealthy will also end up, alleviating some of their financial pressure as well, when it unironically makes things worse. Wrong. Israel gets healthcare on my dollars. It's true. That's true. What are you, anti-Semitic? Better not be hearing any sort of anti-Semitism in the chat about how unpatriotic you feel paying taxes when it's only going to Israel. You should feel patriotic towards the nation state of Israel, the true motherland, the only state that matters.
California. Despite holding nearly $2 trillion in wealth, the state's billionaires only contribute about 2.5% of the state's income tax base. The vast majority of their wealth is sitting in their investment portfolios untaxed. California could raise the top income tax rate to 95% and never touch that money. That is the point of a wealth tax. In California, it would be a one-time 5% tax on an individual's net worth if it's over $1 billion. And it can be helpful to deal in physical objects here since these fortunes are so huge. This is a super yacht. One of these costs about $500 million. If Mark Zuckerberg were to convert his entire fortune into super yachts, he would have 444.6 of them. If the wealth tax passes, Zuckerberg would be left with a measly 422 super yachts. In the 4 odd months it took for me to research, report, travel, and produce this video, Mark Zuckerberg's wealth, just sitting in its investment portfolio, has already grown by the amount he would be asked to pay.
5% if they're billionaires. When their wealth is growing 7% a year is almost a rounding error.
But many of these billionaires are still spending millions to try to defeat this tax, and already taking steps to try to get out of it.
Businesses are fleeing California.
And it's going to cause a mass exodus. This wealth tax is having a huge impact on people fleeing to Florida.
It's a badly drafted effort.
Yeah, except if they flee to Florida, they're going to be stuck in fucking Florida. So good luck living in Florida. Let me tell you, as someone who's lived there, it ain't no California, baby. We got a lot of problems in this beautiful state, but it is one of the most beautiful states I've ever been in, okay? Many of those problems would unironically be solved by, trying to get the super wealthy here in the state to pay a larger share of their yearly revenue gains, yearly increases in their net worth. So why wouldn't they like Florida? Where do I begin? Have you ever been to Iowa? I have never been to Iowa. As a future multimillionaire, I'm sick of all these handouts. Just work for your money. I'm unemployed, but spitballing huge app ideas with ChatGPT. Hell yeah. Entrepreneurs.
It's already had an outsized impact on this state.
Okay, to be clear, we're talking about 6 people. 6 billionaires who have told reporters that they either purchased real estate or incorporated LLCs outside of California. Plus, the proposal covers any billionaire who was a resident of California as of January 1st this year. So if they haven't taken steps already, it's too late. Recent polling shows that a majority of Californians favor the tax, but also that they're concerned that they will have to fit the bill if the billionaires flee. And the measure's opponents are spending millions to try to push this scare tactic to the public. It's an argument that sounds pretty similar to that of the governor, Gavin Newsom. And there might be a reason for that. Former Google CEO Eric Schmidt, Tony Zhu, CEO of DoorDash, Patrick Collison, CEO of Stripe. These billionaires have all contributed the maximum amount to Gavin Newsom's campaigns in previous cycles, as have other California billionaires like Reed Hastings, co-founder of Netflix, who also incidentally cut a $250,000 check to stop Zohran Mamdani from becoming mayor of New York. Taxing the ultra-rich was a huge part of Mamdani's campaign, and California billionaires took notice and started spending to try to stop it. Now, those same billionaires are counting on their years-long investment in Gavin Newsom. And it looks like it's paying off.
What would a compromise look like to you?
I don't know what there is to compromise.
Altogether, Newsom has received financial support from 50 of the state's billionaires and their spouses. And in a state with roughly 200 billionaires, that's not a drop in the bucket. As Newsom positions himself as a 2028 presidential contender, those same billionaires are now funding that effort through a couple of newly formed federal PACs. A sizable portion of Newsom's billionaire backers come from the tech sector, which is an important part of California's economy.
Your home is beautiful.
Thank you.
Do you think that you guys would also too leave California if the billionaire tax passed?
I think that is our big fear. It's sort of the nightmare. We're kind of going through the phases of denial, acceptance, grief, however you call it.
These guys are
nightmare. Nightmare, dude. Nightmare scenario. The fear that I have in my soul. It keeps me up at night, dude. I'm gonna be worth $17 billion instead of $17.5 billion. Okay? Or however the fucking math works. I'm not a math wizard, okay?
betting that
What will I do with the remaining $20 billion I have when the government steals from me? What will I fucking do? I will be reduced to a 20 billionaire. You just want to kill my children. That's what you want. This isn't a fucking joke, man. You want to destroy my livelihood. Yeah, meanwhile, this is the Republican attitude, okay? Representative Jeff Van Drew, Republican from New Jersey, on America struggling with rising prices. Let's see what he had to say.
This goes on and on of all the things. Our gas tax automatically increases in New Jersey. And by the way, so do our tolls and our fees automatically increase. All of that. Now we're going to have on top of that, and I'm talking to my folks in New Jersey, my state, you better just keep breaking your back and working hard, maybe get yet another job. The list.
Incredible. Thank you, sir.
Gloom projections about billionaire founders being forced to sell their supervoting shares and potentially losing control of their companies will be enough to scare voters into rejecting the proposal.
It shouldn't be too difficult if on paper you're worth several $1 billion to come up with your tax payment without, selling shares or doing some dramatic thing.
There's even a special provision for startups that would allow their founders to delay paying the tax until after their company goes public.
We're trying to make it as easy and reasonable as possible. We're not trying to cause a liquidity problem for these billionaires. We're not trying to cause them to sell shares when they don't want to. We're just trying to use reasonable modern tools in order to close a gap.
Human rights!
And sure, billionaire-backed PACs are already spending big to try to defeat this proposal.
Yeah, billionaire rights are human rights. That's a pro-billionaire rally. Incredible. Incredible. Oh my God, people are...
But the billionaire class solidarity...
Property rights are human rights. Even Sweden abolished wealth taxes.
Might not be as strong as you'd think. This is an interview with Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA and one of the California billionaires who would be subject to the wealth tax.
Is it something that's of concern to you?
I gotta tell you, I haven't thought about it even once. We work in Silicon Valley because that's where the talent pool is. And
yeah, by the way, any billionaire that says that immediately becomes legendary. That's the other side of this. For 5%, of your wealth for 1 year, you automatically become one of the best people of all time. It's a modest price to pay, I think. My friend went to that protest. It was satire. Some of those people were like my Twitter haters, so I don't know how satirical it was. I think some people were genuinely there. You know what I mean?
whatever taxes I guess they would like to apply, so be it. And, I'm perfectly fine with it. It never crossed my mind once.
For Wong, a one-time 5% tax is a small price to pay to live in a region where his business can recruit the most highly skilled workers. It's a perspective that mirrors that of the working Californians who I spoke with.
Billionaires are making their money off the backs of our public infrastructure. And so we need to make sure that they are paying their fair share for the resources that they are using.
They are making a lot of revenue on workers and working families in the state. And if they cannot help with the 5% to help the...
There was a member of the Ayala girl polycule, so we can only be so serious. Wait, aren't those guys sincere? Aren't they like literally just paid? Those people are all like, isn't she like a low level Jeffrey Epstein type basically for billionaires and like Silicon Valley freaks? I mean, I shouldn't be talking too much shit. I'm literally right here at the heart of at the belly of the beast, right? What is this? Why'd you have, oh yeah, they had pro Jeffrey Epstein signs. Why did you guys have pro Jeffrey Epstein signs? Also, is that Ayala girl looks like it? Also explains it. Oh, it's Jeffrey Bezos. We love you, Jeffrey Bezos. It wasn't Jeffrey Epstein. It's still kind of weird. That's still odd. You know what I mean? Salesforce Tower watching you like the Eye of Sauron. Literally. Ay, ay, ay.
Why?
Oh, going back to the Cope sesh on Donald Trump's beautiful State of the Union address, presidential address to the nation, or whatever the fuck it's called. Here's Jesse Waters' take on the 5.
Well, the chattering class said the president was low energy. What did they want him to do? Do the YMCA? I mean, it's in the Oval Office address at 9 o'clock.
It is the gay national anthem, Jesse.
Excuse me.
And they covered for Joe Biden, who was not low energy.
They never called Joe low energy once, so that's just crazy. So it's designed to be reassuring and informative. And it's for, as you mentioned, Dana, the people that watch Survivor. Well,
what's Patrick Bet-David up to? What's he been saying about this? Because I want to know. I feel like Patrick Bet-David must be at least a little conflicted, right? Like, or is he totally cucked? Does he still? Because I know he's like pro-Trump, and he has to say, PBD gives Adam a grueling performance review after the Piers Morgan debate. Yeah, I don't care about that. I want to know what PBD has to say, because like he's obviously super pro Trump, but he's like Iranian, right? And as an Iranian, it must sting a little bit if you have even a modicum of a soul, if you have like even a fraction of a piece of a soul, okay, then I suspect you're going to feel some type of way about your ancestral homelands being fucking destroyed by the president that you defend all the time, who's literally saying we're to bomb it back to Stone Age. Is he still with Trump? For a low 5 figures, you can hire him for business meetings. I think it's $50K an hour. Who the fuck would ever pay $50,000? Anyone that has $50,000 that they can drop like that is not dumb enough to hire Patrick Bet David for any kind of services. Are you out of your dang mind? Breaking, Amazon Web Services appear to be down in Bahrain after a claimed Iranian attack. The AWS region in Bahrain appears to be offline after being damaged again in another Iranian strike. Fine, here's the real one.
Rob, why don't you start off with the clip? Why don't you start off with the clip on what the president said that made the futures go berserk? This is the exact moment. Everybody was waiting to see what the speech was going to be. Was there going to be a big announcement? Was there going to be something massive, positive? You know, the Gulf states are going to pay for the war. What was it? At the end, when this comment was made, I will share with you what happened to the markets. Go ahead, Rob.
To the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred.
Wait, is PBD not Iranian? Is he Armenian? Yes, bro, there's Armenians in Iran. He is, I think, like half Assyrian, half Armenian or something, but like full Iranian. That's why he was like trying to interview Reza Pahlavi.
Because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The new group is less radical and much more ketone.
Dow, 1.36. Oil, gas prices right now, 112 and 17, 112.17. It skyrocketed. While this is going on, you know, at the same time, we're hearing a bunch of other news that took place. And, you know, that statement, Bitcoin drop, markets concerned, people are worried. What's going to be happening? He did talk about the 4 million, you know, kids in America right now have that Trump account that's been created, which was some of the good news that he shared. But, you know, some people are even speculating that the news was so scary for some people that even the Artemis 2 that went to space yesterday, because of the speech, the toilet stopped working. Because now that's speculation. I don't want you to go fact check me on this.
God, he's such a fucking Iranian boomer, dude. That's classic, you know, Iranian unk jokes over there.
And ask, you know, Grok or some of these other things, but people were expecting something else. Richard, why did the market react so negatively to yesterday's speech?
Well, in many ways, there was no news. There was no sort of real new announcement. And to the contrary, there was perhaps, there was disappointment. For one, the time scale, the timeline stayed pretty vague. We're told, well, it's going to soon end, but we've heard that before. And the wars that are going to end soon, and they go on for a very long time thereafter. He repeated, as you know, in this clip, as we saw, he's going to bomb Iran to the Stone Age from henceforth, which is a big task. It's a major country. And actually...
Yeah, that's my concern. I'm like thinking, how will you accomplish this bombing campaign? Because it's too big. I'm thinking about the logistics. When the quote-unquote leader of the free world says, I'm going to bomb this foreign adversary back to the fucking Stone Age, I immediately start mapping out exactly how this can take place.
Didn't he care about the Iranian people? Wasn't that in the beginning the story?
That's the criticism right now.
So all these contradictions, and that's just that's just tip of the iceberg, I think.
Luke, what do you think? Yeah. First, what do you think about the speech too? Why do you think the market reacted so aggressively to back to Stone Ages?
I think exactly what Richard said, where the contradictions. I mean, I received texts from institutional clients around the country. One of them said they should have called this speech stuck. Another one said this could have been an email. But I think why the markets ultimately freaked out and then carried through on that freak out is what he said about the Strait of Hormuz and the contradiction therein, which is He said something along the lines that it'll open up on its own eventually, naturally, maybe our allies will help us. And the contradiction within that is...
But not really our allies will help us. He even said they got to figure out themselves, and we'll help them if they need it, but I think they have it themselves, like almost leaving it.
Dude, I miss listening to fucking dumb guys talk about Donald Trump. I might be alone in this, but I truly did miss this because... we're over here looking at the situation. We're talking about like how devastating this is, what the global impact looks like, what this means for American force projection capabilities. And these guys are just like playing catch up with whatever the fuck Trump is saying to be like, yeah, and it's actually awesome. No, he does. He does got that shit under control, bro. He do.
To NATO and some of the others to figure out for themselves.
Yeah, I think that's right. And there's a huge contradiction therein. We're the greatest military in the world. We are the reserve currency issuer. Our job is to use our deep blue water Navy to maintain freedom of navigation for the world. That is why the world, is a big reason why the world uses the dollar as the reserve currency. And so if we say, hey, this isn't our problem, number one, that starts to raise serious questions about why am I paying the Americans for weapons? Why am I paying the Americans to hold dollars? And then also, on a more fundamental level, if we're winning, why can't we open the Strait of Hormuz? If their Navy has been devastated, if their Air Force is devastated, if their offensive capabilities have been devastated, why can no ships sail through there?
Why do you think?
Well, forget about what I think. What I'm being told is that, yes, their Navy is destroyed. Yes, their Air Force is destroyed. And this isn't where their power was. Their power was in missiles and drones. And I'm hearing we've destroyed less missiles than we thought. There was a story talking about this on Reuters last week where we originally were taking Israeli intelligence and they were saying, yeah, we got 70% in the first couple weeks. Last week, Reuters said, well, it's closer to a third, which means it's probably a little less than that. It's sounding, I'm hearing very credible rumblings that more of their missiles were deeper underground than we thought. And the reality is these drones, it's not different for us than it's been for the Russians in Ukraine, which is to say, something very important has happened in this last 4 or 5 weeks of war in the same way it happened in Ukraine, which is the very nature of warfare has fundamentally changed in a way that has arguably not happened since black powder rifles were used to take down heavy cavalry, whenever that was, 400 or 500 years ago. And that is that Iran is using missiles and drones to stand off the United States Navy in a naval choke point. And so while there's something called Mahan Doctrine, which is you control naval choke points, you control the world. And that has been in force for 400 or 500 years. British Navy, well, 300-400 years. British Navy under the British Empire, taken over by the American with the United States Navy. Navies have been the ones to control those naval choke points. And here we have, in live, living color, for the first time in 300-400 years, a land-based power, and one, oh, by the way, that is probably not even a top 5, and maybe not even a top 10 military, standing off the United States Navy in a naval choke point. The relative power dynamic has shifted. So now you have this, I think when you layer that onto what we're looking at with oil, there's this massive, markets I think are starting to discount, okay, there is some sort of major change taking place here. And it's gonna be a lot harder and messier to reopen this via naval force. I think they're not sailing through because they don't wanna wake up. I think Trump most of all, but none of us want to wake up to a scene of a U.S. naval destroyer on fire or sinking. That's what I think the issue is.
Vinny.
Well, yesterday you made a great point. Trump, the president, listens to everything. He reads everything. He knows the pulse. Remember we talked about this? And I think, you know, he had to come out and the people around him are like, you're going to have to go out there and you're going to have to say something and show strength and say that we're on the path. And you let them know that it's going to go a little bit longer and everything, but we were under, as a regular American that just follows what he sees and reads, we were told that the first attack was at the summer where we went in, we bombed, it was clean, we left. That was it. We took out all their nuclear launching capabilities. Come to find out now, we were told it was for the people. I haven't heard a single thing from anybody on the ground. Any Iranians, the protesters here are like, yes, we want it, please help us. The internet's down. We don't know what the hell's going on. And I think the miscommunication is, let's just say, ready for this? We take out all their leaders and we keep knocking out all these people that are on top. You think their military, whoever becomes a leader now, is going to be like, okay, we'll follow this guy. These people are very, very stuck on their ideology. They have America in there with Israel bombing the hell out of them, Pat. I don't know. I have a feeling that the president was, and by the way, he's an alpha. He does what he wants. But the people in his ear, like Lindsey Graham.
Dude, it's so awesome that they have to, like, even when they're criticizing Trump, because, like, that's what he's building up towards, right? He's building up towards a criticism of Donald Trump, but he still has to be like, well, the president's really alpha. It's actually the beta. It's Lindsey Graham. He's gay. He's beta. That's the reason why they're making wrong decisions, because it couldn't be the president.
When Lindsey Graham did a thing on Wall Street Journal reported, he was visiting the president saying, hey, Roosevelt, think about your legacy, do this. A bunch of people's like, yeah, let's go in there. Is it gonna be like Venezuela? Yeah, let's go in there. And then now we're there and it's like, uh-oh, longer. And what was it? Short-term pain for long-term gain. They kept saying that, short-term pain.
It's pretty funny to shift the blame over to Lindsey Graham and Israel, which obviously there is a lot of blame here for Israel and Lindsey Graham. But you can't do that while also simultaneously maintaining the belief that the president is awesome. Because your only defense for Trump in that situation is that he's a fucking idiot. Okay? Oh, you don't understand. My big, beautiful, bold president is just a dumb baby who didn't listen to his own generals, who didn't listen to his own intelligence community's assessments, and listen to fucking Lindsey Graham, who sucks. At least he's alpha, though. I mean, he's a fucking moron, but at least he's like an alpha dog.
Don't see this not going a year. At least a year.
You think it's going to go a year?
Pat.
Are you there as well? You think it's going to go a year?
That's the risk, that it could be very long, potentially even longer than a year. Really what, from a European perspective, what we currently see, because, as Luke explained, and this is actually not surprising what has happened so far. I mean, Iran so far had not used its power to close the Strait of Hormuz, but it was always capable of doing that, but it chose not to. Of course, being suddenly attacked during negotiations and its leadership being assassinated and so on. You sort of can see from their viewpoint, okay, well, now we have to do a bit more.
The Israel first tax is rising. Amazon will add a 3.5 surcharge for U.S. and Canadian sellers starting April 17th due to the elevated cost in fuel and logistics. Oh, shit. Guys, you have to feel patriotic when you do this. Not because it's like, going back to your schools or anything, but you have to feel patriotic for this because now that the global energy markets are completely busted, and therefore there will be unprecedented waves of inflation in very meaningful ways that you could not have foreseen, you can still sleep soundly at night knowing that at least Israel is one step closer to its greater Israel project. Okay? Because otherwise, I mean, it could be anti-Semitic. Like, I'm not going to say you're being anti-Semitic, but like, you could potentially start the process of feeling anti-Semitism if you had a thought in your mind where like, that tax is really stupid. Like, I shouldn't have to pay this. Why can't we bring Israel to heel? Which is, of course, the only type of anti-Semitism that exists. No other type. I like to make sure when when I'm talking to someone, if they're like a Holocaust denier, I don't check whether they're a Nazi or not from that point on. I ask them how they feel about the nation state of Israel. That's the only thing I care about because, apparently that's the only way you can be anti-Semitic.
And they close the strait. So in other words, it's not a surprise. So from a European perspective, actually what's really happened now is, under President Biden, the number one energy supply line to Europe was cut. The Nord Stream 2 pipeline from Russia to Germany. Under President Trump now, the second lifeline of energy has been cut, which is through the Strait of Hormuz. So really what's happening, and you know, none of that is sort of a surprise. You know, if you sort of take these actions, this is the result. Revealed preference, we have to assume that's what those behind the scenes who advise the president want it, because it's not surprising. So really one of the goals seem to be to totally deindustrialize and destroy Europe. I think we're witnessing the implementation of the Morgenthau Plan, proposed by former, well, at the time, the Treasury Secretary Henry Morgenthau, which was that after 1945, the post-war era, Germany needs to be totally annihilated. The industry needs to be taken out, needs to be deindustrialized, degrowth, although they didn't use that word, and even the population needs to be replaced. And that's the program that seems to have got into motion with a delay, but from 2015 onwards, and now it's really, on steroids, and that's really what's happening now. You'd expect that there'd be somebody in Europe who said, well, hang on, what's going on? We've got to find solutions. And of course, President Trump, in his speech yesterday, did say, well, okay, this is what happened, this is happening, and we continue to do our job. Looking after the Strait of Hormuz and energy supply to Europe, well, that's Europe's job, effectively, he's saying, so they should take care of that. And if there was a sort of a proper leadership in Europe, then they could now take the necessary steps. And yesterday...
What the fuck is this argument, man? Like, what are the European leaders supposed to do? So Trump gets to fuck things up, and then Europe comes in and tries to militarily solve it when the American government can't militarily solve it? Yeah, if you want competent European leaders to actually solve this crisis, there is an opportunity there. It's not militarily unfucking the Strait of Hormuz. It's actually going to Trump and being like, hey, we are all of the country's presidents. We're the leaders of virtually every single country, and we are demanding you go to the fucking table with Iran and do a ceasefire and give Iran everything that they demanded. Okay? That's what a competent European leader would do. They're obviously too cowardly to do that. And they also don't have the military prowess to be able to obviously fight to open the Strait of Hormuz when America is failing to do so. But yeah, the real thing that European leaders could do is not go to Iran necessarily, but to go to the United States of America and to Israel. Not even going to Trump, just straight up paying Iran whatever currency they want. I mean, that is probably what's going to end up happening. Hasan, I don't think you know how Europe politics works. Oh my fucking God. I don't want to hear this, okay? I don't want to hear this from European chatters. You guys are unbelievable. For years you've told me I'm wrong. Okay? Every time. Europe does not exist outside of this universe, okay? It's not a special place. Its politics are fairly similar to American politics. You have the rise of a coalition or a party in the parliamentary structure that's like far right, fascist, illiberal, and then you have liberal forces that are trying to maintain liberalism, trying to build coalitions to do that, while casting aside any sort of like socialist, principled socialist governance out of any sort of governing coalition. And in the process of doing so, just leaning into fascist parties growing their power because they're the ones who are saying things that people want to fucking hear. It's always Europeans that say, oh, you just don't understand. Okay, it doesn't matter. I don't need to understand. I'm an American. Europeans are vassals, unfortunately. European populations are not. They're obviously resisting. They're protesting. But the European governments are just as vassalized and just... They're slaves to capital all the same, just like our Democrats are. EU's flexible principles on the crime of the war of aggression for Russia, sanctions, and a special tribunal for the crime of aggression. For the victim, Iran, official condemnation for being in the way of U.S.-Israeli bombs, assassinations, and assassination, gloating, and sanctions. That's awesome. What is this? Insane to write this almost 3 years later. LMFAO, one of your ops at their finest. I'm an October 8th Jew. Yeah, I saw this. She's not even matrilineal. Her mother is a Episcopalian militant atheist. I saw. I think her father is Jewish. And she has never been, like, she hasn't had a bat mitzvah or anything. Like, she was not religious at all. But hey, she's more Jewish than every single one of you in this chat, because there's only one metric for Judaism. And I think all of you anti-Zionist Jews know that. And that is, how much will you dick ride the state of Israel? The very same people that read and maybe even distribute Olivia Reingold articles, your relatives that tell you, see, why can't you be like her, are not even going to look at the situation and be like, it's a little strange. Yeah, I saw beer hall push. I know. Casey push in Toledo for a beer hall rally. Holy Toledo, I say. Not going to read this, but can't help but respect figuring out how to get paid to write the same exact article 186 times. What does that even mean? As in, she was never like a practicing... she was never a practicing Jew. She did not see herself as Jewish. She did not experience any of the culture or anything. And after October 8th, she realized, I'm Jewish now, and decided to, work for a pro-Israel newspaper. Hold on. Oh. Ay. They literally have anti-Semitic stories on Avi Lewis, who is Jewish. Yeah. No, they write about how, like, Avi Lewis is not a real Jew because he's an anti-Zionist. We're giving the Goy slaves DEI now? Okay, stop. I'm going to a family friend's Passover Seder tonight, and I already know how it's going to be. I have a wager with my wife as to whether they'll bring you up. I think I'll just smile and nod along instead of defending you. Sorry, bro. No, you should. What do you mean? You should print out the article on the New Republic that Aaron Regenberg wrote, and be like, and just slap it on the table and be like, read this. Ursula von der Leyen. Good call yesterday with Keir Starmer. We discussed the situation in the Middle East and the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's actions are putting the global economy, global economic stability at risk. We will work with our partners to ensure freedom of navigation can resume as soon as possible. We also discussed the upcoming EU-UK summit, a key moment to deliver on last year's commitments and further strengthen our partnerships. Yeah. Iran is a real danger to global stability, I say. What is this? This op-ed is beyond problematic. NDP has an anti-Semitism problem? Hell yeah. Yeah, they anti-Semitically elected a Jew to lead the party. Just not the kind of Jewish person we like. One that is anti-Zionist. That's unacceptable. I'm telling you, it's the most anti-Semitic you can be. I'm trying to win a normal off with a bunch of Israel supporters / Hasan haters. I'm not sure bringing a printed out article is going to help my case. Wow, you have no conviction. It's fine. I wonder how many Passover Seder dinners I will be a topic of conversation at. And now that you brought that up, because like there, like especially over a certain age, I feel like there are super pro-Israel people that do legitimately know who I am and are objectively terrified of me. Like they think I'm scarier than like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes combined. You were one at my Seder? How many Jewish chatters do you have? That's how many? Well, it turns out some of them are cowards like Megaphonics. The timing with the recent media circus around you means is 100% certainty. That's why I'm betting on it. Yeah. Some of them are cowards like Megaphonics who won't actually fight for me, even though they were voted as the #1 chatter of the year, by the way. Okay? Which is crazy. Imagine being voted as the #1 chatter of the year and then not even fighting. Not even fighting your own personal choice of daily consumption. Unbelievable. 422. You can rip it. I'll flip it. No, it's fine. The other camera works. Oh, how did it work? I restarted the PC. Yeah. Yep. We are going to head over. We are going to head over to University of San Francisco Law School. Your Malfit making him feral? What is this? Hassan Piker at Stanford? Wait, what the fuck happened to the audio? Come to party afterwards at my place. I'm going to be partying with Shoykat Chakrabarty afterwards. He nailed a social interaction. Oh, yeah. Israeli authorities confess they're singling out the Shiite Lebanese population for destruction. This is textbook ethnic cleansing described as Israel's message by the New York Times. Israel's message to a broad swath of Lebanon: Shiites must go. Israel has issued sweeping evacuation warnings and pressed some Christian and Druze leaders to expel Shiite Muslims from southern towns, the leaders said. That's insane. They have an unlimited appetite for murdering certain religious sects of Arabs. And it's not enough. They're like, we hate Muslims so much, we want to fucking kill them in other countries that we're invading. This is straight up Nazi shit. I mean, how do you look at this as anything but literally a Nazi German occupation? Are you going to a Shriver coding party? What does that mean? I don't know what that is. But behind the scenes, Israeli officials have conveyed a more targeted message in private calls to local leaders across southern Lebanon. Israeli military officials have assured several Christian and Druze communities that they could remain in the evacuation zone. They have pressed them, however, to force out any Lebanese from neighboring Shiite Muslim communities who have sought refuge among them as Israeli bombardment flattened Shiite towns, according to local Christian, Druze, and Shiite leaders who spoke to the New York Times. That's the majority of southern Lebanon, by the way. Like the areas that they're blowing up. I can't think of a precedent. I can't think of a historic precedent where this happened. The guy who was on the CNN panel about you has lost his mind. Masterclass in demagoguery from Miss Rachel. Wanting kids to live isn't anti-Semitic. True sentence. 5 words, 0 accountability. A whole community smeared. Because in that framing, the only reason Jews would object is that they don't want kids to live. This is what modern Jew hatred looks like, dressed up as kindness. Oh my God. Bro took ownership over that for no reason for an entire religion and now is getting mad. Yeah. Remember the would you hide me's after October 7 in like New York City? When people were like, would you hide me? When they were like, oh, this is going to happen, you know, any day now. Hamas is going to fly with, Mario go-karts over Central Park and do an October 7 here, which, of course, they're going to do anti-Semitically just like they did anti-Semitically against Israel, right? Israel is unironically creating a would you hide me situation for the Lebanese Shiite population. But of course, no one gives a shit. Yeah, a joke considering the ICE abductions? Yes, I agree. Look what Hen Mazik is writing about. After the Portland Trailblazers NBA team beat the LA Clippers, a Clippers fan posted his cartoon featuring Israeli player Denny Avdija flying a plane and dropping a bomb onto an elementary school. Denny is a basketball player. He's not fighting in the war. He's not part of his home country's government. This cartoon is not just offensive to Jews and Denny, but to anyone who has lost their life in the war. Yeah, I mean, he was in the IDF, and he also defends Israel. So, sorry, that's kind of the whole point. Wanting kids to live isn't anti-Semitic, but saying you want kids to live is anti-Semitic. Got it. Just trying to keep track. Yeah. Hold on. Let me text my dad. Let's see. To get him to come downstairs. Yeah. Also, Hen Mazik is bravely screenshot posting a random fan. Random NBA Twitter fan is never not going to be funny. Okay.
President Trump now the first sitting president to attend the Supreme Court's oral arguments, seen here in these sketches as he listened for 90 minutes.
Can I ask why you got your dad with you? What do I say to this guy, man? Because he wants to see me talk at colleges. Like, what do you? Because he's proud of me. What kind of question is that? I can't even have my dad attend speeches without chatters being like, "What's the deal there? What's going on there? Explain to me what's happening." Are you going to be at UC Law? No, I will not be at UC. What? No, is it UC Law? No, is it San Francisco? University of San Francisco Law School. Hi, Hasan. Please check your email for the party full link to my San Francisco peptide rave tonight. Your dad can come too. Thanks. I will not be there. Is it USF or UCSF? I don't know. There's SFU, SFSU, USF, and UCSF. I think it's USF. Anyway, all right. I gotta pee and then we'll head out.
He's unhappy with the court.
Supreme Court's not been acting very well, actually.
Reacting to what he heard inside.
We watched and actually nobody knew what the hell was going on. Simple subject.
And on Truth Social, the president saying, we are the only country in the world stupid enough to allow birthright citizenship. But the U.S. is one of over 30 countries that guarantees citizenship at birth. The president campaigned on banning birthright citizenship, and on his first day back in office, signed an executive order attempting to do so. For more than 150 years, the 14th Amendment has granted citizenship to children born in the U.S., regardless of their parents' legal status. The administration argues it has become exploited.
We're in a new world now, as Justice Alito pointed out, where 8 billion people are one plane ride away from having a child who's a U.S. citizen.
Well, it's a new world. It's the same Constitution.
The justices appeared unconvinced as government lawyers argued the constitutional right poses a national security risk. Chief Justice John Roberts pointing out the Trump administration is relying on very quirky and narrow exceptions to justify their reasoning. And Justice Amy Coney Barrett, who the president appointed, asking how officials would determine which newborns should be deported.
You're not going to know at the time of birth for some people whether they have the intent to stay or not.
This executive order would only apply to future babies born in the U.S., but Justice Sonia Sotomayor warning the government's lawyers' reasoning could theoretically be used to take citizenship away.
The government could move to unnaturalize people who were born here of illegal residents.
So as lawyers for the ACLU left the high court yesterday, they told reporters they could not be more confident. It's unclear when the Supreme Court will hand down their decision, Robin.
And Rachel, we're learning the president is considering firing Attorney General Pam Bondi. What more can you tell us about that?
Yes, Robin, sources tell us that the president has raised the possibility of removing Pam Bondi as Attorney General in private conversations that he has had with senior administration officials. 2 other names have been floated for the position, the current EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, as well as the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. No firm decision has been made just yet. In fact, Pam Bondi was with the president as he visited the Supreme Court just yesterday. In a statement released by the White House, the president praises Bondi, calling her a wonderful person, saying that she's doing a good job. But sources tell us within the administration there have been concerns that she has not done enough to go after the president's perceived political opponents, Robin.
We'll see what happens there. All right, Rachel, thank you.
So I don't know how many of you have been following this man, but the establishment, corporate, diet MAGA Democrats are absolutely crashing out with the most severe case of Hasan derangement syndrome I think I've ever seen in my life. So you now have Third Way, this corporate fake Democrat group, which is trying to drive a wedge in the Democratic Party. And they're trying to excise Hasan Piker and, by extension, every single anti-Israel, anti-Zionist, anti-genocide member of the Democratic coalition. That's what they're trying to do here. So there were a bunch of smear articles that were written trying to take down Hasan, trying to make it seem like, he's a real controversial flamethrower that you need to stay away from if you're a Democrat. And then they couch it in this language of like, it'll hurt you in the election if you talk to him, if you, associate with him in any way, shape, or form. That's how they couch it. But it's all bullshit because, again, at the end of the day, their goal, Third Way's goal, and all these diet MAGA Democrats, their job is to try to keep the Democratic Party corporate and keep the Democratic Party pro-war and pro-Israel. That's their job. They take a tremendous amount of money from the military-industrial complex and the Israel lobby and all these corporations, and they don't want a Democratic Party that's anti-Zionist, that's anti-billionaire, that's pro-social democracy. They want the party to maintain its Clinton base, right? Its Clinton facade of neoliberalism and extreme capitalism and endless war and deregulation and things of that nature. So there was a big article in Politico where apparently they decided to ask a bunch of the potential contenders for 2028, would you do an event or stream with Hasan? And most of them, I believe, didn't answer, okay? Some said, I would not talk to that guy, how dare you? And then some of them said, I would. So in the would column is Ro Khanna, for example. We all know that. Bernie has, of course, talked to Hasan Piker a lot, even though he's not going to run again. But, there's plenty of people in the Democratic Party who do, talk to him from time to time. But a bunch said no. So look at this. Mehdi Hasan says, Democratic Senators Cory Booker, Ruben Gallego, and Alyssa Slotkin all told Politico they wouldn't go on Hasan Piker's show. Ladies and gentlemen, Cory Booker is a hardcore Zionist. He took a picture with Benjamin Netanyahu. He snuggled up to Yoav Gallant, who's a fucking war criminal. He swims in Israel lobby money. That's why he doesn't want to go on Hasan's show. Ruben Gallego don't know why he would make this decision. He desperately tries to fit in online and tries to like get in good with like new media figures, but apparently he's running away from Hasan Piker because he doesn't know how to read a fucking room politically. So that's embarrassing. And Alyssa Slotkin got, her fucking life destroyed by Crystal when she grilled her on her support for the genocide in Gaza and humiliated herself. But apparently she's deciding, I'm going to snuggle up more to the Zionist elements in the party. And as Mehdi Hasan says here, so these politicians, Corey, Rubin, and Alyssa Slotkin, they have all been on Bill Maher's show. Bill Maher says Islam is, quote, like the mafia. The Muslim world has, quote, too much in common with ISIS. Muslims bring, quote, desert stuff to the West. And he's also used the N-word on his show, among other things. In fact, as Adam Johnson points out here, also more to the point, all these guys feigning outrage about Hasan Piker's 9/11 comments, they went on Bill Maher's show. Bill Maher is famous for praising the 9/11 hijackers and saying they are not cowards. So what did Hasan said? He said America, quote, deserved 9/11. But that was in the context of talking about the CIA term blowback. Blowback means, hey, there's going to be unintended consequences where your shit gets rocked because you keep interfering in Muslim countries. You keep bombing Muslim countries. You keep sanctioning and starving innocent people in Muslim countries. And the blowback of that is then there's going to be some extremist groups that attack you. That's what Hasan was referring to, and everybody pretends like he's just flat out like in favor of murdering civilians. No, quite the opposite. His commentary on his show on a daily basis is to be against murdering civilians, like, for example, what Israel is doing in Gaza every single fucking day. So these people are a bunch of smear merchants. That's what they are. And now they're trying to like make Hasan a wedge issue and make it so that if you associate with him, they're going to spend a shitload of money against you to try to defeat you. Look at this one. Senator Cory Booker says he wouldn't go on Hasan's stream because of his comments on Jewish people in 9/11. By the way, Hasan repeatedly stresses, I'm anti-Zionist, I'm anti-Israel, I am pro-Jew. He says, Jews are not the problem. Many Jews are leading the fight against the apartheid state of Israel. Here is Cory Booker associating with the genocidal war criminal Yoav Gallant. Cory Booker, Ruben Gallego, Alyssa Slotkin all said they wouldn't go on Piker's stream, as you know. Here's Yoav Gallant. Thank you to my friend, Senator Cory Booker, for hosting an important discussion on the powerful alliance between Israel and the United States, which translated into unprecedented support during the Seven Front War. We discussed the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead, primarily the critical timing for an agreement that will bring home the hostages held by Hamas, including both Israeli and U.S. citizens. This is the guy who famously said, we're cutting off all food, fuel, water, and electricity, going into all of Gaza. Openly saying, we're doing collective punishment. I'm the collective punishment man. I'm going after innocent men, women, and children in Gaza, and I hope they fucking starve to death. This is that guy. He's snuggling up to him, but you can't even have a conversation with Hasan Piker. What a sick, fucking disgusting, pathetic little joke. It's incredible. It's absolutely unbelievable. Andrew Perez says the following. Worth noting, as third-way campaigns against Hasan Piker and moderate Dems join them, that they specifically want to reduce far-left influence and infrastructure. What they're doing here is not, Hasan is just a proxy. He's a proxy for the left flank of the party. He's a proxy for people who are anti-genocide. He's a proxy for people who are anti-billionaire. And what's the actual reality of the situation? The reality is this, y'all. Look at this. Here's everything Democratic voters agree with Hasan over the Democratic Party on. 95% support raising taxes on billionaires, as Gavin Newsom fights against that in California, by the way. 85% support Medicare for all. 78% support abolishing ICE. 77% oppose U.S. military force to attack Iran. And 67% believe Israel committed genocide. On every single one of these points, Hasan Piker is simpatico with the Democratic voting base, with actual run-of-the-mill, regular, everyday Democrats. And the Democratic elites, the corporate Democrats, the diet MAGA Democrats, are against these positions. So, look, I'm here to tell you, this is a smear campaign. It's Hasan derangement syndrome. And anybody who's partaking in it, you're basically a useful idiot for MAGA, or you're fucking malicious, right? And you are just diet MAGA. You are just like, hey, I kind of agree with Republicans on a lot more shit than I pretend. There is no in-between. There is no in-between at all. And so the smear campaign is pathetic. And by the way, let me also just say the final point on this is I'm kind of embarrassed at the limp dick nature of the defenses of Hasan, because there's a lot of people who are out there going like, oh, well, I thought we believed in free speech and we believed in dialogue with everybody, and this seems very anti-free speech to try to cancel him, and we should be able to talk to him even though I disagree with him on a lot of things. No, we need to take these smears head fucking on. It's absolute fucking horseshit that he's anti-Semitic. It's horseshit. Somebody posted the other day, it was a 30-minute compilation of Hasan repeatedly separating out anti-Zionism from anti-Semitism and saying anti-Zionism is the way we go. Anti-Semitism is stupid and dumb and wrong and bad. And Nick Fuentes is a fucking Nazi. He blames all Jews. That's fucked up. That's wrong. 30-minute compilation of that. And the best we get in terms of defending Hasan is, well, on free speech grounds, I guess I might talk to him. No, fuck that. Defend him on the fucking substance. But maybe I'm in the media, so it's a little bit different from people who are running for office. But I think you get the point. And it certainly is true that you had like Mallory McMorrow, who's smearing Hasan and comparing him to Nick Fuentes. So Mallory McMorrow, famously, at the end of the last election, she said, us Democrats need to go talk to everybody, bro. We need to go have that conversation with Joe Rogan. Reach out to the bro podcaster sphere. We need more masculine energy on the Democratic side. That's what we need. And so she goes from that, and articles being written, who's the Joe Rogan of the left? Is it Hasan Piker? To now, I would never associate with him. I wouldn't go on his stream. I wouldn't talk to him. I would never do such a thing. And then, reiterates pathetic smears against him that are just factually wrong. So it is disgusting and it is hypocritical. But again, what I would say is defend him on the substance because they're just lying about this man. What they're saying about him is not true. And anybody who watches his stream, watch his stream for 1 or 2 days. And you will know beyond any doubt whatsoever, they are fucking lying about him and smearing him. Okay? But, yeah, they also are hypocrites. There's no denying that whatsoever. They absolutely are hypocrites. They're comparing him to Nick Fuentes when that's a lie. And they were saying, let's go on Joe Rogan, let's go everywhere, except Hasan. So it's weird how the big tent never only goes in one direction. It only goes to people to your right. It never seems to go to people to your left who are supposed to make up your base and be like the core of your party. Well, you're just begging to lose at that point. You know what I'm saying? But here's the good news, guys. The fact that they're freaking out over this means they know they're losing the battle, right? They know they're losing the war. They know that. They know that Abdul El-Sayed is surging in Michigan, and so that's why they tried to smear him and bring him down along with Hasan. And they're getting desperate because they can no longer control the narrative. The support for Israel among the Democratic base has fucking collapsed, and it's not coming back. It's just not coming back. And so this campaign is very desperate, and I think it's evidence that their days are numbered. Deep down, they know that, and this is like them lashing out in the most obnoxious way possible. But there you have it. I mean, severe Hasan derangement syndrome. Understand what it is, understand where it comes from, and understand what the overall purpose of it is. The overall purpose is to say, keep the Democratic Party more right-wing. Keep the Democratic Party more diet MAGA. Don't you dare do the opposite of MAGA. Don't you dare go left. Don't you dare actually represent your base. Well, guess what? We're all fucking fed up with it. We're all done with it. And it's time for us to...
Quick. Boom. Flipped it. What's up, everybody? We're on our way to University of San Francisco Law School right now, where I'll be having a talk with the students. The next generation of lawyers, public defenders, attorneys, defense attorneys, and maybe even the next General Bondi, Attorney General. I don't know what we're going to be talking about. They did not ask me to prepare a speech. I did not prepare a speech. I'm unprepared. I'm unprepared for what's to come. Now, just like with Stanford, there was some friction with the University of San Francisco Law School. Last year, they asked me to do this, and I don't remember exactly what was taking place, but when they first asked me to do this, they actually canceled the school. There was some controversy, and the school was like, oh yeah, we're a little bit worried about getting pressure from the admin, something along those lines. I'll investigate it a little bit further. I didn't actually talk about what took place in Stanford either, by the way. I think I didn't give you guys the full details, but like the actual auditorium hall that we were supposed to do this original Stanford talk in was massive. 1,700 people. It's a full theater, right? It's gonna be awesome. And the students actually like put together the funds to be able to do it. They put the upfront cost down, and the school still ended up randomly canceling. First, they thought they wouldn't be able to get the money together, and when they did, the school upped the price again, And when they got that together too, they were like, all right, we're still going to cancel it and put you in a much smaller room. They did that. With University of San Francisco Law School, I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen. They didn't ask me to prepare a speech. They didn't tell me that there would be a speech at all. I think it's just going to be more so a discussion. So, very excited. Very interested to find out what it's going to look like. Have no idea. Maybe it'll be a tiny classroom. Maybe it'll be an auditorium. It'll be a hall. But I don't know. They're going to arrest you surprise. They're going to debate you. That's what I think. They're lawyers. And as you know, being a lawyer means you're a debate pervert. So it wouldn't surprise me if they wanted to debate me. Pam Bondi got fired, you don't know? Well, yeah, I do know. That's my goal, is to find who the next Pam Bondi is. And these young, strapping new minds in the pursuit of their Juris Doctorate. Okay? Ambush with a debate? This is going to be so fucking good. Why are you making me scared, Law? Why are you scared? I'm a lawyer and I hate debate lords? Buddy, you're a lawyer.
You are the debate lord.
Exactly. Thank you. You have a bunch of lawyer jokes to fire off? What's the difference between a lawyer and a prostitute? Prostitute stops fucking you after you're dead. Zing. Had that off the top dome.
That was good.
Yeah.
I'm shocked.
Nobody likes their lawyer, not even their mom? Debate them on Pam Bondi. Tell them to defend Pam Bondi as new up-and-coming lawyers. Bazinga. There's always going to be a speech portion when you're invited to these schools? Always. Okay, but they didn't say that. There is no speech portion. Okay? From what I understand. It literally just says... Speaking event starts, introductions, and then panel questions 5 minutes after the introductions. So there's going to be panel questions, and the event is, what the fuck? The panel questions are at 5:45 is when it starts, and the end of the event is at 7:30.
That's how long yesterday was.
But that's like all just questions, question after question. They're just gonna grill me.
Yeah, you're gonna debate.
Yeah, they're gonna cook me, dude. I'm sitting on the stand basically for these guys.
About time.
I don't even know if there's anyone in the chat that's participating in this event. I genuinely have no idea. I didn't even know that there was a University of San Francisco nor a law school. We might be just walking into a trap, dude.
What are we doing?
I'm gonna plead the fifth the entire time. Anytime someone asks me, I'm gonna say, I'm pleading the fifth. I'm going to say I have a right to an attorney, and I don't have the finances to get one myself. It's a mock trial. The trial of Dr. Jihad. Plead the second? That'll scare him. I don't think I'm pleading my Second Amendment rights to bear arms. You must now give me a weapon for trial by combat. It used to be called the UC Hastings Law School. UC Law San Francisco and USF Law School.
Just hit him with the trial by 7.
What do you call a doctor who's in the bottom half of his graduating class? A doctor. What do you call a lawyer who's in the bottom half of his graduating class? Senator. It's a good one. I like that one, Chatter. I'm putting that in the Mind Palace. Declare prima nocta. You were in Bray's, Liz, and Young Chomsky's old stomping grounds. Should have asked them for pointers. Hasan, all this talking at universities is okay and all, But if you really want to change the game, you got to go to the frats and start mogging them. You're right. You're right. As a 34-year-old man, I should definitely go to the frat houses and be like, "What's up? Show me your most alpha dog." And we're gonna go keg stand for keg stand. See, I might be even dating myself. Do the youngsters still do keg stands? Is that even a thing that people do?
I don't think so.
You don't know either. You're fucking 30.
I don't know either, but
and you also were not even fratty.
I was not. I feel like I haven't heard about keg stands.
Yeah, you were emo, you were seen.
I didn't go to college.
Okay, well, exactly. My point still stands.
What are they lining up for?
I don't know.
What is it?
Oh, it's Malbon. It's the golf streetwear versus golf brand. They couldn't lift you up with their bitch ass soft hands. Yeah, dude. No, alcohol is gay. Wait, what do they do? What do the youngsters do?
New gen's like
They don't like alcohol. They don't like sex.
Yeah.
What do the younger generations do now?
Bone smash.
Yeah, that's
peptides.
true. That's true. They do peptides and bone smashing. We can do a peptide challenge. Who can shove
Spring
as many
break peptide challenge.
Yeah, who can shove as many peptides in their body? They watch Twitch. Be cringe, Fortnite, vote Republican, vape in situationships, Adderall and peptides.
Oh man.
Half of Gen Z can't even drink yet? Wait, yes they can, isn't Gen Z like 30 now? Aren't you Gen Z?
No, I'm millennial.
What's Gen Z?
96 is the cutoff for millennial.
Oh, they're 28. 27.
Yeah.
What's the youngest Gen Z then?
I have no idea.
Start out your talk by asserting that judicial review is colonial fanfic and not real. Okay. I'm going to do my bit on constitutional law is also a joke. And that any sort of conservative interpretation of constitutional law is pure reactionary nonsense with a intellectual varnish. Start every speech by stating you aren't anti-Semitic. Gen Z, 1997, 2013, aka Generation Forever War Fa. Hasan, please clap my cheeks like you did last night. I will never be the same. You got that communism deep. The dextrometorphan.
The thing, like, you don't have to read these.
Sometimes it's best not to. You're right. You're right. You freaking right, fam. You're freaking right. Oh my god. Hasan, I want to take you to... Dude, San Francisco HasanAbi heads are a different breed. Normally, whenever I go somewhere, there's a couple people that'll be like, oh, hey, you should try this spot. This is my neighborhood. You should try that spot. San Francisco HasanAbi heads are literally all like, come to my house. Come to my house. We're doing a peptide rave. Like, come to my house. We're doing a polycule session.
Who sent you that?
I don't know. There's just like hella people that just keep trying to get me to go to their house. I'm not going to do that.
You could forward those my way.
Also, how do you even have a house? I thought the I thought this was NIMBY town. I need to understand why this is the NIMBY-YIMBY divide in this city is genuinely insane. I mean, Professor Jiang was wrong about saying Iran is going to create Pax Islamica. But he would be even more wrong if he ever were to say that the NIMBY-YIMBY divide will be solved in San Francisco. I'm Steph Curry. Come to my house. Sick. Steph Curry's a fan. He's a NIMBY. Is bro trying to say hippy dippy? No. 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 YIMBY versus NIMBY. Steph Curry is BDS. Guy who's a Golden State Warriors fan. Like, I can't. I'm sorry. I'm a principled advocate for Palestinian emancipation. I will no longer be clapping when Steph Curry takes a 3-point shot. He is now BDS. I mean, Draymond is also BDS. Golden State's the most BDS team of all time. Come on, I will give you a free session. You need to be analyzed. Why did you write it like analyzed?
That's how it's spelled.
No, it just felt weird the way they wrote it. Hold on. How can I fucking... I don't know what is showing on my reflection here.
There's no reflection right now.
There was a reflection earlier.
There is a little bit now.
Oh, we're about to... What the fuck?
Yeah,
we're about to be there.
Yeah.
God damn.
We need to go to the ground floor.
Okay. Someone gonna pick us up?
Yeah, someone's gonna meet us at the ground floor of wherever this address is. Oh, I should probably text them. Whoops.
Yeah. Whoopsie daisy. Kamala got her Juris Doctorate from where you're going, by the way? Wait, what? Is that a lie or is that real? You are at USF Law, a private Catholic university?
Wait, what?
Wait, Hastings? Yeah, that's what it was. No, it is true. Is this a K-Hive ambush?
Oh my god.
I'm gonna get stabbed by that guy, Too Raw or whatever. Whatever his fucking name is. Too Raw to Life or what was his name?
I don't know.
That one K-Hive stand.
Okay, well, there's supposed to be a parking garage or...
Wait, hold on. I'm going to pull it up. Hold on. 1 second. Yeah, it's, where is it? I can't, where, didn't she send us the map or something?
You know...
Am I in... I thought she did. Fuck. Oh, it's, wait, hold on. It's,
Let me make sure we got the right address here.
I think it is. Yeah, I mean, this is law school. I think this is it, yeah.
Oh.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah,
we'll figure it out. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Have a good one.
You too.
I'm just gonna hide for now.
Ugh.
Thank you. Oh. Someone's calling for us.
What is that? Are those the people? Or are they just fans? I can't tell.
Ah!
Oh, you want a photo? Yeah, sure. Quick. Oh, we have to go that way? Oh, this is... Oh.
Oh, I see.
All right.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Thank you.
Well, that was helpful.
Wait, watch out.
Oh, don't die to public transit.
Yeah, that would... What a way to go out. Hi.
I'm sorry, that was kind of too loud, but so we're representatives from the undergrad school of politics. And we'd love to have you sometime if that would be at all possible. But,
Sure.
Like, we're really big fans. Sorry. I've been like watching your stream for like about a year.
All right, quick, we gotta take a photo now.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, because I'm late.
Do you want to take a selfie or can I take a stream pic?
Okay, let's just do a selfie. What's
yeah,
up?
I'm not trying.
Okay, we're getting. All right, we gotta.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Do you guys know where the parking garage is for this place?
My
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Guys.
Sorry, can I get a photo?
Sure. What's up, man? Nice to meet you.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Well, this is the law school.
Okay.
But I don't know where the parking garage is.
First floor parking garage? I don't know either.
I mean, we went to the address they gave. Oh, I see the map now. Yeah, it's up that street.
Okay.
Okay, well, this is gonna be a little interesting.
What's up, man?
Hasan.
What's up, dude?
How's it going?
What's going on?
San Francisco.
Nice to meet you.
2020.
Hell yeah.
Can I get a
Sure.
selfie?
Yeah. Well, you gotta keep walking with us because we're
Actually, I
we're
had no
late.
idea you were gonna be here, but thanks, my man.
Nice to meet you, man. Whoa. Hi. Sure.
Hasan. Over this way.
All right, nice to meet you. Oh, it's that way?
Yep. I mean, if
we're
going to the parking garage.
Oh, parking garage? Downstairs right here.
Okay,
All right,
let's do
thank
that.
you. I think they told us parking garage so it's like easier to enter without disrupting.
Yeah. Which is why I was trying to go the long way around.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Well, it's too late now.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
like a clear entrance.
Where is it? Where are they gonna pick us up from?
It was supposed to be that way, but. Hi.
Hi. You guys know where you're going?
Yeah, we're trying to get to the first floor parking garage entrance.
This is the first floor parking garage.
The entrance of it.
Yeah. So you're just trying to go through the back, or what you?
We're meeting somebody who's picking us up at the entrance. They're gonna escort us in.
And escort. I could do that.
Yeah,
I'm not
that'd be
sure.
great.
That'd be good. I think they were expecting you guys to park in here.
Yeah, we did not do that.
I'm not sure. So I think that's what it was. So the elevator takes you to the other floor. I don't know where you guys are supposed to be going. I know what room you're supposed to be in.
Do you have?
But you don't want to walk in through the front, or you're supposed to be waiting meanwhile?
Do you have the
We'll
contact
meet
of
you
the
at
people?
the lower level. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, why don't you text them?
Go to the first floor parking garage. That's what we.
Okay. So we're at the
There's someone
first floor.
outside the garage right now, but I'm running up in a black suit. Okay.
Okay, someone's coming here, I guess.
No.
Already here, we're on the first floor parking garage. Someone's gonna start.
Oh, hi.
Sorry, everyone's below us. Hi, I'm Hannah.
Hi, Hasan.
Hasan, nice to meet you.
Hi.
All right, hi, I'm Hannah.
March, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, March.
This is my dad.
Hi, nice to meet you, Dad. Okay, so everyone is downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't mind, we're just gonna go on a little adventure.
Okay.
Meet everyone, and then we'll take you to a green room.
All right, perfect.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
We're doing good. Really happy to have you. Excited. Oh. Did they all go up already?
Yeah, we would have never found this.
Yeah, no shot.
Excuse me, can you tap us into this? Oh, beautiful.
Perfect.
Give us some text. You know.
Also, chat was very specifically instructed not to show anybody's faces except two specific people, so if you get some weird camera angles, it's because I'm being hyper-conscious of people's privacy. Oh, no, you're good.
Kimia and Zaki are gonna just come down here and get to know you, the ones who are doing the questions, and we should get started pretty soon.
All right, perfect. How big is the room? Like, I have no idea what we're doing.
Yeah. So it's a good sized room. It fits about 50, 60 people. It's just a couple floors upstairs. So when we're ready to go, we'll just walk you down this way, take you to an elevator. The elevator's right outside the terrace room.
Okay.
Awesome.
All right.
I'll
And it's
send-
just like a panel, like people are gonna ask me questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we have some moderated questions that Kimia and Zaki will ask you, and then we'll open it up to the students.
Okay.
Great.
All right, perfect.
All right. Is there anything you might need?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bathrooms are just right here on your right if you need.
Okay.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
This is crazy.
Yeah, a little bit.
This
I'm
is
actually going to attach the tripod right now while we're talking.
Okay.
Chat, please hold.
Is this like a writer thing? Do I even have a writer? Why is there always coffee?
Because they always ask us what kind of coffee you like, and we tell them cold brew.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Nice.
So many conversations happen around you, son, that you're unaware of.
I didn't. Am I a diva?
No, actually, your writer's pretty easy. I'd say it's literally just cold brew.
I don't even care if they have anything waiting for me when I do this stuff. Oh. Uh-oh. Where'd it go? Shit.
You drop it.
I did, but I don't know where it went. Because it's not on the ground. Hi.
I'm Kimia. So
Hasan.
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Sorry I was running for you both down Fulton.
Oh, you're good.
Hi,
I'm March.
Kimia.
Nice to meet you.
Alyosha, nice to meet you.
Either way.
Okay.
March is fine.
Nice to meet you. Hi, I'm Kimia. So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Alyosha.
Thank you so much
March,
for
pleasure.
Sorry.
Alyosha, nice to meet you.
Sorry for making you run.
No worries. I could use the exercise. Hey, Luis, yeah, you're good to let me. Yes, I can.
How's the trip here?
It was pretty easy. We were just in Stanford.
Nice.
So, I mean, we just came from Palo Alto.
That's not that bad.
Yeah.
You want to take a seat while I go check where I can post up?
Sure. We can leave our stuff here, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just keep that for now.
All right, perfect.
Would one of you guys be able to show me where I can put the tripod and camera so I can see
All
the
the way
space?
upstairs.
Yeah, just so I can see the space ahead of time.
Okay.
What's up, man?
What's going on?
I'm Zaki. I'm gonna be on the panel with you.
Nice to meet you.
Questions. Nice to meet you too. Hi, how are you? I'm Zaki. Mehmet? Yeah. Salam alaikum. Nice to meet you guys. His father, that's awesome. Do you live in the area?
He lives in Turkey, but he's visiting right now, and he wants to. He loves coming to the college events that I do.
Okay, cool. Well,
Yeah.
we got a front row seat reserved for him. Thank you for being here, sir.
Yeah.
Do you do a lot of these college events?
Yeah, I mean, I do them with regular frequency.
Nice, man.
I didn't used to, but I started doing more of them recently because I feel like it's good. It's good to get a better feel for where the youth is at now that I'm an old man at the age of 34.
Yeah.
We're live right now, by the way.
Thank
just
you
so
for
you know.
letting me know.
Yeah.
I was warned by someone else, otherwise I would have been really taken aback.
Yeah, no, we're.
Thanks for the warning, Hasan.
Yeah, we're always live.
Yeah, man. How many hours a day are you live?
Usually like 8.
Okay.
That's not too bad. That's like a full-time job.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
It is your full-time job.
It is my full-time job. Yeah.
Usually like 8.
There you go. It's right on.
Confirmed. That's proof.
Right on
It's
cue.
like right now.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I've been live for 6 hours already. I did like my news coverage. It's usually how we do it. So I'll do my regular news coverage, and then we'll go to if there's like a college campus or something that I'm attending, we'll just live stream the whole thing.
Nice, man. From the time you enter the campus to the time you leave.
Yeah.
The viewers see everything.
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't know that was how it worked.
Yeah.
Did I sweat out my powder?
What do you say?
I said I sweat out my powder.
No, it's there.
Okay, cool.
It's attached.
You know, a little bit of exercise only means my makeup's gone.
No, it's still.
No, you're good.
You look
You're good.
You look wonderful.
All right, cool.
Thanks for wearing the Free Palestine bracelet, man.
Yeah.
Oh, of course. So, is it true that Kamala Harris graduated from this law school?
No, that's
No.
UC Law, or it used to be called UC Hastings, but they named it because he was apparently some white supremacist.
Ah.
So, like, why name it that in the first place, you know?
Yeah.
My neighbor law school.
Yeah.
So it's hard not to. I feel like in America, a lot of the college campuses are named after white supremacists.
Very true.
That's true.
Okay, so this is not.
Our most famous alumni.
I don't care. Who's your most famous alumni?
It's Kimberly Guilfoyle, Donald Trump Jr.'s ex-wife.
Nice.
That's our biggest claim to fame.
Nice. Also, Gavin Newsom's ex.
That's
Also,
what I
Newsom's
was,
ex,
I was
dude.
just going to say
Yeah.
that.
Picture of them on the rug, you know that?
Yeah, of
That
course.
guy. I love that thing.
That's dope.
It's my screensaver.
That's your most famous alumni.
We have
Pure fame, yes.
I think a lot
We
of
have
our
others to be a
alumni
little
are
more
like
proud of.
judges in California, and they're pretty prominent in the Bay Area. There's a lot of judges, though. It's pretty crazy. There's like a wall of judges.
We got a lot of judges. They're not known,
Did you
but
say
yes.
to not let people?
Okay, because he started, but I told him to stop.
Okay,
so
are there already people in there?
Maybe like 3 or 4.
Okay, it's because they still need to set up the tech. Do you need me up there?
Nope, I just wanted to.
Oh, they can be in there when we set up the tag. It's not a problem. If you're concerned for us,
yeah,
we're pretty fast. We can just. I mean, we normally do this stuff in like protests and stuff, so it's not. This is a much easier process.
Okay, awesome.
So I'll give them the green one.
Did you tell March about the thing with the mics for the Q&A?
No.
Okay,
I will do that right now.
Okay, do you want me to?
Nope, I got it.
Okay, should we put it out there? Maybe not.
Say what up to my family, in case they're tuned in.
Do they? Do they watch?
It's a shot in the dark, man. Probably not.
Yeah.
Can't hurt to try, though.
True.
I think if the tech is
You always
good,
have a
if
big
something
like police presence when you go to schools.
No.
Really?
Not always.
Okay.
There is a big police presence in this one.
Here, man. They brought everybody out.
Yeah, what's going on with
I think
that?
they're really concerned about you. Yes.
Yeah. Well.
They made them do a lot of.
Yeah,
make
Stanford.
a lot of concessions to be able to
Stanford. We had a 1,700 person like auditorium, sold out in like a minute.
Yeah.
And then out of nowhere, the school refunded everybody's tickets, and people were like paying for it too. Like non-students were paying for tickets. School refunds it, puts us in a 350 person mess hall, like last second, 3 or 4 days before the event. I think they were just trying to get me to pull out, but I was like, no, I'm gonna still do it. Yeah.
We're hella limited, but thank you for being here, working within our parameters.
Yeah.
We really appreciate it.
It's all good.
Working with our cops. I don't know if we have enough though. I'm gonna see if we can get an extra.
Yeah, why is there so many cops? What's going on?
Dude, they just freaked out. Yeah. They really.
What, I got a hit out on me or something? I
think
didn't.
it's,
Something I don't know about?
I think it's the post-Kirk America. I think that.
I've done some college campuses post-Kirk, though.
And you haven't seen this level?
Have I done college camp? I mean, I just did Stanford. There weren't any cops at all.
We're
So
also a small Catholic Jesuit university, so they're probably a little bit more buttoned up too than like a bigger campus that has more going on. And
that makes sense.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So you feeling good? Are we gonna be good for a 5:30 start?
Don't ask me. I'm ready to go whenever.
Ready? Okay, man. Sounds good.
I'm ready to rip it.
I think we'll be good. Sounds good, dude.
Yeah. Did you go over some of that?
Good.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I love
think
that.
That's, I mean, you take a lot of audience questions, like unvetted, just people coming up and throwing their stuff out there.
Yeah.
We want most of the time to be that.
Yeah. Who does stuff like this normally? Like, what's the last speaker that you guys had?
Some question for Kimia.
Usually main campus has like a whole fund and they like have like speakers. Like we did this where we like asked students, like I've spent almost a year like going.
No, I know. I was supposed to do this last year, right? And then I don't remember what.
The timing got all like messed up, and
Let's
depending
just say
like.
our administration's hoops were ridiculous.
They're listening in, so
we're
speak
very
your mind
happy to have
freely.
you. No, I was like,
Administration coming to you live.
Yeah. I'm sure they're listening.
We have some qualms.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I actually got pulled into this 2 days ago, to be honest with you.
That's not true. We told you a while ago.
You told me a while ago that it might happen at some point, and then 2 days ago they're like, hey, can you write some questions and come and participate? I was like, sounds good. So here we are.
Okay. Did you get a chance to look at our questions? It's okay if not.
No. Did we get the questions? I don't think so.
I sent them on. I mean, I know you haven't been on that email, but I sent them over to.
Oh yeah. No, I did see these. Yeah.
I'm really excited. I think we got some good stuff.
Yeah, there's some great stuff in there. But I thought it was like you guys have like moderated questions that you.
We have that for the first half, and then the second half.
And then that. Yeah.
Yeah. So we don't have any concept of what students are doing.
Yeah.
We're
The
just
restrictions are crazy, by the way. With you can't even show a single student's face or something. That's what you guys were saying.
Yeah, dude.
Is it the school? Is that what it is?
Like we've had to.
Like I said, we don't know what I've done.
She's been through a lot.
I've been through a lot.
Yeah.
I will make sure that we just
Yeah.
keep it on the hook.
Yeah, awesome.
Thank you. Well, as long as we do that, we're fine.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
It'll be good. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what to expect. Because like normally when we do stuff like this, it's usually either like a professor that schedules it.
Yeah.
So I think the school is like a lot more like resistant to outside pressure.
Yeah.
Because like the first one of these I did was at USC, and that was like a year and a half ago or 2 years ago, and it was a professor that was a fan that wanted me to do this like big auditorium, and there were a lot of Zionist groups that sent like they tried to do a public pressure campaign. I mean, this is also before I would say that like the overwhelming majority of the American population were like super pro-Palestine. So at that point, it was like that was probably the maximum pressure with like minimum amount of like pushback. But even then, it was fine. And then I've done a bunch of these, but usually in my experience, at least now I'm beginning to find out like if it's a student group that's like putting it together, they have to jump through a lot more hoops than like if it's a dean or something.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So, that was the
there
experience here.
I don't think we've ever had like our main campus university got involved and put the restrictions on us. It was in law school.
Oh. That's. I'm good, man. What? That's crazy.
Yeah.
What are they? Are they reading Jewish Insider? Is that what it is? They think I'm a dangerous. Huh.
That's probably part of it.
That's so funny. I get New York Times puff pieces. What are they worried about?
I think maybe if you weren't streaming, I would spill out a tea, but I'm the one whose ass is on the line.
Okay, don't worry. I'm not gonna fuck it up for you.
Don't thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I didn't think you would, but
Yeah, no.
trust me.
I'm here for the students.
Yeah.
What time exactly do you want him in the chair? Just so I can make like a 2-minute warning and then go set up.
Okay, so what I think we're gonna do is, our plan was to have each of us have the speaker bio, and Hannah was going to introduce us. We all walk out one by one. But if you want to go up there before that, then I think
It's probably best, yeah. Like
I could walk you up there right now and we can set
I
it
think
up.
maybe
because it's live, we just want to like minimize the downtime where it's just
got
the
you.
camera pointing at nothing, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, I
So-
think what would be best is we're letting in students until 5:35. We're going to start the program at 5:40.
Okay.
We'll all go up. There's like a little kitchen that's connected to the room,
I was
so
just
it'll be
there.
separate. Okay, perfect. So you know,
Okay.
it'll be separated, so we can all be in there while you set up what you need to set up. Just tell Hannah that I told you that when you're good, she's good.
Okay, perfect. That
Alright.
sounds good.
Yeah.
Alright, cool. So time. Is there a restaurant user?
Yeah, right here.
Okay.
I totally should have brought my makeup in here. I totally.
You
forgot.
look great.
You know what? I really appreciate both of you saying this to me.
Yeah.
They're both men, and so inherently, I'm not sure if I can trust it.
Okay. You can get to take a 30,000 people if you want to pop in here and see what chat says.
I think I'll just wait till we're
Okay. Okay. All right.
Is it 30,000 right now?
I think so. Yeah. Usually around this time of the day, it starts. People start leaving because it's like later, or if I'm not sitting at a desk yelling at my computer.
Well, my dad's gonna tune in, so that's exciting.
Okay, that's cool. Hey, I'll take it.
Yeah. Asadula's gonna log on to his work computer.
I feel like more people would tune into the stream like when they're getting off of work, though.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
No.
No? Like everyone's just on the stream
No,
during
these
work.
are jobless communists.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, the younger audience are like, no, unemployed audience.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of people at this point are employed. They just watch at work.
Yeah, maybe have it on.
And then, put it in one ear.
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
Yeah.
You know? They're all saying caught. Jobless communist caught. Yeah.
I'm like, shout out to jobless communists.
Spiritually unemployed.
Because it sounds like
Physically
almost
at
everybody's
work.
in the room. So we're
Okay.
we might even
when
be able
we're
to start
at,
a little early.
Let me double check. Hold on.
Oh, Hannah just called. Hold up.
Okay. Can you ask her what the capacity is at?
Yes.
She's on calling them too right now.
I'm trying to give the people who aren't speaking enough time before we start on your
Because people were like asking me how to attend this event. Like a lot of people, and it felt like it was.
It was only open to students.
So
Yeah.
No reason 5:35 won't work for us to go up. They're asking. the
We are
security
going up
first.
at 5:35.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's perfect.
I'm giving head honcho right now. It's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
you are. That is you.
This matcha is really healing right now. It's the temperature control that I need.
It's the caffeine mints, trying to minimize the
Don't
coagulating
expose me right now.
So he's gonna go up first. We were saying.
Have you ever seen these?
Kimia, did we say 5:35? He goes up, and then we're following like 2
no.
minutes after.
Well, I was gonna say, how about let's just wait until the line clears before.
Yeah, well, so that's what I was saying. 5:35 is when we're going to stop letting the RSVP people in, and then the waitlist people can come in. And then at 5:35 is approximately when we can go up, because at 5:40 we can still start the program like we planned. But he needs a couple minutes before you start to set up his stuff. So that's why I told him.
Yeah, I can set up the camera in 2
Yeah,
minutes.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, and did people upstairs know about the 5:35 RSVP change?
I did text them.
Okay, great.
Should we just cruise on up?
We
No.
want the line.
It is 5:24.
Your name.
We can't start early.
Yeah.
11 minutes.
We can't start early?
No, I was like, why not?
We can, but.
All right.
So why not? If the room's full, right?
Let me just go see
Ask
if the
them
line's
where the capacity is at. If the capacity is 50, we can start early. If it's not, I don't want to take away the opportunity for the students to be able to
Yes,
come
yeah,
in.
I'm arrested.
You do look like you're arrested.
I'm being interrogated.
I'm gonna call you.
Oh my
So
god,
make
it
sure
does
you're
look like
got it.
that.
Yeah,
It does
JCS.
look like that, yeah.
JCS, I'm arrested.
We should get one of these cops in here on camera.
Yeah.
So
What's it like having to like talk to people while also like monitoring the chat and communicating with the chat?
just
fine.
gotta get used to it.
Yeah, I mean, I also don't really look at it that much normally, but there's not really, we're just chilling in here. That's why I'm looking at it. But they are usually the first to be like, stop looking at your phone. Like, they'll get annoyed if I'm doing an IRL stream outside and I'm looking at my phone. They'll be like, why are you looking at your phone? It's like, to see what you're saying.
Yeah.
You know?
What a crazy concept. No, I know, like, and it's like a pretty, like, new thing, too. What, like, a few years old that people started doing, like, IRL streams, right?
Yeah, I mean, people have been doing it, but it definitely became, like, way more popular and, like, since post-pandemic, I would say.
Well, we're going to talk about that up there for sure.
Yeah.
Afterwards, do you guys want to come back here to just regroup for a second? Just making the plan with public safety.
I just want to make sure, I know that he has a commitment at a...
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're going to leave our stuff in this room.
Yeah, okay.
So we have to come here anyway.
Okay, and then we'll probably just go right out.
Okay.
Do you have an Uber or do you have a driver?
No, I don't have a driver. Y'all think I'm like a normal person.
No, we weren't told.
No, I will call it
I thought
Uber.
it was an Uber, but I just want to make sure.
I'll call it Uber.
Then we can
We
just
haven't
give you
met a lot
the
of people.
information.
Yeah.
We're kind of, we stay inside.
I don't know what type of time you're on.
No, that's crazy.
You hang out, can we say that you're meeting up with a particular political candidate later?
Yeah, of
Nice,
course.
dude. You can't, no, okay, great. He's an interesting guy, man.
I like him a lot.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
You have a relationship with him?
Yeah.
Nice dude.
I've known of him for many, many years.
Okay.
I also had my suspicions initially because, tech guy, very rich. And I was like, what's his deal? And a lot of people that I do respect vouch for him, that know him very well, including Ryan Grimm, who is he's an investigative reporter. He used to work at the Intercept. Now he works at DropSite. He was with me in the Cuba trip too, but he wrote about him extensively on the book We've Got People, because he tracked the rise of the squad basically and like the populist left the first time around, and Shoykot played a formative role in the AOC campaign. He was AOC's chief of staff.
Running on that, yes.
Yeah. Oh, he's putting that out there?
Putting that out there big time. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
That and Bernie.
I think he also put
He's trying
out
to
that
align
the
himself
day
very
Zohran
closely
was
with them.
elected, he said like, I'm this race is Zohran. And it was right before Pelosi.
He said, I'm the same race as Zohran?
No,
Yeah.
that isn't. Did I say
That's what I thought you said. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I said, I'm this race is Zohran.
Oh, this
He's
race
a,
is okay.
The thing is, he's a really really good national candidate. Like, he has incredible policies. If you look at his like policy papers, he's a think tank, because he's been doing this for a lot longer than he's like been running, right? And him and another guy were the architects of the Green New Deal. So like they're policy wonks, but in a good way, not in like a annoying, neoliberal way. But he's a really good national candidate, but he has I feel like a lot of people in San Francisco are not trusting of him, especially the left.
Big time.
Yeah, and they think
He's winning people over, though.
Yeah.
He's winning people over slowly but surely.
Yeah.
But yeah, the concerns I think are really valid, and he's going to have to fight to change those minds.
I think the concerns I had was like what you had brought up initially, the fact that he had like this big tech background. Like out here, obviously that has a certain connotation.
Oh, no, I know.
And so I felt pretty indecisive, because at first I really liked him, and then when I started looking into it, I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, no, I mean he's like $100 millionaire, right? But I think it's because he was a.
Because I've been getting those.
Damn, you know the exact number. I don't even what.
I've been getting his leaflets at my apartment constantly, and I was like, the last time I got this many leaflets, it was a billionaire.
Tom Steyer?
Daniel Lurie's.
Oh.
So,
Yeah,
Tom Steyer, I
Yeah.
keep getting
Mayor in
his
San Francisco's a
ads
billionaire.
when I'm watching Grays.
The Extras here.
Yeah,
We got-
he sucks. He's
I know.
me. Oh,
Dude, the billionaire savior
I was like, who am I
thing has
fucking
been
talking
tried at so many levels of government, and it has failed.
No, this is-
repeatedly. So
this is different.
I'm more trepidatious than ever before to be like, you have $1 billion or close to $1 billion.
No,
I'm
this
gonna
is
trust
different.
you to be on the side of the people. It's a big hill to climb for you as a candidate.
It's
I
not
don't
like
think it's a hill I think someone can surmount. I think it's a propaganda piece. Like Tom Steyer.
a lot.
I
Yeah,
don't
Tom
believe
Steyer is another guy. You had obviously Michael Bloomberg. You had I mean you have J.B. Pritzker. I guess is like an analog of success, but
You have a guy named Donald Trump.
I
he a
forget.
billionaire?
No, he definitely is now. But I always forget that Donald Trump's was a billionaire, because he was like kind of fake. Like he wasn't like a real billionaire. I don't think he definitely is now.
Billionaire.
Yeah,
he
like a
definitely is
monopoly
now.
billionaire. Literally, it was giving that.
But yeah,
no, big time.
But what I was saying is like he is separate from his, centimillionaire status. He has been doing this work for a very long time. Like he literally was like, he said when they set up the Justice Democrats, he was like, there's this candidate that I really like. Her name is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I'm gonna be her chief of staff. I'm gonna leave this job because I think this is gonna be like a pivotal politician for that might change American history, right? And I feel like that's, it says something because we're looking at AOC now with like today's perspective. It's very different than, taking a shot in the dark on a bartender at the time that you think is going to become like a fairly prominent American politician.
What's your stance on AOC now?
I like her. I mean, she's good.
He's interviewed her, Zaki.
Yeah. I think. Well, the thing is, I wish that our like left flank candidates were a little bit more bold, and unafraid to lead on issues, and she does actually say the right things at times, and she has outflanked Bernie Sanders quite a bit on numerous occasions, especially the Israel stuff, right? But then when she gets yelled at by the same groups that love yelling at me all the time, I feel like she retreats a little bit. Like, and you can't have that. You just gotta push through it and be like, you gotta be a little bit unapologetic, and a little bit like Donald Trump almost, where you're like, no, this is the right thing. Shut up.
Republicans know how to get away with that. The Democrats can't, man.
Yeah.
The Democrats can't. So she has to weigh that principled approach with how do I stay in office.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I think there's an opportunity. We'll see, because No Labels ran an ad after this last like week and a half of like Hasan is a dangerous radical anti-Semite smears that I've been getting, and it's really stupid. Of course, obviously. That's why you guys invited me here.
The questions we showed you are fake.
Yeah, it's all gonna be.
We put no thought into them. We're trying to smear you 100%.
No, but like what I was trying to say is, so when that happened, at first I was like, oh, all of the usual suspects that normally would be asked, like, oh, well, you've aligned with this person in the past, like, can you give a negative comment and like disassociate from Hasan? Which under normal circumstances, I think in a different media environment, they would do that. But like they asked Bernie was like, no. He's like, no, he's great. He's doing great work. And I think it's because the media environment is very different now, because like there was so much back and forth about, should Kamala Harris go on Joe Rogan? Is there a Joe Rogan to the left? Like there was so much of that, and in the cycle, in the aftermath, and the fake autopsy that they try to conduct in public, where the deciding factor was Democrats need to be a little bit more bold about like their messaging. That it's too late for all of these like third way style groups to now try and drive a wedge between people like myself and the candidates that also embody and represent the movement that I represent, which is, of course, anti-Semitism.
I think you're 100% right. The establishment's pushing back on that so much, right? Yeah. So it's like, and that's why Kamala lost. All those minutiae decisions of, do we go on this podcast?
Yeah.
Is there a Joe Rogan of the left? Where do we align ourselves? What's the right message to say if I go on Subway Takes? What take should I give? Like, all those little things, they fucked up on every single one.
And yeah, but
the people saw that, and so they see this person who's incredibly fake, and they felt like she was Hillary 2.0, and it was valid. And it's not gonna work, man. Right.
But also, are we ready to go?
Yeah, I'm gonna have him go up and ring first, and then we'll follow like 2 minutes later.
I was like, I could rap about this for
Well,
hours, but
do
let's
you
go.
want to keep us in the kitchen area, maybe? Or?
Do you want to walk up while that's on?
Oh,
yeah.
We can do that. We can do that too. We'll just take. Okay. Because we can like just keep that on. We'll have them in the kitchen area.
Yeah.
We're going to the kitchen.
How long have you been working for this outfit, man?
For this outfit? What outfit?
Like this operation. He's asking. He's doing lawyer speak.
I like your necklace a lot.
He's doing lawyer speak. You don't have to answer that. You don't
Okay,
have
you're
to-
right.
My client doesn't have to answer that. No.
I am pleading the fifth on that.
A long time.
That's what we were.
A long and fruitful relationship.
That's what we're gonna do. If you guys have.
I'm sorry. It's okay. It's okay.
That's your out. This is lawyer speak. If you get a question you don't like.
No. If they from this at all, you guys. So we were like, is this like, is this gonna be like a trial? It's gonna be like a fucking.
A mock court situation.
Yeah.
After all because I always say lawyers are debate perverts.
Yeah.
And the more.
So I need you guys to go through the front.
Okay.
It's the kitchen.
He's gonna go through the back.
The kitchen.
It's very scary.
Are we going? I don't
That could
care.
happen.
Take us. Just come.
This
right
kitchen right here?
Go with Hannah. We'll be inside.
I'm a big boy. We'll be fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Get into the side. Okay, well, it's not very hidden.
Close that door.
What's up?
I think you want to wait for this door to close. Okay.
Wait. Alyosha, can you escort this photo to the
I'm going to set up real quick.
Okay, go set up.
Okay. Your mic is hot.
All right, your mic is hot too.
I know.
You got one right up there. Are you sure? Okay.
I will go through this way around. Yeah,
it's going great. You don't have to worry about a thing. You guys are
Okay,
doing a
chat
great
box.
job.
I'm setting up and switching a lens with you, so.
You seem very cool, calm, and
Bear
collected.
with me, chat.
That's what I've been.
Really using it before.
That's what I've been saying the whole time. I'm like,
When
wow.
they see me talking in chat, they think I'm talking to myself like a fucking crazy person.
Okay.
Will do. Also, you're gonna get flashbanged right now, chat, because I'm switching lenses.
What did you think was gonna happen? I mean, there are a lot of cops here. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why you guys are.
Alright, now it's dark because there's a lens cap on. Stand by, chat. Don't be scared. It's gonna be okay. You're gonna be able to see soon enough, I swear. Gotta be a better way to do this.
That's crazy. No, congratulations.
Chat, prepare to be flashbanged again. Oh god, soap.
Great.
There's a woman in the front row. May or may not.
Okay.
Could happen.
Thank you for the warning. It'll be all right.
She's a sweet young lady, so you're in for a treat if it does that.
Okay.
Ready for Hannah.
Sorry, I'm totally in your way, but. Alright, chat, this is the space they gave me. This is the best you're gonna get. But Hasan's gonna be sitting in one of those chairs, so you know.
Mike is hot, by the way.
Okay, I was just gonna ask.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Excuse me, sir.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Sneaking in behind you, sorry.
It's very nice to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
Who else wants this one? You want to hand this to somebody?
Yeah, whoever is going to be on stage with me, one of the two people.
We're gonna be sitting right next to each other.
We're gonna put that on the table in between the two of us.
Okay, is that gonna be okay?
Yeah,
On the table?
yeah, it'll be more than enough.
Zach, bring it.
What about the camera?
Set it down on that table.
That's what I'll do.
Perfect.
Right, Marge? It'll be fine from that distance?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, don't, like, click on it for now, though, because it's hot.
Okay, got it.
So they'll hear it.
Got it.
If you, like, hit your ring or something.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, man.
No problem.
Appreciate that.
I'll start the introduction remarks. Osha, do you want to maybe stand right here as like I can give you a bat signal? You can open the door.
Yeah. Very Middle Eastern footwear.
Oh,
I like it.
Yeah.
The tassel loafers.
The Baba shoes.
Yeah, the Baba shoes, dude, exactly.
Yeah, I was telling Zach, I was like a Palestinian, Iranian, and I tried to walk into a bar today.
Recipe for disaster, possibly.
Oh, disaster?
If history's taught us anything.
I don't know about that.
No, things are fine as long as the Ottomans are reigning. It's good.
Y'all might be coming back, dude. The global Muslim rule may be on the rise again soon. Sorry you had to hear that, officer.
These are jokes.
But, this is gonna be a comedy hour, so I do want to warn you about that.
Oh, it's muted.
I'm going to start by introducing you.
So let's do it.
Also, hi, I'm Hannah, because you don't already know me. Danielle here, I'm just really happy to meet you guys. Again, thank you for coming. So, Zaki Shaheen is a community and political organizer and criminal defense investigator. Before entering the criminal legal system, he spent several years managing progressive political campaigns for almost every elected position in San Francisco, last of which was managing the campaign against the recall of San Francisco's former progressive district attorney in 2022. Zaki is a Palestinian and a socialist. Next up, we have Kimia Hadidi. Kimia is an activist at heart and advocate by trade. As a proud daughter of Iranian immigrants and the first in her family to go to law school, and soon to be first law school graduate, her commitment to principled resistance developed out of her lived experiences. Her original legal research on the human rights implications of AI and technology in Iran is selected for upcoming publication in the USF Law Review Journal. As a 2L, Kimia worked in the International Human Rights Law Clinic, attending the 69th UN Commission on the Status of Women as a student attorney. She is a recipient of the McFetridge Award in Excellence in Child Advocacy and a soon-to-be civil litigator fighting for the rights of plaintiffs. And last, but certainly not least, we
Who could it be?
have Hasan Piker. Born in New Brunswick, New Jersey, and raised in Istanbul, Turkey, Hasan Piker is an American journalist, producer, activist, and ridiculously entertaining political commentator. His honesty, personality, and deep understanding of the subjects that he covers makes him one of the leading political voices for millennials and Gen Z. An early adopter of the popular gaming and streaming site Twitch, Piker live streams daily to an average audience of about 30,000 viewers, making him #1 most popular for just chatting and commentary creator on the platform. His content has been featured in the New York Times, GQ, NPR, NBC News, Al Jazeera, CNN, Current Affairs, Mother Jones, Vanity Fair, Newsweek, Vulture, and Wired. Hasan was also named on Rolling Stone's top 25 most influential creators, the Hollywood Reporter's Creator A-List, and Time's 100 Creators. Piker's childhood in an increasingly authoritarian Turkey influences his desire to question authority and argue against an unjust status quo. He began his career as a journalist for the Young Turks, a progressive political news and opinion show, and has proven himself to be a leading figure in political news for the American left. He supported the 2016 and 2020 presidential campaigns of Senator Bernie Sanders, who has since appeared as a guest on his broadcast, and has worked with organizations such as Muslims for Progressive Values, March for Our Lives, and Black Lives Matter. To put Piker's unique standing in American politics and grasp on the zeitgeist.
So close, girl.
In perspective.
Not a real word.
In the run up to the 2020 general election, he was able to leverage his platform to collaborate with Representatives AOC and Ilhan Omar to get out the vote, playing the multiplayer game Among Us on Twitch to an audience of over 700,000 viewers. And this is exactly the type of political yet accessible and entertaining spectacle that has come to represent Piker's brand.
All right, thank you, Hannah, so much for those wonderful introductions. What up, chat? We're coming to you live from an undisclosed location. We're very, very excited to have world-famous streamer Clavicular here with us today. The security presence, we were talking about this, is really crazy. I think for security reasons, I have to actually say we're not in San Francisco. We're in a remote part of northern Canada.
Yeah.
And they actually did ask me to say that. So I want to just tell you what the format's going to be really quick before we get started. We're going to start with a moderated question and answer portion that is going to consist of questions covering the current state of media and organizing, and of course leftist organizing in the United States, and then discuss American foreign policy and global geopolitics, focusing largely, of course, on Palestine, and Iran as well. And then we want to save at least half of our time, most of our time tonight, for audience question and answer, so that we have so many amazing, very talented, young leftist future lawyers in this room who I know are going to bring the heat when we get to that portion of the evening. So I will hand it to Kimia so that she can give us an advisement and get us started with the question and answer.
Yeah, so I have a disclaimer that the use of university space doesn't imply acceptance or endorsement by the university and or the School of Law of the views expressed by any speaker or attendees. But honestly, it shouldn't either way, because this was fully organized by students and fucking for students. Woo! We want to give a big shout out to Hasan and his team. They've been wonderful to work with. Hasan is coming here out of the goodness of his heart and donating his time. All he fucking wanted was an iced coffee. So
that was my team. I didn't even know I had a rider. Now that I know, I'm going to ask for more cruel things.
You know what? It's
in the future.
Good place to start.
Yeah.
So our first question is related to modern shifts in the media landscape. How do you feel that this has impacted society's information streams? And how do you think that streaming, podcasts, and the like have changed the flow of information? And how do you see your role in light of this?
Okay. So I think it's both really good for obvious self-serving purposes, but also kind of devastating, because we no longer have consensus reality. Mm-hmm. And I do think that the democratization of media has played a formative role in that. There are a lot of people who have no interest or investment in identifying the truth at all, and in many circumstances lean into biased narratives, biased frameworks, or just outright fabrications, right? And we saw a little taste of that during COVID. A lot of people were engaging in misinformation, purely for propaganda purposes or from a very self-interested perspective to make themselves seem like an independent voice. And I think that there was a fissure in the way that we identify things, the way that we can communicate with one another in a way that I had never experienced before. And we haven't really truly recovered from that. But it's obviously also good because, let's be real, a lot of legacy publishers are invested in State Department upkeep, right? No matter how independent legacy publishers and mainstream media presents itself as, and every now and then there's brilliant investigative reporting that happens in these outlets, and they play a very important role in general that I will not discount. But when push comes to shove, when there is a certain narrative, especially a narrative around, let's say, a war that the American government is waging for an adversary that we must disparage, a lot of these outlets, almost in unison, lean into specific narratives. We saw this obviously in the aftermath of October 7 with the way that the genocide of the Palestinians was covered, oftentimes directly operating as a stenographer not only for the American State Department but also for the Israeli government as well. And because of the democratization of media, because of free-flowing communication, and because of the courage and resilience of the Palestinians, Americans, for the first time ever, were able to learn the truth about an apartheid that at that point had existed for 75 years. And I don't think that would have ever happened. And now we're in 2026, 2.5 years after the fact, and there's been a massive attitude shift. I've been an anti-Zionist for the past 13 years of my professional media career and far longer beyond that, and I never would have thought that there would come a day where it was unconditional, that most people, especially under the age of 35, but the majority of Americans, the majority of Westerners, would recognize the truth about what Israel was doing to the Palestinian population, and would have a negative attitude about Israel and its actions in general. And I think that is a testament to what can happen when there are more media outlets that people are relying on beyond mainstream news resources. So there's the good and the bad. The role I try to play in this is that I'm a bit of a media demon. I love, I read a lot. I rely heavily on legacy publishers. I have a lot of great friends that work in these newsrooms as well. I've met a lot of brilliant investigative reporters throughout my career, and lean heavily into their reporting as well. And I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing without them, regardless. Like without these major newspapers, because I don't have millions of dollars and thousands of employees around the world and different bureaus, and I can't send people out to cover certain leads, right? So I lean heavily into that work that they put out there, and try to walk people through the regular experience of consuming American media and Western media while holding their hand and trying to teach them media literacy from a very critical lens. The way I see myself, the way I see what I do is I guess is a complementary relationship with existing publishers. I wouldn't say that about a lot of other independent outlets. Some are great. You have Zeteo, Drop Site News. You have people in the podcasting space, people in the live broadcast space like Majority Report and many others. But there's also obviously a lot of people who just kind of, how do I put this lightly, make shit up. Yeah. And just kind of lie or lean into biased narratives and disseminate a lot of misinformation. So a big part of what I do is also try to break down how misinformation spreads as soon as breaking news are unfolding. But I try to make sense of this chaotic media landscape as is how I would describe what I'm doing.
Well said, man. Unbelievably tall undertaking, right? Making sense of this chaotic media landscape, especially in this day and age. I really appreciate that perspective. Weighing the value of legacy media at a time where it's dying in so many ways, and how do you balance that with now all of these new alternate forms of media? And I think Palestine and the coverage of Palestine that you discussed is a great measure for how that landscape has shifted over the last 3 years since October 7th, 2023. And we're going to get into Palestine a lot more, but I have a question on the topic of the shifts that have happened in the media landscape, and how radical the shifts are. It's unbelievable to see legacy media and legacy media mediums entirely just be absolutely gutted. So thinking about streaming, your medium, and how it has blown up in the last few years and become this medium that has forced itself to be taken seriously because it's the number one place that so many people, especially young people, are getting all of their information. And where they're developing the access, exactly, and where they're developing their psychology and their worldview. And so I want to ask you about the nature of the streaming landscape, especially from the perspective of young boys, what some people call the manosphere, right? Why in this space is there such an overrepresentation of conservative voices from the political side, voices that are promoting really alt-right and ultra-conservative politics, but even streamers that are not political, like someone like a Clavicular, who is largely apolitical, but is promoting this incredibly grim and antisocial worldview, and is getting so many thousands of young boys and young men to watch that. Why is the space have this huge content skew? What does that say to you about the culture and about your medium?
I mean, I think that's always existed, because when I first started doing this stuff at the Young Turks, the space was still entirely dominated by right-wing commentary. I remember this was the Gamergate era, like 2013 to 2016, where the overwhelming majority of apolitical commentary content creators were outright white supremacists. Yeah. Like, it was crazy. And there was not a lot of pushback either. There wasn't really a market for any sort of like leftist voices. There was the lone, the Young Turks was there, maybe a couple other outlets, but...
Are you talking about gaming streamers?
Yeah, not just streamers, because this is like when the streaming space was just developing for the first time. I'm just talking about like YouTube and all these other places where like young men congregated, right, on the internet. And it was even worse than it is now. Ironically enough, it's crazy to think of anything worse than what it looks like right now in the media landscape, but it certainly was. I mean, you had out and about white nationalists, race realists, people like that would go on the Joe Rogan Experience, right? And Joe Rogan himself was he was basically the top of the funnel for a lot of this, what we now know as the right-wing rabbit hole, the alt-right rabbit hole. So it's always been heavily dominated by right-wingers, and I think part of that is because the institutional right and its media arm has always been very focused on every medium that they can dominate. So there's a lot of financial investment as well. It's not an accident that, for example, Ben Shapiro's operation, The Daily Wire, I mean, he's fallen apart at this point, but back in the day, back in its heyday, was initially propped up by the Wilkes brothers. These are two Texan oil barons. They're also institutional investors and big Republican Party boosters in general. So there's always been a lot of cross-pollination between legacy publishers on the right and independent voices on the right. One example I also point to all the time, Charlie Kirk, who is no longer with us, but back when he was in I don't know. Okay, you pointed up there. But it's
over for me.
We started around the same time in our I guess media journeys, right, in our careers. And he started off by going to Foster Freeze, this Republican booster, and begging him for money to set up a 501c4 operation, Turning Point USA, so that he could basically do a Citizens United in high school elections and college elections. Like, that was the original.
We read that case today in our constitutional law class.
Oh,
cool. All connected.
Okay. Nerd.
I just want that one out.
Yeah. But basically, that's what he initially wanted to do, and for the longest time, I mean, how did Charlie Kirk become famous? Right? He wrote for his high school newspaper. He wrote an article complaining that a black woman had actually taken his space at West Point Academy. No evidence for this whatsoever. Obviously, he just completely made it up. But it was exactly the type of like culture war piece that culture warriors were looking for, and that piece was published on Breitbart. And I think in a matter of months, Charlie Kirk, this high school graduate who didn't go to college, was already was already doing Fox News hits. Like, he was going on Fox News. So like, Republicans have this much more sophisticated machine of like plucking talent that they find wherever they can and boosting them. And the institutional donors are the exact same, and the machine is far more. The ecosystem that they've created is far more collaborative with like the independent side. So I think that's one of the most significant components as to why there's so much right-wing messaging on the independent side of things, because when you're inundated with that, the algorithm feeds more into it, and then a lot of people who are simply trying to make a name for themselves or looking at the algorithm realize that is the type of content and commentary that works. So then they start repeating those narratives, even if they don't personally have an investment in like reactionary commentary at all.
Well, can I ask you a follow-up to that? Because why is it that the institutional right is so much better at acknowledging that they need to build those bridges with these kind of independent voices, and that those independent voices are a necessary bridge to this new young audience, where the left and the Democratic Party, separate from the left, has so blatantly failed to do that?
Yeah, I had the same question. I feel like there's a lot of dissent that is limited by these mainstream Democratic Party like proponents who they refuse to acknowledge or listen to the opinions of people on the left who honestly represent not just a lot of young people, but a lot of the party. It's a coalition that is failing to address its coalition members.
They hear it and they tell us to shut up, right? They say keep talking if you want more Trump.
And the best representation of that came with Palestine when it was the last election. They completely ignored a huge percentage of its voter base and then tried to blame that voter base for having that dissent.
So why do they suck so much?
This is something I think about a lot, and it's certainly top of mind for me in this past like week and a half, where a lot of the same organs of the Democratic Party that are like desperately clinging on to any sort of institutional relevancy or institutional persuasive capabilities that they have are recognizing that they're losing that argument because the masses are demanding a lot more from the party. Third Way wrote this article or this op-ed on Wall Street Journal. For those of you who don't know, Third Way is a neoliberal think tank that is perhaps one of the most responsible for the Democratic failures that we've seen, both with Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris. They've been in operation since the Clinton era. And they are the ones who are constantly telling Democrats, like, you have to go right-wing, you have to go more to the right, you have to concede on right-wing culture war framing on silly issues and hysterias and moral panics that these right-wingers whip up, because, God forbid, we actually offer people any sort of material change or left populism. We can't do that because our donors will be offended. So they represent the interests of billionaires and corporations, and they've been fairly successful in making sure that the Democratic Party also represents those interests. So,
no doubt.
This is a much larger issue within the party infrastructure, and to simply put it, it's because our worldview in the base and what a lot of Democrats, even self-identifying liberals, want out of the party is directly at odds with what the party is willing to do. Because at the end of the day, and this is a little reductive, but it's a little reductive, but the Democratic Party and the Republican Party have an assortment of different corporate interests that they represent. And they're both capitalist parties.
Absolutely.
And it's not like a hidden secret. They openly say it, right? They've on numerous occasions they've signed off on messaging bills overwhelmingly that disavow communism, socialism, and the like. It's really stupid when Democrats do it because they're going to call you a communist anyway. Nancy Pelosi from this area is the #1 communist in the United States of America for years, and yet she keeps signing off on these like messaging bills that say she's not a communist, and how communism is devastating, whatever. But it's true. The Democratic Party is a capitalist party. They engage in what I call consensus politics. There's consensus when it comes to healthcare, for example. Healthcare must remain privatized. Now, if you were to ask the base of the Democratic Party, do you think healthcare should be private or socialized? The overwhelming majority would say socialized medicine. Every other OECD nation has it. Why can't we have it? We're the wealthiest nation on earth. And even beyond the base of the Democratic Party, I think the overwhelming majorities of Americans would sign on to something like Medicare for all. It's part of the reason why Bernie Sanders was so successful and still is so popular.
Republicans too.
Yeah, Republicans as well. But there's consensus politics there. So the Democrats are actually antagonistic towards anyone that is willing to caucus with Democrats or self-identifying as a Democrat that is actively demanding Medicare for all, because that goes against their interest, because the politicians' interest is to remain in power, and in order to remain in power, they just sit there and collect checks from the lobbying arm of these assortment of corporate interests, and if they were to actually follow through on campaign promises that they make, that would require them to go against the wishes of their corporate benefactors, their donors. That's the primary constituency that they care about, not necessarily the actual voters, which is why there is this divergence between people like myself as a representation of the masses and their needs and their desires, and what the Democratic Party wants to communicate. And for the longest time, they've been able to gatekeep information. They've been able to gatekeep who gets to be ordained as a spokesperson for the Democratic Party, as a spokesperson that is representative of the voters as well, because you'd go on MSNBC, go on CNN, maybe you get a profile in the New York Times or whatever, but ultimately it was much easier to control the dissemination of information. It was much easier to whip the base into support, especially with harm reduction narratives, which is like the only tool that they have in the tool belt, which is technically correct. In theory, harm reduction is correct, but it is demonstrably a failure for driving out turnout and winning elections. And we've seen that with Hillary Clinton, we saw that with Kamala Harris. But at the end of the day, the reason why the Democrats don't have the same cross-pollination in their media ecosystem as the Republicans do is because no matter how far right you go, all the way to Nick Fuentes, right, all the way to white nationalism, like out and about white nationalism and racism, there isn't as much friction with someone like Nick Fuentes. There isn't much of a difference in the worldview with someone like Nick Fuentes and what he represents versus someone like Donald Trump, the current president. As opposed to someone like myself, obviously I'm not making a moral equivocation here between myself and Nick Fuentes, contrary to what the Jewish Insider
That's what people
would
expected
say.
you to do.
Yeah. If you ask Third Way and all of the other centrist right-wing Democrats and what they've been writing, I'm exactly like them for some reason.
Indiscernible.
Yeah, but I am antagonistic to the way that the Democratic Party wants to the way the Democratic Party wants to present itself, and it's not for electoral purposes. It's simply because they don't want to overpromise and offend their donors. That's the real reason. Because I truly believe that if Democrats were, for example, leading on the issue of Israel, right, which is what the base wants, it's a 90-10 issue. If every single Democrat was responsive to the needs of their base of support, every single Democrat would be out and about being like, we have to cut off all aid to Israel right now, tomorrow. We have to punish Israel. We have to make sure that Israel's punished for committing a genocide. This is heinous, a heinous crime, and we have to bring Israel to heel. That's the argument that the base wants from the Democrats. And yet, if you were to look at the actual party, the representatives, the senators, they don't represent the interests of the base at all. It's 90-10 on the opposite direction, where 90% of Democrats are still trying to figure out a way to communicate on this issue without offending donors, without offending the previous sensibilities on this issue.
And to your point, they give us the exact same thing that the Republican Party gives us. So your point about Nick Fuentes and the equivocation between you and him is very well taken, because it's very true. It comes down to class, right? A guy like Nick Fuentes is saying very different things than you are, but you're appealing to people who have the same ultimate interests and whose enemy is a common one, which whether they think it's the Republican Party or the Democratic Party, it's the same enemy that represents the same interests, which are diametrically opposed to you, regardless of whether you wear a red hat or I stand with her t-shirt, right? So I want Kimia to be able to take
I was like,
it and
where are
move
you
on.
going with that?
It's class.
No, I agree 100%. I think another thing, like going off of this, is talking about like the success of Zohran Mamdani's campaign in New York. Obviously, you were a supporter of his. You were there when he was elected. I think progressive politics took a shift and wanted to basically take a lot of what was successful from that campaign and distill it into theirs across races in this country. We see it happening here in San Francisco. We see it happening in many other races. There was a big social media aspect to his campaign, obviously well-produced videos that were catered to young people, running around doing things like subway takes and every different like social media influencer show under the sun, but he also went out and spoke to people. Do you think that Zohran's success is able to be replicated in other places, or do you think it's because of his charisma and unique policies? And what can the left do to get more Zohrans, not just say that they are Zohran?
That's a great question. I love Zohran. I love his team. There are a lot of people that are in my community that worked on the campaign, both as like door knockers, but also directly with Zohran as well. And I'm afraid I'm going to have to say that it wasn't just the social media. And they're the first to admit that as well. I mean, they're brilliant. They're super talented. But the reality of the matter is, it wasn't even like unique to Zohran's charisma. I mean, he is charismatic. He's very affable. He's a wonderful guy. He's a real schmoozer, right? No, I'm telling you, like 100%. He makes you feel very special, and I'm sure that's how he was able to rizz up Donald Trump as well. But he's not like, I mean, he has a lot of talent, but the real reason why I think Zohran won was because he identified himself with. He went out, he asked people, what do you need, right? And he identified 5 key policies that were achievable, and he chose to identify himself with those 5 policies, right? And he set that standard. And he said, I am going to materially improve your lives, and here's how I'm going to do that, right? And that is, in some ways, that should not be unique at all. But unfortunately, in this day and age, in American politics, that is the most unique thing.
Oh, yeah.
It's one I've been trying to get other politicians on board with for years at this point. So I was very excited when I first met him. I was like, 'cause he was doing exactly what I've been demanding other politicians do. But that was the main reason why Zohran Mamdani won. It's great that he's following through and doing sewer socialism, showing what competent governance is supposed to look like, what responsive governance is supposed to look like, and build confidence back not only in the party but also be a movement leader in that regard to make people more comfortable with the idea of like a socialist elected, to no longer be fearful of that moniker. But ultimately, we can have Zohrans everywhere. There are Zohrans everywhere. We just have not been able to unlock their potential yet. There are. Where are you pointing at me?
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing with you very strongly.
There are, yeah. I mean, that's the dream, right? Let 1,000 Zohrans bloom. That's precisely what I want to do. But there are a lot of institutional hurdles, as I have seen thus far in this primary cycle. I have a lot of candidates that I'm working with right now. There are a lot of people who are aware they did not want Zohran to be the mayor, and they they put Cuomo up and backed him pretty heavily, and still failed. The way I see it is a lot of Democratic Party donors were never really fearful of Zohran failing, like winning and then failing, and then being a national figurehead for the Democratic Party that the Republicans would use to attack the rest of the Democrats. Mm-hmm. That's the way they presented, right? Mm-hmm. No, they were afraid that he was going to be successful, and then the base was going to be like, why don't you do that? Yeah. You know, why don't Daniel Lurie? Why aren't you like Zohran? What the fuck are you doing? Is the question?
What the fuck are you doing?
Nice connect.
He's selling us down the river is what he's doing.
No, but that's what I mean. Like when people see that, when people see Zohran Mamdani doing another one of his videos, and he's like, I'm filling all the potholes in the city. Isn't that awesome? And then people look at the potholes that are that exist everywhere here. They're like, well, why can't you do that? He's doing it in New York.
Because Lurie's at the new opening of some really bougie coffee shop talking about we're so happy that the 9th location has opened.
Or the new Taco Bell Cantina.
New Taco Bell Cantina. You can get a boozy, slushy Baja Blast. That's a great point, man. I mean, think how crazy it is, though, that what you're describing that Zohran did and that you're trying to get other candidates to do is just have an actual policy platform.
Yeah.
That's what we're saying. Like, just to give us tangible policies that work for us, that allow working class people to live lives of dignity and have access to the basic requirements to survive in this late stage capitalist world that we're living in. Mm-hmm. And it's like it's fantastical to say please have a policy platform. I want to move now to talk about something that you touched on earlier, actually, which is the state of objective truth in the present day. I think we're living increasingly in a post-objective truth era, which started largely during Trump's first campaign. I remember in those days there would be like these really outlandish lies that would get peddled. Like I remember Kellyanne Conway coming out and talking about a Bowling Green massacre, for instance. Yeah. And it was a humongous story, and there was huge outcry, like how could this person who's a high-ranking official in Trump's team just completely make something up? And now, in Trump's second term, almost 10 years later, we're slapped in the face with lies that are that bold on a daily basis, and we're completely desensitized to it. And what's also happened in that time is the proliferation of AI tools and generative AI, which has really impacted and exacerbated this reality or lack thereof that we're living in, where when you see content now, you literally don't know you don't know if the video you're looking at or the audio you're hearing is true or false. You also don't know if the content being said, if it is a real video, is true or false. I don't know if you saw this a few days ago. The White House posted about a White House app that they're releasing, and a lot of people think that the video of Trump peddling this White House app is an AI video. I don't know if people have seen it. It's very trippy though. It does appear. I mean, I watched it, and Trump posted it, and the White House posted it, and I think of myself as a fairly reasonable person, and I don't know if it's AI. It really looks like it could be. So what what do we do? And what do you as somebody with a platform, trying to bring truth to people? How does the public reconcile this new reality we're living in when it comes to the nature of truth and the inability for us to know what the hell is true and what ain't?
Well, my policy is to be as stubborn as possible and just be as hard-headed as possible and just keep yelling at people when they come in with fake nonsense. At least that's what I do, and that offends the sensibilities of a lot of people, unfortunately, but I think that's what has to happen. Like, someone has to shake some sense into people, because there are a lot of, there's confirmation bias is a very powerful feeling. So a lot of people will lean into confirmation bias and will look at things that correspond to however they feel about the world and will assume that they're real. and won't check it. So one of the things that I try to educate people on is, like, if there's a narrative that feels too good to be true, you should be extra skeptical of that, and really confirm whether or not it actually is true, right? I mean, we saw an example of this with the quote-unquote fake assassination of Benjamin Netanyahu. For like the past month, there's been a lot of chatter on whether or not Benjamin Netanyahu is dead.
Is he dead?
And
what do you think?
No, he's not dead. So
I don't know,
bro. But that's what I mean. It's like a lot of people are wish casting, and they think like, oh, it'll be, it's. Not me, of course. I am agnostic on whether or not Benjamin Netanyahu is dead or not.
Yes.
I have no feelings on the matter. But see, I don't want to get you in trouble.
I think I'm good.
Okay.
At this point,
this is why she did the disclaimer, because like this is not the opinions of the university.
I said what I needed to say.
Yeah.
What should we check the university's official stance on whether or not Netanyahu's dead or alive? I don't know if they have one.
But a lot of people were like,
I think they abstained.
He's alive? Okay, sorry. They're telling me to stop. Sorry.
Well, my point was that people wanted it to be true, so they were like picking apart all of the videos that were coming out, and like what a lot of people don't realize is there's a concept called artifacting, when you compress videos and compress footage, and then there's also a lot of editing tools that make certain videos look like it's AI when it's not actually AI. So people get duped into believing that the videos that were being revealed of Benjamin Netanyahu were actually AI, because there were certain parts of it that looked strange.
What is that called?
Artifacting.
I haven't heard of that.
Yeah, it's when if you compress a video and then decompress it or like post it. Sometimes there's going to be like weird visual.
Oh, okay, yeah. Like the frame rate. Gets
weird
fucked up.
visual quirks.
Or like the hand having 6 fingers, something like that.
Well, that is a little bit more strange. That's definitely a telltale sign that it could be AI. But I don't even think that. I don't think that the Benjamin Netanyahu video even had 6 fingers anyway. But like, the point is. See, like when this kind of stuff spreads around and there's a lot of people that are motivated to believe it, then it almost becomes the truth itself. And I try to sorry to disappoint you. But
2 + 2 is 5.
Yeah. I try to maintain some semblance of the truth to the best of my ability, in spite of whatever my biases may be. And even when it's a narrative that doesn't actually suit my propagandistic purposes, I will still commit to the truth regardless, no matter what. And I feel like someone has to do it. And even if it's not, even if it doesn't favor you, even if it is not beneficial for you, I think you still have to commit to it regardless, because. Like I said, otherwise there's no consensus reality.
Absolutely. And that's what I'm afraid of. So I really appreciate that. I guess all we can do is what you're doing. Maintain integrity in ourselves and remain objective even when it doesn't favor us. And if enough people do that, we'll hopefully be safe.
Yeah, I agree. So I want to talk a little bit about the Iranian situation. So I'm a first-generation Iranian born in this country, the daughter of immigrants, as mentioned earlier. So what's going on in Iran has been obviously very impacted by the influence of media and the lack thereof. So certain narratives are getting to come out of Iran, certain narratives aren't able to come out of Israel or other US bases. And with the Iranian regime having such a tight control over the internet situation there, it's created a lot of discourse within both leftist communities and the Iranian diaspora. So I know that it's been such a frustrating situation where there's this huge Iranian Zionist diaspora population who has been parroting for the return of the Shah's son, who's literally never had a political career a day in his life, riding his dad's coattails, and his own mother didn't think that he should be a leader. And then they're all supporting him, Israel supporting him. And then there's also a valid criticism of the regime that's getting suppressed by leftist communities. And they're saying that, Iran's fighting Israel, which that's a positive thing. We are not going to criticize the regime, and if you criticize the regime, you're Zionist. So how do you make sense in your conversations about the Iranian situation? Because as somebody who's anti-war but also anti-regime, it is very difficult to see so many narratives say that if you're one, you're not the other, or vice versa. So how do you make sense of this? How do you think that the war is going to play out? Do you see any situation that there's going to be the return of the Shah? I mean, personally, no.
For all of his failures, I think Trump is like pretty good at figuring out what works when he does end up successfully doing some sort of regime change. I mean, we saw this with Maria Machado, right? Where he recognized that there wasn't any like real popular mobilization for Maria Machado in Venezuela, so he kidnapped Maduro, which was insane in and of itself, but he did that regardless, and that's a thing that we're doing now. He's literally in an American prison right now, just a foreign head of a sovereign state, and he decided to work with Delcy Rodriguez, which was more pliant, but still someone who I guess resembles the popular base for the Chavistas, right? Like a continuation of that same movement. So he's more pragmatic than I'd like to give him credit, and for that reason, I think he recognized pretty early on that the Reza Pahlavi thing was like, no, this guy doesn't have the motion, right? So I don't think that's going to happen. As far as the Iranian government goes, it's a brutal government, certainly. Having said that, I have personally maintained the position that number one, I think if there's any sort of movement, it has to be born from the Iranian population without external influence. There's a Chinese saying that I've been repeating as of late, which is when an egg is cracked from the outside, it becomes food. When an egg is cracked from within, it brings life.
That's really good.
Unfortunately, all of the external influences, sometimes directly, like openly communicated, like in the last round of protests that took place in the country, is always going to lead to even more ruthless suppression from the government, because it gives them a just cause to be as ruthless as possible. And there's also the obvious like interest in maintaining sovereignty as well, because no matter how brutal or how ruthless a government is, and I use my own personal experience with the Turkish government, a country I can't even go back to, for my commentary and my coverage and the things that I've written about the Turkish government. A coup had taken place, an American-backed coup had taken place in Turkey, and at that point I was fully in support of the Turkish government maintaining some semblance of sovereignty, rather than the coup succeeding and then Turkey being led by an American CIA puppet by the name of Fethullah Gulen. So my attitude on Iran is similar, in the sense that while the Iranian government, the Islamic Republic, might be repressive in many ways, in order for Iran to not be balkanized and cut apart by endless sectarian conflict and ethnic tensions that are being actively fomented by outside groups, countries like Israel and the United States of America, the government has to remain sovereign for the time being, for this duration, and hopefully down the line, the Iranian people can make their demands be heard. But as far as like why I'm not as critical as others would be on the Iranian government as I would be in other circumstances, that's the main reason. Because I do feel like the American goals and the Israeli goals from the start were pretty obvious. They were different from one another. I think America would be fine with regime change, with like a pliant government. It doesn't really matter who it is. It could still be the Islamic Republic. I don't think America would care that much, but Israel very clearly did not want a sovereign Iran, or even an Iran that would be an American puppet, as long as their ballistic missiles could reach Tel Aviv. That's what their goal was, and they knew that they weren't going to be able to reach a compromise, and they very clearly wanted to just create a failed state in this country, with thousands of years of history, with 93 million people living in it. And Israel's very clearly trying to disrupt that process right now. Every time, Donald Trump comes out and practically begs for an off-ramp before immediately turning around and being like, we're going to destroy Iran. Because every now and then, like, you'll hear him be like, oh, they really want to do a deal with me, which is Trump speak for, I really want to do a deal with you guys, please. This Strait of Hormuz thing is really messed up. Israel will go and like assassinate another figure, or they'll blow up a desalination plant and like greatly go up the escalation ladder. And I think there's a purpose for that, and that's because they don't want any talks to happen, and they want this to continue. They don't care if the Gulf is diminished. As a matter of fact, that actually benefits them, right? And they just want to bring about complete destruction and complete chaos in the region, because Iran, for all of its faults and failures internally, for all of its domestic problems, has been a sovereign force in the region that has shown time and time again that it has the capabilities of pushing back against Israel, and that's their primary
sovereign
concern.
Force.
Yeah.
Right. And there's no other force. I share your perspective entirely on the Iranian regime. As a Palestinian who's seen this play out time and time again, it's shocking to see the American public buy into this narrative again that maybe America can go in and save Iran and save the Iranian people. So I'm with you. It's disrespectful to the sovereignty of other nations, and it's this American hubris and arrogance. We tried it in Iraq, we tried it in Afghanistan, and
many other places,
and many other places too. And so it's just horrible to to support. And you have to be able to, I think, compartmentalize, as you say, your qualms that you have with the existing regime, with also the knowledge that history has proven that America toppling said regime will result in way more destruction and chaos and instability for the local people that will then last for generations to come. And the biggest irony for me is every critique that the American public, white liberal people have about Iran and why it's so important that we go in and provide freedom for these Iranian women, you could make the exact same critique about the American government. Yet the concept of suggesting that Iran should come in and liberate America is science fiction. So I want to ask about Palestine now, if that's okay. And we do want to move to audience questions, so we'll do that as quickly as we can. But we have one question about organizing from the perspective of Palestine. I am Palestinian. We have a beautiful contingent of Palestinian delegates here with us as well. And in 2023, after October 7th, I was part of a coalition of activists in San Francisco that we were doing so much work to try to raise awareness and do what groups all over the country and all over the world were doing, going out and organizing huge marches and rallies that had literally dozens of thousands of people turning out. But one of the things we did was we advocated to the local board of supervisors in San Francisco to pass a resolution condemning the Israeli military offensive on Palestine, that iteration that began on October 7th. And it was successful. We had the Board of Supervisors pass a resolution that at least called for a ceasefire. This was before anyone in the world was calling it a genocide. So the bar was lower, but it was in early December of 2023, and San Francisco, because of that work that we did, became the first major city in the U.S. to pass a ceasefire resolution. And at the time, myself and other local Palestinian activists and community felt a sense of elation and pride about this symbolic victory that had been had. But with time, and with so much more effort and energy that was invested, despite these incredible turnouts and despite seeing this which was very inspiring, global movement of acknowledgement for Palestinian human rights like we had never imagined, as you mentioned earlier. I never would have imagined that such a shift in the cultural collective consciousness was possible. And it did happen. Okay. But it was all symbolic. And while all of that work was being done remotely, the situation on the ground for Palestinians not only did not improve, it became materially worse. And to this day, it has continued to become materially worse. And so I started to feel early on into the last 3-year stretch a lot of disillusionment and disassociation, and frankly, kind of subconsciously stepped back from advocacy because of the disillusionment I felt, the lack of real impact. So I want to ask you, what are your thoughts on the value of remote advocacy that does a lot to change hearts and minds, and has these symbolic victories that I speak of, but while the material situation on the ground for people that are victims of genocide and victims of imperialism are not changing at all. What is the role of that advocacy, and what is the role of violent resistance?
So, great question. I would say that you should never discount the awareness initiatives in general. I think that's still very important because, remember, we're going up against a multi-billion-dollar behemoth that had a very sophisticated, very pervasive influence peddling mechanism that has dominated American discourse from organs of propaganda in the media all the way to an advocacy network and even a lobbying arm that has been able to successfully change American laws that even contradict the First Amendment. A lot of, I mean, you guys know, you're in law school, but there's 38 states where the First Amendment is directly violated at the behest of AIPAC, at the behest of a foreign nation, where you have to do a loyalty pledge to the state of Israel, pretty much, to retain a job, right?
Just happened in California.
In Texas, yeah, in California too. In Texas, if you want to be a public school teacher, you have to literally sign a pledge that says you will never boycott, divest, or demand sanctions from the state of Israel. It's unbelievable. Americans fancy themselves to love the First Amendment. Yeah, so it's totally ridiculous. But the reason why I say you shouldn't discount it is because, like, in spite of all of that, in spite of these great odds, like, we have been able to penetrate collective consciousness in a very meaningful way. Now, of course, that's not enough. I think a lot of people, don't realize what other steps that they can take in this moment. That's why I always say, like, boycotts, divestments, and sanctions, like demanding boycotts, demanding divestments, and demanding sanctions from the state of Israel is the bare minimum that we can do, which is why we should still continue to push for that, regardless of how many institutional hurdles are presented, because that is a very successful way, I think, to decouple institutions that we're a part of from the state of Israel, from the apartheid state that is conducting a genocide and currently also displacing 1 million plus Lebanese people in southern Lebanon, and hasn't stopped doing it at all. Right. And I think slowly but surely we chip away at that, and we continue our advocacy that way. Obviously, change is not going to happen overnight. So, at least in my experience, like, the very fact that broad awareness has changed, like, that gives me a lot more confidence and inspires me to do more, because I don't know. I mean, I think about nihilism. I talk about this all the time, but it's very disheartening to work tirelessly towards a goal and then to not achieve it, especially when you're seeing your loved ones or people that you care about perish in the hands of this uncontrollable violent entity. And then I start thinking about Rabbi Shmuley, and I think to myself, if I gave up, he'd be really happy. You know? So if you can't find it, within yourself, if you can't simply hold on to victories, no matter how minor it may seem, right? Then let spite breathe more life into your movement. You know, and that's what keeps me going.
Hell yeah, brother.
In weak moments. Just think about Rabbi Shmuley.
You hear that, Shmuley? Yeah. We ain't going anywhere.
Yeah. Think about Michael Rappaport.
Dude, oh my God, the worst. That guy sucks.
Yeah. See? It's already happening.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. I agree with you entirely. I agree with you entirely. Thank you for those words.
So I think to close out our pre-planned questions, you know, we're getting to a more optimistic note, which I think we're already kind of naturally leaning into. So we have a lot of future lawyers here, maybe in the chat too. So what is your message for future lawyers and what they can do, specifically with the privilege of skills that we've obtained through this specific type of education and obtaining a JD and navigating the world in this way? What can we do to make the world a better place?
It's a tough one, but I mean, work pro bono with people that are less privileged. You know, go into become do public counsel for people, and I guess try to do your very best. Don't go into corporate law. Those are the things that I would say. And then outside of that, I mean, a lot of people will go into law, but then will potentially have ambitions of going into politics as well. So just, you know, remember your first principles and always try to lead by empathy if you are to do such a thing, if you are to go into politics eventually. And, you know, try to make the world a better place.
Well said, brother. I have a lot of other questions I want to ask you, but I'm already going to get expelled as it is, and we want to make sure we have time for everybody. So we're going to turn it over and let the folks take the rest of our time to comment and question.
So this is how this part is going to work, y'all. Just for the sake of time, I'm going to have you ask your questions from where you are sitting. Feel free to stand. I'm going to take a stack, and I'm going to give you a number. If you have a question, raise your hand. Then when I give you a number, put your hand down so that I keep track of everyone. And please make sure your question is a question and not a comment. Okay? All right, who has questions? Raise them high. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. And remember your number because I'm not writing it down. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And if you think of a question while this is happening, I'm still taking stack on my notes. So just look at me, raise your hands, and I will give you a number. And we end with
Yeah. Hi, I'm Shada. Something that I really believe in is education rehabilitation. It's something that you preach for a while now. And but this is like something that is like very rare when there has been a rise in cancel culture and in like performative progressiveness. And this has led you to be called like anti-Semitic, racist, homophobic, transphobic, sexist even. And I was just wondering, why do you think that that's the response to label someone to try to completely discredit who they are or their platform?
I think, well, as far as like why people call me those things, it's because they can't actually argue against the positions that I advance on moral terms, so they have to disparage the messenger instead. It's a common tactic. It's a very cynical one, but it does actually have a lot of success. Why does it have a lot of success? Because Americans have a very draconian culture. We're very punitive people in general, and I think that attitude carries itself into our daily lives as well. We don't believe that people have the capacity to change, even if we know people that have changed, even if we have changed ourselves on certain positions, right? But I think that's what it is. We're constantly seeking to punish people. We have a little cop in our brains at all times, and I always tell people that to try to kill the cop in your brain to stop behaving in that way. But I think that's what it is.
Thank you. Who is number 2? I'm going to pass around this little thing so we can hear you.
So my name is Ruben. I am involved with the Association of Law and Political Economy. We're a national organization of legal professionals with the focus on applying a leftist analysis to the law. Admittedly, I'm kind of asking this question to kind of plug them. If you're a leftist in law school, join. But I think a lot about, you know, the first they came for the communists, and I feel like once it gets to that point, once they've manufactured enough consent to come for the communists, it's too late. We're fucked. And so I think it's really important for the left to, you know, inextricably embed themselves into community as much as possible. You know, we see with every election, there's a lot of power in being the guy that people want to grab a beer with. So I guess my question, or at the same time, we should be like unmistakably leftist. So I guess my question, the two questions is, can we cultivate that idea that we are like members of the community, or is leftism too radical to be members of non-political communities? Second, can we force them to televise the revolution?
So first question, yes, you can and you should. That's why I always tell at least my audience to be normal, right? It's very powerful. And I think a lot of people actually don't realize how powerful that social function is. You can, like, one example I always use is, at least from my trans fans and friends, from their personal experiences, the greatest way to undermine transphobic propaganda that's pretty much everywhere is just by being a chill coworker. At least from their perspective, that's where they've seen the most success, where they just, work at an Amazon facility, and these guys that normally you'd consider to be chuds are they vibe, they talk about sports and whatnot, and then slowly but surely they realize that they were just simply inundated with so much stereotyping and so much propaganda, and that's the reason why they had these sorts of opinions about what it is to be trans, right? And the same thing goes for being a leftist. Just be a normal person. Not everything has to be revolutionary. Not every conversation has to revolve around a principled demonstration of Marxist orthodoxy. And as a matter of fact, you should never do that. You should just be a normal guy and try to sneak in certain points of view into your conversation if you want to gauge the interests of people around you. I think that's what good organizers would also tell you, and that's precisely what good union organizers would do as well. Like when you're salting a place, I don't think you go in and immediately you're like, "How are you doing, fellow workers?" Let me tell you about the power of collective bargaining. You just grab a couple beers and talk about TV shows or whatever. Just be a normal person. As far as your second question goes, can we force the revolution to be televised? Is that what you said? Probably not. I don't know. I mean, maybe. There is a lot of power in propaganda. Agitated propaganda is very important. It's the backbone of instilling class consciousness, what I try to do. And I think there are a lot of other sympathetic figures in places that you would not even expect, and they try to do their very best as well. But as far as television and mainstream culture, it's still heavily propped up by capital owners. So I guess if you make good content that makes them money, they don't care. And you can maybe at best hope for that. But as far as institutionalized socialist messaging coming from the likes of CNN, Communist News Network, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
Who was the third question?
Yeah. I was watching a past stream of yours where you were discussing October 7th, and the topic of the UN's report of sexual violence committed by Hamas came in, and I think your exact words were, "I don't fucking care about the rapes." Would you mind explaining why you said that?
Yeah. I said, it doesn't matter whether sexual violence took place on October 7 or not. That doesn't change the dynamic for me around genocide. And that's still something that I stand by. It's a quote that people try to weaponize against me with regular frequency. But I don't think you would disagree with that sentiment, right? Do you feel like sexual violence happening is a justification for genocide?
No, I don't, but I also think in a room where there's future prosecutors and public defenders that are going to go into victims advocacy, purporting that you don't care about sexual violence happening is very dangerous.
Okay, but but now that you understand the context of it, you understand what I was saying, right? Because there was a person who was actually claiming that that there was no evidence for sexual violence taking place at all, and the argument in the much broader context was me saying whether or not sexual violence has taken place does not change the dynamic of, or does not justify genocide taking place. I think that's a fairly reasonable critique, right? Or, I don't know, do you think Israel committed a genocide? Maybe you have an issue with that as well.
So victims are collateral damage in pursuit of the greater good.
Do you think Israel committed a genocide? If you don't mind me asking?
Well, why aren't you staying on topic on the question that I asked you?
This is the topic. You asked me a question, I'm asking you so we can have a normal conversation. Do you think Israel committed a genocide?
I do, and I also
Okay,
think
great.
that minimizing rape is wrong.
Do you think that the sexual violence taking place on October 7 would justify Israel's a genocide, or do you think genocide is unjustifiable?
I think it's not a dichotomy.
Okay. So where do we go from here? So we're in agreement.
I thank you for your explanation. I just wanted to know why you said that you did not care about rape victims.
Okay. Do you feel like I explained it thoroughly?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, no problem.
That was beautiful to witness. There's hope, guys.
Only one question.
Hi, I'm Daniel. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Daniel.
As someone who, I'm Iranian and Jewish, my family had to leave because of the Iranian Revolution. And like a lot of on my mother's side, a lot of my mother's family are all Zionist. They, for some reason, have this larger connection with Israel than they do their own country. And it's something that my sister...
I live very close to Beverly Hills.
Yeah, I'm from LA, so yeah. It's like my sister and I have talked about it so much, especially with like that side of the family, and trying constantly to convince them that like their thinking is wrong. And I guess my question is generally is just like, at what point do we say like you're just hopeless, I can't deal with you anymore, versus like I'm gonna still try to like convince you of this, in my opinion, just fact that like what they're doing is just objectively horrible and wrong?
That's a great question. I think I have a policy of never giving up on people, and but I also, like I said earlier, try to commit to being normal as well. So sometimes those two things are at odds with one another. And what I would suggest is to, stay in contact with your loved ones and your relatives and just like try to avoid that topic, or maybe slowly broach into that topic every now and then, just check in with them to see where they're at. Because as the situation changes, it becomes increasingly more obvious that Israel has no emancipatory interest in like liberating the Iranian population at all. I think your relatives are probably going to have to make up their minds on this, or maybe change their opinion on this, but some might not, because I do think, at least in my experience with like people that I do know from Tehrangelis that identify more with Israel, there is like almost a sense of shame, I think, with like being Iranian. That's why they say they're Persian, not Iranian. There's this attitude, and it's really interesting because like some of the conversations I have are fascinating, where they'll tell me about how they get stopped at airports, and they get stopped at airports because they're perceived as Muslim. Right? They're Iranian, they're perceived as Muslim, they're perceived as a threat, and yet they lean into that same exact attitude when it comes to destroying Iran, and think that they will be perceived in a very different way. So I guess maybe trying to exhaust that contradiction could be helpful as well, in terms of being like, they don't see you as like a part of the in-group. And Israel certainly doesn't care about what happens to Iran. I mean, they're pretty open about it. So that could be one way of trying to have that conversation, especially because like whether you identify as Persian or Iranian, it doesn't matter. Like there is still thousands of years of culture in this country, right? And I'm sure there's a lot that they identify with regardless, and having like watching these like world-renowned, very important cultural monuments get bombed out with American weapons, with Israeli weapons, is hopefully going to change their perspective a little bit, even if they don't necessarily care about, you know, people dying, I guess.
Thank you.
Hi, Hasan. Thanks for coming. I'll keep it short. So, if there's anything that we've seen recently with the No Kings marches, it's that there are a large population of Americans who are willing to go out and fight for something, but it seems that we continue to fail to understand that people don't really shape history as much as the times shape what we're doing. That doesn't make that much sense. But I guess my question is, how do we get America at large to stop focusing on the individual and start focusing on the system? Because there'll always be a Trump, there'll always be a Netanyahu somewhere if we continue to have these systems that, you know, breed them, you know, immensely quickly.
Yeah. Again, it goes back to American cultural attitudes. This is the most individualistic country, one of the most individualistic countries out there, and this is a byproduct of that for sure. America, I think, is the perfect proto-capitalist nation, even with like Manifest Destiny. Before heavy industrialization, there was like constant land expansion, constant domination of the indigenous population. It was so perfect for. It was such a perfect country for capitalism to manifest in, and of course those cultural attitudes have not gone away. Having said that, however, I think there is great discontent right now. As someone who has participated, attended these No Kings protests, from what I've seen, from very unlikely backgrounds, very unlikely demographics, is the shared resentment that we all have, not only for the Republican Party, not only for the reactionary forces, but also for a shared mutual discontent towards the Democratic Party and its ineptitude. So I think that is a wonderful opportunity for organizing. So leaning into that instead of disparaging it, and trying to get these people to organize and to come back to community events and create objectives for everyone. And sometimes those objectives are born out of necessity, like we saw in Minneapolis. Again, people from all different backgrounds, all different ages, got together and immediately participated in Neighborhood Watch, and they did see tremendous success. They were able to successfully purge ICE and ICE operations and immigrant removal operations from Minneapolis, not because the local electeds were actually fighting back. They were actually disastrous, but because the neighborhoods were fighting back. So there's definitely an opportunity to organize there along shared interests and mutual objectives that we all have. It's just many Americans don't have the language and the political education to communicate these desires, to know what they could potentially do. And that is because for decades now, all matter of labor organizing has been thoroughly defanged. And on top of that, any sort of radical political organizing has also been destroyed as well. I mean, it's literally illegal to be a labor union leader and be an avowed communist, right, in this country. Again, another violation of the First Amendment, right? I mean, you guys know this better. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Okay.
You're on point.
So there is it's a very successful class war that billionaires, millionaires, capital owners have waged against the working class in this country. But that revolutionary spirit still is here. So what I see from the people that I talk to, like I said, from very unlikely backgrounds, like backgrounds that are very unexpected. You know, like we're talking about 76-year-old, affluent, college-educated old ladies named Barbara, right? That are just like, yeah, I hate the Democrats. Like I need more. I want more from them. You know, we need to figure out a way to organize with those people as well, and to talk to those people as well, because they're there. They just don't. They don't have a productive outlet. And that is by design. We've destroyed all of these productive outlets, these mechanisms of pressure, these mechanisms of pushback. So it's on us to rebuild them. It's on us to engage in political organizing and then engage with the masses as well, who might self-identify as liberal, but actually have a lot more, a lot similar ideological goals to someone like yourself.
Fantastic, thank you.
Do I speak in this or what? Does it speak? Okay. So, yeah, so because you mentioned Citizens United and Breitbart, that both have Steve Bannon at the heart of them. And much of how Citizens United became how old money has transformed into new money, especially through $3 trillion in stimulus over the last 15 years. You know, there has been, the country went from having 100 billionaires to, in 2000 to 1,100 billionaires by 2025. And so how do you think the country should be taught the reality that we are undoubtedly no longer a free market country? We are, you know, not necessarily the same capitalist country we've been. Our government and private corporate sector is like Lowry and Sam Altman are currently.
Yeah. I mean, I think that a lot of people have that mutual discontent towards the unimaginable wealth disparity that exists in this country, because they see it. It's impossible not to recognize it. And I guess, like, in my experience, what I found success is in communicating this reality is by showing people alternatives that exist out there, depending on who you're talking to, right? For someone who might be afraid of more non-white countries and their versions of governance, one very reliable example you can point to is a place like Norway, for example. Like, Norway is a social democracy, but it has nationalized its entire extraction industries. There's a far greater wealth redistribution in the country. Now, a lot of that is changing in Scandinavian countries as well, because obviously social democracy is not enough, and the same capital forces, as long as they exist, are always going to try to destroy any sort of labor organizing and you know, create the same exact late-stage capitalist system that we exist in here in the United States of America, but showing viable alternatives from countries that they might be more sympathetic to is a good starting point for people like that. But like I said, I think it's undeniable. I think the contradictions are worsening to such a degree that it is virtually undeniable that you don't actually have to read Das Kapital to understand that this system is just fundamentally broken. You know, so what you just described as far as like the number of billionaires going from 100 billionaires to 1,100 billionaires is proof enough as it is. So it's a pretty good starting point for that conversation. Also, they make it pretty easy, billionaires, I think. I mean, they're so weird. I mean, Sam Altman is just like, he's a weird guy. You can just be like, look at this weird guy. Do you feel like this guy or Elon Musk actually worked 1 billion times harder than like a school teacher in Oklahoma making $35,000 a year and then having to do Uber at night so that they can have disposable income so they can buy fucking school supplies for their children that they're teaching? Like, this is a ridiculous fucking system that we existed, you know. And yeah, Elon Musk and people like that make it a lot easier too, because everybody hates him. And he's always so desperate to get people to like him, so he's always in public. If I was a billionaire, I'd be like, Elon, what the fuck are you doing? Just go to an island. Like, that's what we all do. We go to islands. What is this? Why are you constantly in public, jumping around and you know, trying to win admiration from the public? You're giving the game away. You're not doing shit. You're tweeting all day. Everybody knows.
Fucking up the vibe.
He got $500 million from Obama's stimulus package too to start Tesla.
Hi, I was just wondering if you can expand on your trip to Cuba and the media blockade in Cuba.
The what blockade?
The media blockade in Cuba.
The media blockade? There isn't really a media blockade I don't know what you mean by that. Like, do you mean like the government is like not allowing
Just
information?
the lack of coverage on
yeah.
on Cuba.
Yeah, I mean it's exactly what I was talking about earlier, as far as the American media playing a very important role in propaganda that is in line with the State Department's interest. For 60 plus years, the American State Department's goal has been to destroy Cuba for having a successful revolution, which originally was a national revolution, an agrarian revolution, a social revolution, and then it turned into a socialist revolution. Since the Eisenhower days, we propped up Batista. He was a brutal tyrant. He tortured a lot of people. And the Cubans decided to fight back against that, develop autonomy, and develop sovereignty in the country. And there were a lot of vested financial interests in the island, sugar plantations. It was a placeholder for a lot of money. We parked a lot of assets there. And the American government didn't like that. They didn't appreciate that there was this island 90 miles off of our coastline that decided to live out their own destiny and their own desires. So what did we do? We decided we're going to implement a ruthless sanctions regime and try to make it virtually impossible for this island to engage in any sort of commerce and develop at all. Luckily at the time, the USSR was around and they, picked up the slack. But since the 90s, obviously the situation has gotten a lot worse. The blockade itself, like seeing it in action, seeing the implementation of the blockade, with my own personal experience at first, having to get an OFAC clearance from the Treasury Department just to travel to an island that's 90 miles off our coast, was fairly ridiculous. Learning about all the arbitrary restrictions that the American government places on American citizens that are traveling to Cuba was also kind of shocking. For example, a lot of people were very critical of the hotel that I stayed in with hundreds of other people that had brought in humanitarian aid to the island, 40 tons of medical aid, food, supplies that were necessary for the people there. Everyone was like, oh, you're staying at a 5-star hotel. Yeah, I was staying in a 5-star hotel because the American government has made it illegal for me to stay in any other hotel. There's only 4 hotels in Havana that American citizens can stay in. How ridiculous is that? There's thousands of hotels on the island. You can only stay in 4, okay?
What's the reason for that?
They claim that the other hotels are owned by the Cuban government technically, and therefore you're funding and facilitating a state sponsor of terror by, going and staying at a government-run hotel. The laws around it are so crazy that if I were to stay in any hotel I wanted to as an American citizen, which is my God-given right, I could come back to the United States of America, and the penalties are 10 years in prison and $250,000 in fines that I would have to pay if I stayed in any other hotel than the hotels that they had designated as safe. It impacts every facet of Cuban existence. It renders commerce impossible. You can't take out any loans whatsoever if you want to start a business. The island is also reformed its economy quite a bit in the last couple of years, especially, and yet it's virtually impossible for like private commerce to happen anyway on the island because, like I said, it's impossible for them to get the loan. I'll take it one step further. Some of you might not know this, but if you go on Venmo or PayPal right now, and if you were to send a friend of yours $10 or any amount of money, and then in the description you wrote, Cuban funds or Cuba Libre or anything like that, your account, both of your accounts would get suspended.
I'm going to do that right now.
Okay.
Cuba Libre also a drink?
Yes. Not only that, but also, if you are a Swiss national who's also on Venmo or PayPal, and you're communicating with an Italian national also on Venmo or PayPal, and you do that same thing, they also get banned nonetheless, even though these two countries have no animosity towards Cuba at all, even though these countries have consistently voted at the UN General Assembly since the 90s to end the American blockade, to end the American sanctions regime. And yet, because these are American companies, they have tremendous power over what people can and can't do, and abide by these totally arbitrary, totally ridiculous restrictions. And there's obviously a lot more impactful aspects of the blockade as well, but its design is meant to be invisible, so that Americans can turn around and say, the reason why Cuba is suffering is not because of some blockade that you made up, some sanctions regime that you made up in your mind, but it's actually because of communism. And the real reason, of course, is that they don't want Cuba to be a sovereign country, and they don't want Cuba to thrive so close to the United States of America, and make sure that it's consistently punished, and make sure that the people are consistently suffering, so that anytime anyone gets any ideas about like socialized medicine, for example, or anything that American capital owners consider to be dangerous communism or socialism, you can always point to Cuba and be like, see, they're suffering. They tried it, and that's why they're suffering. Now, of course, there's really damaging aspects of it. It's obviously worsened significantly since Donald Trump came out and decided to do a full oil blockade, making it impossible for the island to receive any oil whatsoever. The only allowance for oil on the island is twofold. One, Guantanamo Bay, our torture facility on the island of Cuba that we have owned in perpetuity. If you're in Guantanamo Bay, you're an American citizen that's working on the base. You got McDonald's there, you got all the latest cars, they ship all of that there, and they consistently ship diesel and oil to Guantanamo Bay as well to make sure the lights are on at the torture facility. The other allowance for oil on the island is private businesses, like the hotel that I was staying at, which is precisely the reason why when the entire city block and the entire city grid goes out, and there's no energy for the actual normal functions of the city, which includes hospitals as well in certain instances, the only places that do have electricity are the hotels that the American government is sending oil to, or other American government is allowing other countries to send oil to. They've basically forcibly created class friction, class antagonism in this country that's run by a communist party. And it is by design. They want to create enmity amongst the masses that will turn around and say, my hospital is out of energy, but that hotel right there, that hotel still has electricity. The government is allowing the hotel to have oil and gas. The government is not giving, the government's not allowing me to have electricity in my house, and my food is spoiling. And there's mixed results. I would say, from all the conversations that I had. I think a lot of the Cuban youth, all they've known is poverty born out of this blockade. And of course, you're going to blame your government for it. And you're going to assume that it's because of the government that you've only experienced poverty. And then you look to Miami, so close to the island, and you think, oh, there's so much prosperity. They got big-ass cars over there. They got gold chains. They're living large in Miami, and they don't see Skid Row, and they don't see all the poverty. So they develop this attitude. But for the most part, I think a lot of Cubans are like, even if they have criticisms, they're very aware that they don't want to be turned into an example. They don't want to be turned into an example that is used against the country itself. So they're somewhat restrained in their criticisms, and most people still carry some semblance of that revolutionary spirit in every facet of their lives. I talk to doctors. I ask them, straight up, I'm going to play the role of a dumb American here. You work for $17 a month, so why do you do it? And the doctor was like, what do you mean? I'm saving my people. This is not for money at all for me. No matter how hard life gets, I'm doing this for all the people that I love. I talked to an academic who's responsible for electrifying the Cuban energy grid with photovoltaics, and she was so thrilled that as an academic she was able to bring life back to the energy grid with her work, to be able to work with all these other organizations within the government and allow Cubans to have a moment of respite in these rolling blackouts. Same with the international medical missions. I talked to the head of the international medical missions, who was very sad that Marco Rubio had personally made it, personally pressured all these other very poor Latin American countries into submission, into denying the Cuban doctors from entering their countries, right? And it's unbelievable how cruel we are. It almost sounds comical when I explain it out loud, like the fact that you can't stay at whatever hotel you want to stay at, or the fact that we hate socialized medicine so much that we have literally tried to stop other countries from having socialized medicine or break apart their socialized medicine, and even have now expanded on that and are stopping other countries from receiving Cuban doctors as well. One of the things that he was explaining to me is like they have 100% area coverage in Jamaica. Jamaica is a somewhat poor country. There's a lot of underserved areas in Jamaica. And now those people are not going to have doctors at all. They're not going to have any health care at all, because it was Cuban doctors on their medical missions that were going to these villages, and they were actually offering health care to the Jamaican population. And he told me, look, the politicians that caved to Marco Rubio, they might get platinum health care. They might even be able to fly to the United States of America and get that health care if they chose to do so. But my patients that I treated that live in these faraway villages, in these rural areas, they're never going to be able to see a doctor again. And America has no solution for that. They just did that specifically so that, there was diplomatic pressure on Cuba. And it's such a frivolous goal and so evil in general. But, that's just the way we operate.
It's the way we operate because it reflects the same playbook America's run, and back to our conversation about Iran and all these Middle Eastern countries and South American countries, to sow and create dissent, and the human cost goes so far to achieve these American capitalist goals.
So I think we have time for just one more question quickly. Henry, no pressure.
Hi, I'm Henry. Thanks for coming. I had a question about messaging, specifically towards people around 30 and under who felt disillusioned or just apathetic towards politics these days. I feel like I've been personally really frustrated with that group of people that I know who have become like that. I'm just curious how you think collectively we can get those people back involved, especially as things just go more towards the fan.
Yeah, I think about this a lot. It's pretty much all I do, right? But I understand why there's so much disillusionment. This is something that I warned against. This is something that I warned Democrats that would listen to me in 2020 as well, where I was like, look, you taught an entire generation to do all of the right things. They went out, they protested. This is when Black Lives Matter protests were happening all around the world. They did that, right? And then you told them they have to do their civic duty, they have to go out and vote. And they wanted to vote for maybe Bernie Sanders, and that didn't work out because, the forces of the party got together and rat fuck Bernie again. But ultimately, they plugged their nose and they voted for a decrepit old man who clearly was never going to be able to live out both of his terms. And they voted. They voted for the harm reduction candidate, and they got nothing out of that. If you teach an entire generation that no matter what they do, if they go out and protest, they exercise their First Amendment, and they get tear gassed and pepper sprayed in the process, and then they go out, they plug their nose, and they vote for a candidate that they might not be super enthusiastic about to make sure that the Republican menace is no longer in office, and then those changes don't come at all, then you're basically teaching people that you're basically instilling voter apathy in the public. You're telling people that their voices don't matter, right? And maybe that's by design. Maybe the Democratic Party likes it that way, right? Maybe they think they can win elections with harm reduction narratives or eke out marginal victories as long as they can lean into how horrible the Republicans are at the end of their term every 4 years. But the I guess inverse of that, in order to instill confidence in people, is to identify small goals that are somewhat attainable and that correspond to midterm goals, that correspond to long-term goals, and achieve those short-term goals and seize on those marginal victories and instill some sense of confidence in organizing and try to create a positive environment for this sort of advocacy and this sort of work. Just like we were talking about with respect to Palestinian awareness, or even with the Zohran Mamdani election victory, right? Like these are, in the grand scheme of things, maybe this is not really moving the needle, but it is still significant. Even something as small as like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez coming out and saying that she makes no distinction between offensive and defensive weapons, and that she is now in favor of a full embargo of weapons transfers, at least that we're not going to pay for it, right? As long as Israel is violating international human rights and also violating American laws, the Leahy Law, to be exact. That might come across as like a marginal victory that is inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, or too little too late. And I know in many respects, I understand when people say stuff like that, but it is actually quite impactful, because now there's a new bottom. Like now there is, for progressives all around the country, the permission structure has expanded. Now there is a new bare minimum that you can lean into, that you can demand from your politicians. And it's up to us, once again, to make those demands. It's up to us to communicate those desires and to hold politicians to account. And little by little, as long as we seize on those victories and remind ourselves that change is not going to happen overnight, and these seismic shifts that are necessary are not going to come about spontaneously, that we have to make it happen. We have to be the people that force that change to happen, and lean into those small victories. Little by little we can expand on that, and at least that's how I try to maintain revolutionary optimism and not succumb to nihilism.
Well said. Well, on that note, y'all. Okay, so Hasan has somewhere else to be, but he is willing to take a picture with all of us, so I need you to organize quickly up to the front. Quick. Yeah. Yeah, I just want to make sure that he has the time. So after we take this picture, we're going to go down to the green room. We're going to take a picture. Yeah.
Of course. Nice to meet you guys.
Do you like fly wheel?
What?
Yes.
Well, yeah, it was great. Very tasty. Okay.
Just go tall people in the back.
Yeah.
Are we allowing
Some people got to get down. Some people got to get up.
How are we going to do this?
I think you, us three, Zaki. I'm so sorry. Okay, Zaki.
Yeah, I'm going in the front. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thanks for coming.
Of course.
I appreciate it. Did you like those ends? Zaki,
What?
Did you get those ends?
Yes, I did.
Take a knee up at the front.
Do you want us to be up here?
Yeah, in the front.
Okay.
I didn't think you were that.
Zaki,
Have the
Okay.
tallest guy go into the front.
Oh, hey, shorties. We're going to do a sword.
Yeah, no, okay. Let me get it. Man, I get it. I'm gonna get on the floor.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. You're so sorry. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. We'll do a couple others.
All right. Nice to meet you guys.
We're going to do like a
Yeah. You want to do it here, or you want to do it downstairs? We can do it here.
Do you want it to be outside?
I don't care. Whatever you want to.
Yeah, maybe let's do it outside. Okay, let's take a...
We're doing it.
Wait, where's the other mic? Hannah, you have it? Oh, thank you. Thanks
for coming out.
Of course. Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah.
March.
Is it okay?
What's okay? Yeah, we can take. Yeah, we can do a picture wherever.
Do you want to be in our picture?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. Come on.
Thank you so much.
I know they're kind of dead now, but I've been like trying to get here for a year now. It's like.
I'll keep it very safe. Chet, she gave me a labubu. Isn't that cute?
You gotta be in the picture too.
Hannah.
You're still hot, by the way. Mike's still hot.
It's okay. I'll say that on. it's bad, man. It's bad. We just lost our last progressive local legislator. Yeah, we're trying to get it.
Who?
Yeah.
Oh.
Hold up. We're gonna do SBA and then we'll do council. We have no
Sorry, Chet. Bear with me. There's a lot going on right now.
Evan.
Oh.
Evan.
Yeah, someone else can take the photo.
Also, I was explicitly told not to show students.
Guys, we gotta get
which is
this
why
guy
I'm
out of
doing
here.
this.
Okay.
There we go.
I got it on the phone.
Alright, and also. Thanks, man.
Of course, yeah, man. Thank you.
March?
Yes.
I'm gonna do my best. Alright, Zachy.
Get in there.
Where you go down? Y'all got
Wait, what are we looking at right now?
Anything.
All of it.
You guys want to look at Chet?
Keep background. Thank you.
All right.
Live.
That's it. Nice to meet you guys.
I love the Tehrangeles jokes.
Oh, Tehrangeles. Yeah. Yeah, she said it, so it was appropriate for me to say. All right, let's go.
Thank you so much.
All right. Nice to meet you guys.
Let's cut through the kitchen. I gotta grab my camera.
All right. Bye, guys.
Yes, thank you. Bye, y'all.
You guys appreciate it.
Thank you.
I got
it. Okay.
Do y'all want any water splitter?
No. I mean, I'm good. Do you want water?
I'm okay.
No, no.
Just some extra water.
Oh, thank you.
For your,
Yeah.
for your ride.
There you go.
Thank you guys.
I'll hold it. I got it. That was good? You happy with that?
That was great.
Okay, good.
Your chat loved Zachy. I was wondering the whole time. I was like, they're roasting. Yeah.
Show now.
Okay. I have to pee too.
Was the bathroom right there?
Yeah. I'll do it in a second. I'll just put my stuff down. Call it Uber, and then I'll do it.
To the interrogation room.
Okay. Hold on. Here.
Mic down.
Yeah.
Drop. Drop. Oop. Thank you. I'll hop in the frame in a second. One second.
How'd we do, March? Was the sound good?
Everything was good. You know, considering we were working with, it was fantastic.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Mike's still hot, by the way. We're still streaming. Just
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure you know.
Sorry, someone took your seat over there at the end.
Yeah.
I was trying,
Yeah,
I was
don't
trying
know
to signal
why.
to that,
We
like-
had like a whole sign for you reserved for that. Like I was like, what
No,
happened?
he wanted to sit in the back, but then his seat, someone else sat there, and then he moved to the other side. But you got the comfy chair.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, good. Yeah. Well,
He's in the
the
bathroom.
restroom. Yeah. I know.
Hey, we did fantastic on time though.
I
Almost
know.
to the T.
People kept texting me. That's why I was saying I know my phone was next to me because people kept texting me, so I was lighting up so I could check the time. And I was like, we actually skipped like half of the questions because we were just like going in depth on each one. We prepped,
but that's better.
No, I know.
It's
We
much better.
prepped more than we ended up using, which I think is better.
Well,
No, that was great. You guys did great.
Thank you.
There's more students, but it was the timing was good.
Dude, I wish you guys could have seen the chat. Well, it was so entertaining.
What did it say?
It was mostly like making fun of Zachy, like not bad in a bad way, but like people were just like clowning on him a little bit.
For what?
Because he was just like being charismatic and like saying
So
like
funny.
a bunch of stuff. Oh, is it still going?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, they heard me now.
That's easy.
Let's check what they said. Who's that guy talking about us in the chat?
Yeah.
I forgot it's all.
No, they love you guys. Yeah, it is always live.
Oh, yay, did someone call me a baddie?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Is there anything?
The chat replay is there. You can go back and watch.
Oh shit. Is there anything we can do to make your life easier? Do you need waters, napkins? Anything
No.
for your ride?
No, I think we're all set. Yeah, what's the best? Where will the car find us? What's the best way to?
P2.
Yeah.
Kevin.
Are you able to put the parking garage?
He just called it. I don't know where he put. So if you could take a look at his map.
I just noticed your shirt.
Yeah, like that. Thanks. But yeah, if you could just take a look at where his pin is dropped, and then just direct us there.
Yeah,
that would be the best way.
We still have people here, to escort you out.
See what the chat box is saying. Chat, you like that? I think they enjoyed that. Here you go.
Can we take a quick selfie with just our little group?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, and we have a gift for you.
Oh, wow. Thank
Yeah,
you.
a bunch of swag.
Oh my God.
And this is a gift from
That's
somebody.
from someone in Manila.
Somebody else.
Someone
gave
give
you
me zins.
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe it's like your biggest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna end it here.
I know, but just so you can
All right.
wear it while you end it.
All right.
Oh, you just went green.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Can you take one of me and him for my dad?
Oh my God.
Sorry, he texted me during it.
I gotta ask for one too.
Thank you. Sorry. I started
No,
the
it's
trip.
all
If you
good.
want to pick, you gotta run.
Well, you guys are on time. It's 7:30.
Okay, cool. No, I think
I know.
literally, I feel like we kept it clean. Like,
Yeah.
it was so
Yeah, it was
You
great.
want one?
Yeah.
Maybe just.
All right, that's pretty cool. I think I might get kicked out of school though. After this Israeli.
What are they gonna do? I'm graduating in 2 months.
Round of applause.
You're graduating in 2 months.
We got your back.
Good luck, Charlie.
I'm here for another year.
They'll be fine, right? I mean, I don't know.
We gave our disclaimer.
No, I'm teasing.
I think you should come back every year. Radicalize every generation of law students.
Where did you order the Uber to?
I didn't yet.
Oh, you okay?
I'm about to. I don't exactly know where we're going either. Yes, he doesn't. He chooses not to.
I see.
He got his PhD from the London School of Economics, and he refuses to speak English.
Smart man.
Yeah.
Thanks for being with us this evening.
Yeah, thank you.
You want to do a little outro?
Yeah, I'll do an outro here, and I'll call the
Do you
Uber
want to
as
take
well.
that extra coffee?
No, I'm good, thank you. All right, here, you want to pull it up?
Yep.
All right, everybody, that was a wonderful experience. I hope you guys enjoyed it. We are going to go and hang out with Shoika Chakrabarty right now, but since it's been, a long day and I'm very tired, we're going to be filming that stuff, but he's going to be filming that stuff. But thank you so much for coming on. Thank you so much for watching. And tomorrow, back to business as usual, home base. I'll be doing my regular broadcast from home. And yeah, I'll see you there. I can't even sign on to sign off
Let me see if I can.
right now, but I don't know why it's not.
Good. Well, that's awkward.
Yeah, well,
Dead air.
dead air. Dead air. But yeah,
I think I can do it.
you can. Well, the TVU pack has internet on it, but it's not like letting me get to the. Oh, I got it, I think. All right, everybody.